Summary.
Jada Torres from Spain left her home and headed to Boston to track down Armando Valentino. She goes after him for revenge, thinking that he is responsible for the murder of her father. She finds danger and love as well that he didn't do it. With his help, they go after the one who was the real murderer, which puts them both in great danger. There is a twist, though, and it involves her father and Armando. A mafia story unlike any other, with more twist and suspense along with some mystery. Jada becomes Armando's only weakness, which makes him more of a target than ever before.
Chapter 1. Jada Torres sat alone in her apartment in Spain, holding a letter from one of her father's friends. Her father, Pedro, was known for hanging out with a dangerous crowd. After getting into trouble, he fled Spain and moved to Boston, leaving her behind with his only living sister. She received the letter on her birthday. She had just turned 21 and found out that her father had been murdered by an Italian mafia boss, Armando Valentino, who had been living in Boston for over 5 years. The letter said that her father had developed a gambling habit and owed Mr. Valentino a great deal of money. When he couldn't pay it back, he was shot, execution style. She sat there, tears rolling down her face, when she heard a knock at the door. Getting up, and when she saw who it was, she fell into the woman's arms and sobbed. "I just heard and came right over. Aunt Sarah, I'm so glad you're here," she said as she pulled away and closed the door behind them. The older woman walked Jada over to the sofa, and they sat down. "I'm so sorry about your father. He never should have gone to the United States." "Then why did he?" "He felt he had to go to protect you from himself. You were only 10 years old when he left you with me." "Protect me from him? I don't understand." "You were too young to understand what was going on with him. He got himself into so much trouble here, with his drinking and gambling. His life was in danger, so he left and couldn't take you with him. I remember when he left, and he always said he would come back for me and that we could have a life in Boston. But he never came back, and I never heard from him, except for a few birthday cards over the years." She looked at her aunt, feeling hurt and angry at her father. "I guess he never loved me or wanted me." "No, no, dear. Your father loved you with all of his heart, but he had a sickness and couldn't shake the devil off his back. He thought you were better off without him." "I loved him. He was my father, and I can remember the good times we had together. When he was home and sober, we would do things together. He would take me to the movies and the park, and sometimes to get ice cream. No matter what he got himself into, he didn't deserve to die the way he did." "I know, dear, but you must move on and live your life." Jada stood up and went over to the window and looked out. There was no way she could let his death go unpunished. From what the letter said, the police couldn't do anything about it, so the case was dropped. After her aunt left, she lay in bed. She knew that she couldn't let this Armando Valentino get away with murdering her father. If the police wouldn't do anything, then she would. The next day she went to the law firm where she worked as a secretary and told her boss she needed to have a few weeks off. "I'm sorry about your father, and if you need to make funeral arrangements, you can have a few days off." "No, I need at least a month or 2 off. I'm going to America to take care of some things." "I'm sorry, Jade, but I can't give you that much time off." "Well, then I quit as of right this minute." No one was going to stop her from taking revenge on the man who killed her father. "If you quit, there won't be a job waiting for you." She picked up her purse and walked toward the door. She stopped to look back at him. "That's fine with me. I hated working for a bunch of assholes, and none of you were any good at your job." When her mother died during childbirth, Jada was left a small inheritance which her father had gambled away years ago. But after working since she was 16, she saved quite a bit. It was enough to get her to America and do what she needed to do. She would worry about money when she came back home and found another job. Her aunt was upset when she found out where Jada was going and couldn't understand why she would want to go so far from home. Well, she couldn't tell her aunt the truth, so she made up an excuse.
I need to go visit his gravesite and talk to his neighbor. I need to know exactly what my father got himself involved in.
It could be dangerous, and I don't want anything bad happening to you. I promise I'll be careful. Try to understand that this is something I have to do. I won't be gone forever. When are you leaving? Tomorrow.
So soon?
The sooner I go, the sooner I'll be back. Please, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. After she left her aunt's place, she went home to pack. The flight had been booked and a hotel room was also taken care of. After an 8-hour flight, she finally arrived, and once she got to Boston, checked into the hotel. It was late, and she was going to visit her father's neighbor. But seeing it was late, she figured he'd be in bed, so she decided to go in the morning. The next morning, after having breakfast in the hotel dining room, she took a cab to 𝑷𝒍�𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 apartment. It was in a poor part of Boston. Everything looked a little run down, and some of the people lingering around looked very sketchy. When she found the apartment, she knocked twice and waited for someone to answer. A man in his late 50s opened the door and looked her up and down before speaking. "Yeah, what do you want?" He had on a pair of sweatpants, a t-shirt that had stains on it, and he reeked of booze. "Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, I'm Jada Torres, Pedro's daughter." "Oh, well, come in and have a seat. I'll make us some tea, unless you prefer a shot of brandy."
It's too early for alcohol, but I wouldn't mind some tea. She sat and waited for him to come back with her drink. As she sat there, she looked around her surroundings. It was messy with empty liquor bottles lying around.
James handed her the tea, which was in an old cup that had a chip on one side. He, on the other hand, had a beer. "So, miss, what brings you all the way here?" "I wanted to visit his grave and thought that since I was here, I'd come and see you. I wanted to thank you for writing to me and letting me know about my father. Your father told me about you. He always regretted leaving you. It broke his heart, but he didn't want you to see him the way he was. Is there anything you can tell me about his murder and the man who killed him? Mr. Valentino is a very dangerous man, and no one dares to cross him. He is someone you should stay far away from. Your father drank and gambled all the time. He stole money from Valentino to support his habit." She felt her stomach churning, but still wanted more information. "How much did my father steal?" $5,000. "He was murdered for such a small amount." She was shocked. "My dear, it wasn't because of the money." "Then why?" "He was killed because Valentino wanted to make an example of him to others, to let them know what would happen if they also decided to steal from him." "He's a monster," she said as she held back tears. "I suggest you go straight back to Spain after you visit your father's grave. It is not safe for you here." She ignored his comment and looked back at him. "Tell me everything you know about Mr. Valentino, where he lives, where he likes to go." "Now, why would you want to know all that?" "He must pay for what he did to my father, and I'll make sure he does. You'll never get close enough to that man. He is always surrounded by bodyguards and the men who work for him. Leave it be and just go home. Please, tell me what I need to know." He let out a sigh when he realized she wasn't going to give up. "No one knows for sure where he lives, but he does own a club, the Dark Tunnel. I wouldn't go there if I were you. It's where a lot of the underworld people hang out." "What does Mr. Valentino look like?" "I looked him up, but I couldn't find any pictures of him." "You never will. He does not allow anyone to take his picture, ever. If you do go to the club, and I really hope you don't, you'll know it's him when you see him." "Is he an older man or young?"
Around 30, and some would say very handsome. But don't let his good looks fool you. He's very dangerous."
She stood up. "I took up enough of your time, but thank you for all your help." He too stood, facing her. "It was a pleasure meeting you. Again, I'm very sorry about your father. Deep down, he was a good man, just lost his way." "Thank you," she said, holding out her hand to shake his. She noticed a gold lighter on the table, and smiling at James, she said, "It's times like this I wished I'd smoke." "Not me, miss. I have enough bad habits as it is." He walked her to the door. "Miss Torres, might I ask what you are planning to do when you find him?"
I'm going to kill him.
He let out a gasp when she said those words and walked away. After leaving James's place, she went to a shop that sold weapons. The place she found was run down, and the man behind the counter looked like he was stoned. "How can I help you?" he asked when she walked over to him. "I want to buy a gun." He showed her several, and since she didn't anything about them, he showed her how to load and use them. She picked one that she knew would fit in her purse. "I'll take this one." "Okay, you'll be able to pick it up in a couple of weeks." No, I need it now." "Sorry. You could always get one from just about any scumbag off the street. The only thing is it's probably stolen, and they will charge you a small fortune. Are you wanting something for protection?" Well, she couldn't very well tell him the real reason, so she agreed with him. "Yes, I do." "Then maybe a knife would work. A beautiful woman like you should have something to protect yourself with." He showed her several and handed her one in particular. "This one will stop anyone. It looks small but can kill a man in seconds. The good thing is that it's small enough to fit in your purse. All you have to do is push this button on the side and the blade pops out." She jumped back when he demonstrated. The blade was long and looked very sharp. She figured if she couldn't get a gun, the knife would work. It would fit in her purse and would be much quieter than a gun. "Yes, I'll take it." After paying cash for it and placing it inside her purse, she thanked him and left the store. Now, since she was going to the club, she decided to buy a SXY dress to wear. She needed one that would catch Mr. Valentino's attention. The only thing that was bothering her was whether he would be there at the club when she went, or would she have to go back until she found him. Then once she had his attention, would have to figure out a way to get him alone and not get caught after she took her revenge on him. As soon as it was done, she would head straight back home. Chapter 2. She picked out a short, tight-fitting blue dress with a plunging neckline. It was sure to catch his attention. After applying some makeup, she headed to the nightclub. Once there, she had no problems getting in. The bouncer, after looking her up and down, opened the door for her to enter. She made her way over to the bar and sat on the stool at the end. This way she could see everyone around her. "What's your pleasure?" The bartender smiled and asked her. "I'll have a Manhattan, please." Coming back with her drink, he sat it in front of her and started chatting her up. "I've not seen you in here before." She smiled back at him. "No, it's my first time here. If you don't mind me saying so, but I don't think you belong in a place like this. It can be dangerous for someone who looks like you."
Someone who looks like me.
"What is that supposed to mean?" "I just mean that you seem innocent, and the men that come here are not always nice, especially when it comes to women." "I can handle myself," she said as she looked around the room. It wasn't very busy for being known as a hotspot to party. Only a few men were seated with women on their laps, strippers of course. One woman was on stage, slowly removing her clothes as some of the men were leering and whistling. She looked back at the bartender. "It's not very busy in here. I thought the place would have been crowded." "Usually it's quiet on a Tuesday. The rest of the week it's packed in here. I'm sure the boss isn't happy about it being this quiet." "He doesn't care." "Oh, and one would think he'd come to see how his business is doing." "Yeah, he does come in every other day or so. He hasn't been in for a while, so I expect to see him tonight." After an hour, she got up to use the restroom. But before she got there, she heard some yelling coming from a closed door. Opening it a crack, she peeked in and saw some men sitting around a table. They were playing poker and two men were arguing. She closed the door and went to the ladies' room. Going back to the bar, she ordered another drink. Some of the men started hitting on her. but they soon got the hint she wasn't interested. She was just about to give up on him when she noticed a man walking towards the bar. He was tall, wearing shades that gave off a mysterious vibe. He was wearing a suit, white shirt but no tie. He had dark hair and some facial hair. There was no doubt in her mind that this was Armando Valentino.
Vinny, how's it going tonight?
Hey, boss. Quiet as usual for a Tuesday night, Vinny replied and handed him a scotch on the rocks. Jada knew she had to do something to get his attention, so she spilled her drink and let out a cry of dismay. Oh no, I'm afraid I knocked my drink over. It worked. Vinny grabbed a rag to wipe up the spill and Armando removed his shades and went over to her. It's all right, it happens all the time, he said as he stared into her eyes. Then he told the bartender to get her another drink on the house. No, it's my fault, so I'll pay for it. She couldn't stop looking back at him, thinking he had the nicest blue eyes she had ever seen. They were what one would call bedroom eyes.
No, I insist,
he said. There was something about this woman that he found intriguing. I am Armando Valentino, and I own this club. And you are? With the way he was looking at her, she knew her plan was working. Jada, she said, holding out her hand to shake his. I presume you have a last name, he replied, shaking her hand. I do, but you can just call me Jada. He raised an eyebrow, wondering why she didn't want to give her last name. Oh, I see, you're a woman of mystery. So Jada, would you care to join me at one of the tables where we can get to know one another? She looked over his shoulder and smiled back at him. Will they also be joining us? She asked, pointing to the two men standing against the wall. The corner of his lip curled up into a smile. So you noticed them. You're very observant. But no, it will just be the two of us. She knew it wasn't going to be easy getting him alone, so she played along. Getting up, she started walking towards one of the tables, but was stopped when he took hold of her arm. No, not there. I have my own table. It is more private and away from prying eyes. I do not tolerate anyone eavesdropping on my conversations. The warmth from his hand on her arm sent shivers throughout her body as he walked her up a small staircase. There, by the railing, was a private area. A table overlooked the dance area below, where they could see everyone. I thought this would be more quiet than down there. She looked around her surroundings and noticed a door and looked at him suspiciously. What behind that door? If it's where you do kinky things with women, you can count me out. I'm not that kind of girl. He couldn't stop smiling when she started walking away. Getting in front of her, he held up his hands and his eyes stared into hers. No, it is nothing of the sort. It is my office, he said, pointing to another door. That one is my private washroom, and the other door is where I keep a safe. Oh, she said, feeling foolish as she sat down. He sat across from her. So, Jada, what brings you to my club? I felt like having a drink and asked the cab driver where a good night spot was. He suggested I come here. He ran his hand over his beard. I'm surprised he suggested this place. She traced her fingertip over the rim of her glass. I find that strange. With you being the owner of this club, I would think you'd be grateful that he suggested it. Normally I would be, but this is not the place for a single woman to come alone.
Why is that?
You ask a lot of questions. You're not from around here, are you? What makes you think that? You have a Spanish accent, and I have never seen you around. I would have noticed you, even in a crowd or in passing. So, why are you here and alone? You're very observant, and if you must know, I'm on vacation.
Alone?
He asked, trying to read her and figure out what she was hiding. You say I'm the one asking questions when you are doing the same thing. But yes, I'm here by myself. There's nothing wrong with a woman going somewhere without company, is there? One as beautiful as yourself should not go so far from home without being accompanied by someone who can protect them.
Oh, so you're one of them.
What does that mean? She liked his heavy Italian accent and found it sexy. A male chauvinist pig, she said angrily, and went to get up. He grabbed her arm before she could stand. Forgive me. I did not mean to offend you. It's just that Boston can be a very dangerous place. This club especially. Why is this place so dangerous? Are all the patrons here criminals? He didn't answer her. Instead, he took out his phone and called down to the bartender and told him to send up 2 more drinks. Since you are here visiting, I would be honored to show you around. How do I know that you aren't a psycho killer or a rapist? He chuckled as he rolled his eyes. Why not find out for yourself? Have dinner with me tomorrow night. If you still feel I'm a danger to you, then I won't bother you again. She looked down at the 2 men who were watching over Armando. I suppose dinner will include your bodyguards. I can arrange for us to be alone, he said, knowing darn well they would be there but out of sight. I'll think about it. He saw how she was staring down at the dance floor. Would you like to go down and dance while you think over my dinner proposal? She scoffed. Dance to that? No way. All they are doing is jumping up and down, waving their arms in the air. I prefer slow dances. He smiled. He too felt the same way. I totally agree with you. A smile crossed her face. Yeah, I really couldn't picture you dancing like them down there. Are you a good dancer? I've never had any complaints before, and I promise I won't step on your toes. How about you, Bella? I've studied all types of dance, waltz, tango, and other ballroom dances. Maybe I will go out to dinner with you, as long as you promise to take me dancing later. Then it's a date. Okay, you can pick me up at my hotel, say around 8 o'clock.
I will be looking forward to it. Now, would you care for another drink?
No, I think I'll call it a night. Then allow me to drive you to your hotel, he said as he stood when she did. He would have liked to spend more time with her, but he not going to stop her from leaving. That's okay, I'll take a cab. Then allow me to call one for you, and I will walk out with you. You know, to make sure no one hassles you. She didn't protest when he placed his hand on the small of her back as he led her outside. She was just glad that her plan was working. Now all she had to do was play along with him, get him to trust her enough to be alone together. They had just gotten outside when a man, followed by 2 others, walked up to them. Armando. John, what are you doing here? I heard there was a high-stakes game tonight. You know how much I love a good game of cards. I don't want any trouble, John. Oh, Armando, I'm not here to cause trouble. I only want to win some of the money I lost the last time I was here. Okay, but I will be keeping an eye on you. That's fine with me. Now, who is this little beauty with you? I don't believe we have met. When he went to take Jade's hand, Armando interceded. There's no need for an introduction since you won't be seeing her again. John was not pleased with how he was being treated, but letting it go said his goodbyes and went into the club. Jade could see how much the men hated one another and wondered why. Who was that man, and why did you push his hand away when he tried to shake mine? His name is John 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏. He is a bad man, and you must stay away from him at all costs. He seemed very pleasant to me. Just as the cab pulled up, he placed the palm of his hand on the side of her face. His eyes stared deeply into hers. Promise me that if you ever spot him turn and leave, do not stop to talk to him. Just run away. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. Good night. His hand felt so soft on her cheek, and the way he ran his thumb on her skin felt sensuous. If it wasn't for the fact that he killed her father, she might have fallen for his good looks. But she had to stay focused on her plan and not let her emotions get in the way. Which wasn't easy. He was so handsome and had this charming and alluring way about him. He watched as the cab pulled away and wished that John hadn't shown up when she was with him. He noticed how the man stared at her breasts and was worried he would try and get close to her. He wasn't going to let that happen, no matter what he had to do. Heading back inside, he went to the room and sat down to play cards. This way he could keep an eye on John. Both of their men stood on either side of their boss. Chapter 3. The next evening, Boris, who was Armando's right-hand man, watched as his boss did up his tie. "So where are we off to tonight?" "Mistral, and it's not we. I'm taking a young lady out to dinner alone." "Now, boss, you know I can't let you go alone." "You work for me, or have you forgotten that?" he said with a hint of annoyance. "My job is to protect you." "I know, but tonight is special, and I don't need you scaring her away. I can take care of myself." "I can't let you go alone? What if I stayed in the background? I'll wear a disguise, and she won't even know I'm there." "Okay, but make sure she doesn't see you. This woman, you must be quite taken with her to go to Mistral. You don't even know anything about her. What if she is a spy for 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕? The reason I'm going out with her is to get to know her, and I doubt very much that she is a spy. I think you worry too much. I just find it a bit strange that she appeared out of nowhere. My friend, if you were to meet a beautiful woman, would you not want to go out with her? I think you need to get laid soon. It might relax you." "We're not talking about me. It's you I'm worried about. I have never seen you look at a woman the way you look at her. Be careful, my friend. Some women are not what they seem to be." As he drove to the hotel to pick up Jade, he kept thinking about her. She had long dark hair, was very slender, and had this SXY aura about her. Her eyes were a beautiful brown and her skin was a light shade of olive. She had a great body, and her breasts looked amazing. He was looking forward to getting to know her better and hopefully into his bed.
Finding her room, he knocked on the door. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he waited for her to answer. He was blown away. She wore a black dress with spaghetti straps. Though it didn't show off her cleavage like the dress she wore the night before, she looked amazing.
"Are those for me?" she asked with a smile on her face. "I'm sorry, but your beauty has left me speechless, and yes, they are for you." She took the flowers from him. "Thank you, they're lovely. Just give me a minute while I put them in a vase. Please wait out here."
"Are you afraid to be alone with me inside your room?" he asked as his lips curled up into a smile.
"I don't really know you," she said as she closed the door. Going into the other room, dumped the flowers into the trash can. No way did she want anything from the man who viciously murdered her father. He waited patiently for her to return, thinking she was right not to let him in since she hardly knew him. "You look stunning in this dress," he said as they walked to his car. "Thank you, and I hope it's good enough for wherever we're going." "It is," he replied, opening the door for her to get in. Once they got to the restaurant, he ordered the best champagne they had. "So I'm hoping you'll tell me more about yourself," he said as he lifted up his glass. "What do you want to know?" "Well, your last name would be nice, and maybe some information on what you do back home where you live." She ignored giving him her last name, though she did tell him a little about herself. "I was a secretary for a law firm." "You said you were. Are you no longer there?" "No, I quit." "Why?" "Now look who's asking a lot of questions. I quit because they are a bunch of assholes and didn't want to give me time off. What about you? What do you do?" "Let's just say I'm a businessman." "You're beating around the bush and not telling me anything, which makes me think you are a criminal or worse." "Oh, look, here's our meal. I'm sure you will enjoy what I ordered for us." "Since you won't say what your line of business is, then maybe you will say what you like to do when you're not busy at work," she said, making air quotes with her fingers. He knew from her actions she was being sarcastic. "When I have the time, I enjoy boxing."
"So you like going to watch matches?"
"Well, yes, but I also box myself for fun. I enjoy the opera and the ballet. I have other interests, but enough about me. Tell me what you enjoy besides dancing." cooking, long walks, and photography. When he chuckled, she looked over at him, frowning. What do you find funny? He wiped his mouth with a napkin. You didn't mention shopping. I thought women loved to go shopping for clothes, shoes, and other things.
I'm not vain. I do like nice things, but don't feel that it is more important than living life and enjoying substantial activities.
Tell me about your family, your parents. He believed her and was pleased to know she wasn't one of those gold diggers that he was always encountering. She felt herself tensing up when he mentioned her parents. My mother and father are dead. I only have an aunt who raised me. I'm sorry about your parents. I don't want to discuss them, so can we change the subject? Tell me about your parents. My father is still alive and living in Italy. As for my mother, she left us after I was born, so I never knew her or where she went.
I'm sorry, but have you ever tried to find her?
She could tell it pained him to talk about his mother. She almost felt sorry for him and would have if he hadn't murdered her father. Yes, many times, but it was as if she had disappeared from Earth. So after several years, I gave up. There was an awkward silence for several minutes before he spoke. Now, enough of this sad talk. We are here to enjoy the evening. So are you enjoying your meal and what you like for dessert? Yes, it's delicious and no dessert for me. I'm actually full, and you did promise to take me dancing. Yes, and I know the perfect place to take you dancing. Are we not going to your club? God, no. Like you, I don't care for the dancing that they do there. I'm old school and enjoy holding a beautiful woman close in my arms while I dance. Where he took her was unlike anything she could imagine. It was classy and sophisticated. There was a mixture of young and older people on the dance floor, while slow music was playing. Finding an empty table, they sat down just as a waiter walked over, asking for their drink order. Would you like a glass of wine or something stronger? Armando asked her. I've had enough champagne, so I'll just have soda water with a slice of lime. He ordered one for her and asked for the same. You can have something stronger if you want, she said, wondering why he chose to drink the same as her. I don't like to drink too much when I'm driving. I want to be sober so that when I kiss you, I'll be able to enjoy it with a clear head. What makes you think I'll let you kiss me? It's my custom to give my date a goodnight kiss at the end of the night. Would you deny me the pleasure of enjoying those luscious lips of yours? I guess you'll have to wait and see, she replied. A smirk appeared on her lips. Yes, I will, he said, and standing he held out his hand to her. Shall we dance? Getting up, she accepted his hand as they headed onto the dance area. She wasn't sure if he meant he would have to wait to see if she would let him kiss her, or was he saying he would be kissing her. When he put his arms around her, he felt her body tensing up. Relax, I don't bite. She couldn't stop from tensing up when he placed his arm around her and held her hand. He was her father's killer, and she had to make him believe she liked him. So she relaxed her body and smiled up at him. I'm sorry, I'm just a little nervous. No need to say sorry. When she looked into his eyes and saw the way he smiled back at her for a moment, she couldn't believe he was a cold-blooded murderer. After a couple of dances, they sat down to take a break. They had just gotten seated when a woman approached their table. Armando, what a pleasure to see you. It's been a while. He stood and kissed her on the cheek. Kathleen, yes, it has been a while. Who is your friend? She asked, looking over at Jada. He introduced the two women and invited her to sit with them. Thank you, but I'm with a friend. Perhaps you will save a dance for me. I've missed dancing with my favorite partner, she said as she touched his shoulder. Was that an old girlfriend? He shook his head before answering. No, we were never involved and are just friends. She was the one who taught me to dance. As it turned out, Kathleen asked the band to play the music to the tango. Going over, she pulled him up and smiled at Jada. You don't mind, do you, dear? Of course not. she replied and sat back to watch them. She was quite impressed with how well he was doing. Not to mention how SXY he looked doing some of the moves. When it ended, they hugged, and he came back to the table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wow, I think I'm getting too old for this. You looked amazing up there, she said, and she meant it. I would have enjoyed it more if you were my partner. Maybe one dance we can do the tango. She knew that wasn't going to happen because she planned on killing him tonight. It was time to carry out her plan. It's getting late. I should go back to my hotel. When they got to his car, and before opening the door, he trapped her between him and the door. I don't want this night to end so quickly. What are you suggesting? When he leaned in to kiss her, she placed her hands on his chest, stopping him. We could go back to my place and have a nightcap. I wouldn't mind a glass of wine, she said, trying to sound SXY. A smile crossed his face, and he opened the door for her to get in. This was the sign he was hoping for, and knew they would end up in bed together. When they arrived at his place, she was surprised to find it was a luxurious condo building. Once they went into a private elevator, she had to ask, "Where exactly are we going?" To the penthouse on the top floor. When the door opened, she found that it went into his apartment. Stepping in, she looked around and could feel his breath on the back of her neck as he stood behind her. Wow, this beautiful, but so huge. This whole floor is one large penthouse, and it all belongs to me. Now some of the apartments are where a few of my men live. That way they are always close. I'm surprised that a man of your wealth lives here and not in a house. I see no need for a huge house when I have all this. I'm sure that if I ever marry, I would buy my bride the house of her dreams, he said as he put his arms around her waist from behind and kissed her neck. She felt a tiny bit of desire creeping up, but forced herself to ignore it. I could sure use that wine. He let out a sigh and, letting her go, walked over to the bar. He grabbed a bottle and 2 glasses and started pouring the wine into them. His back was to her. With him busy and not looking at her, she opened her purse and took out the knife. Not wanting to make a sound, she removed her shoes and snuck up behind him. With the blade out, she raised her hand and was ready to strike. Chapter 4. Armando did not get to where he was by being a fool. He was smart with amazing senses and felt the movements of her bare feet on the carpet. He caught a glimpse of her shadow in the glass decanter that held liquor. Just as she reached him, he turned around and grabbed hold of her wrist as it was held above her, ready to strike, twisting her wrist until she dropped the knife. In the struggle, items got knocked over, including a lamp and table. It made quite a noise, and they both fell to the ground with him on top. He laid on her, holding her hands above her head. She was so quiet as she snuck up behind him, and was taken by surprise when he turned around. The next thing she knew, she was on the floor, with him on top of her. The door flew open and Boris rushed in, his gun pointed and loaded. Seeing his boss on the woman and the mess surrounding them, he lowered his gun. Did the date not go well, boss? Armando was breathing heavily as he looked into Jada's eyes with anger. My date just tried to kill me with that cheap knife. It wasn't cheap, and get off me, you bastard, she screamed as she struggled to push him off of her. He did get up and grabbed her arm. He pulled her up and pushed her into a chair. Why would you try to stab me? Because I hate you, she yelled back at him. You don't know me, so why? You are a monster and a murderer. Oh, really? And just who was I supposed to have murdered? My father. Just who is your father? Jada Torres. She glared angrily at him. You killed him, and I want you to pay. I think you have me mistaken for someone else. I do not know anyone by that name. So, at least now I know your last name. Liar, you killed him, she said with so much fury in her voice. Why would I kill your father? Because he stole $5,000 from you.
Both Boris and Armando laughed. They looked at each other and shook their heads. He then got up close to her. his face close to hers.
Look around. Do you think I need to kill someone over a lousy $5,000? I have suits that cost more than that. You didn't do it for the money, she snapped back at him. Then why? He asked, standing up straight as he moved away from her. You wanted to make an example of him, to show others what would happen to them if they also tried to steal from you. Where did you hear such nonsense? As if I'd tell you. Whoever told you this is lying to you. I did not kill your father. I never met or heard of him until now. I don't believe you. What are you going to do with her, boss? Boris asked, looking at both of them. Armando ran his hand over his bread, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. I don't know, but in the meantime, I'll keep her here until I figure out what to do with her. She stood up and started yelling. Like hell, I'm out of here, she said as she reached for her shoes. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave. He looked at Boris. Take her to the guest bedroom and lock her in. When the bodyguard grabbed her arm, she raised her knee and kicked him right in the crotch. As he collapsed onto the floor, holding his injured part, she made a run for the door. But Armando grabbed her from behind and held her while she kicked and screamed. Let go of me. She tried her best to get out of his grip, but it proved to be impossible. He held her in that position as he carried her to the bedroom. It took him longer due to the fact that she kept kicking and squirming. It wasn't until he reached the room that he released her. Damn, you are a feisty one, he said as he tried to catch his breath. Her anger overtook any fear she should have had when she tried to get past him. You can't keep me here. Oh, Bella, yes I can. Don't call me that. You will stay here until I convince you that I had nothing to do with your father's murder. It would help if you told me who fed you these lies. Why? So that you can kill him too. I will never tell you anything. You'll have to kill me first. He reached over and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. I would never harm you. Now, make yourself comfortable. You may be here for a while. Releasing her, he left the room, locking the door behind him. He entered the living room where Boris was still crouched on the floor. Hey, buddy, are you all right, or do you need medical help? No, I'll be all right. Damn, that girl sure has a hard knee. He looked at Armando with sweat on his face. Boss, you really have to pick your dates more carefully. Yeah, she sure is a spitfire. Boss, what are you going to do with her? You can't keep her here forever, and what if she tries to kill you again? She's not a killer. You don't know that. I really think it's best to get rid of her now. I'm the boss and I say she stays. Now I'm going to have one of my men go over to her hotel and bring back her belongings. When Frank walked in, Armando handed him the room card that he found in her purse. Go to the hotel, pay the bill, and bring back her things. What if they need to talk to her about leaving so early? Just tell them she is now a guest of mine, and they won't dispute it. Make sure to leave a huge tip. That always makes them happy. By now Boris was feeling better, so he poured himself and Armando a drink. The girl believes you killed her father. I will have to prove her wrong, and in order to do that I will have to find the real killer. Meanwhile, Jada searched the room for a way out, but there was none. A couple of hours later, she started banging on the door, demanding to be released. All of a sudden, the door opened and she backed away.
Armando unlocked the door and placed her suitcases down, along with her purse. I hope you find the room to your liking.
She grabbed her purse and went through it, not finding what she was looking for, snapped at him. Where is my phone? He shut the door behind him. I removed it. I can't very well let you call someone. You will get it back when the time is right. Now, will you tell me who said I am the one responsible for your father's death? No, I won't. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you can leave. I will find the killer to prove to you it wasn't me. If you want to see who did it, then look in the mirror. You know, I'm getting sick of being accused of something I didn't do. Now, make yourself comfortable, and I will leave the door unlocked in case you get hungry. That way you can go to the kitchen and help yourself to whatever you want. I will allow you to enter any room, but remember there is no escape. Better sleep with one eye open, she said with defiance in her voice. Do you really think you could get away with harming me? My men will be on you quicker than you can imagine. There are many ways I could do it, she said with a smirk. He moved so quickly she didn't have time to move when he reached her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and stared into her eyes. For a moment he saw fear in them and removed his hands. Her heart felt as though it was going to burst right out of her chest. The way he grabbed her and the feel of his touch in a weird way turned her on. But it was the way he looked into her eyes that got her heart racing. Then her temper took over. Do not ever touch me again. God, you are so SXY when you are angry. It's getting late, so get some rest. I'll see you in the morning, and perhaps by then you'll tell me what I need to know. Good night, Bella. I told you not to call me that, she yelled as he walked out. She waited a few minutes and tried the door. True to his word, he left it unlocked. It was late, and she was exhausted, so she figured she'd try to find a way to escape in the morning. After locking the door, she went and took a shower, then put on a nightgown and crawled into bed. As tough as she tried to act in front of Armando, she was scared to death. She had no idea whether or not he would kill her or have someone else do it. But a small part of her didn't think he would, or he could have done it already. Downstairs, Armando and Boris discussed what their next move would be.
Boss, I know I've already said this, but I really think you should let her go. I'm sure she'll go back home and forget about taking revenge on you.
Boris, I'm not letting her go, so drop it. Besides, it's obvious that someone is trying to frame me. Without her help, I'll never know who, and I need to find out why he is doing this. Go, get some rest, and I'll see you in the morning. I could stay outside her room and make sure she doesn't try anything. You worry too much, my friend. I will be fine. Now go. Boris placed his hand on Armando's shoulder. If you insist, I suggest you keep one eye open, just in case. He laughed as he walked Boris to the door. She said the same thing to me when I left her. He then went to his room and got into bed. He couldn't stop smiling as he closed his eyes. Something told him that she was going to be a pain in his man's ass, as well as his. There was something special about her, and he liked her right from the moment he met her. He had a feeling his life was about to change. He felt something strange in his heart when he stared into her eyes. In his whole life, he had never felt that with another woman. Chapter 5. When she woke up, she was starving, so she decided to get dressed and go down to the kitchen and make herself some breakfast. She had no trouble finding the kitchen, and it appeared that everyone else was still asleep. So she started preparing the food, and she made enough for her kidnapper. Cooking was the one thing that always relaxed her. She enjoyed making up her own recipes. Armando could smell the aroma of food cooking from the kitchen. When he got there, he leaned against the wall and watched her. She was humming along to the music that was playing and hadn't heard him. I'm glad to see you are making yourself at home. She jumped at the sound of his voice and turned around. You scared the hell out of me. Sorry, I did not mean to scare you. I'm surprised to find you here, cooking. She turned her back on him as she continued cooking. You did say that if I got hungry, I could make myself something to eat. Yes, I did. Whatever it is, it sure smells good. Egg Florentine, she replied, with her back still to him. He walked over to where she was and looked over her shoulder. It looks as good as it smells, and that's a lot for one person. She became nervous when he got close, could feel his warm breath on the back of her neck. I made enough for you too. Could you please move away from me? Do I make you nervous? No, I just don't want you anywhere near me. Am I supposed to after you've kidnapped me? A grin appeared on his face as he backed away. You tried to stab me, so I guess we are even. Just tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go. Never, she said and turned to look at him. She couldn't help thinking how handsome he was in his dark pants and t-shirt. Sit down and I'll dish out some food for you. Just as she placed the food in front of him, she heard the front door opening and heard footsteps coming their way. It was Boris, carrying some folders in his hand. The bodyguard looked from her to his boss before speaking. I brought the information you asked for, he said, placing them on the table. Thanks, I'll look them over later. You're not going to eat that, are you, boss?
Why wouldn't I?
She knew what the man was getting at and smiled at the two of them. I've made plenty, so why not sit and have some? Boris looked at his boss and placed his hand over his to stop him from taking a bite. Wait, how do you know she hasn't poisoned it?
You're his bodyguard, aren't you?
Yeah, so. Then try some, and if you live, then you'll know it's all right for him to eat. Or are you too afraid to? Armando sat back with a huge grin on his face. He knew it was safe to eat, but was enjoying the way she could make a big guy squirm. This girl has a lot of balls, he thought to himself. No way, Boris said, running his finger through his collar. Rolling her eyes at Boris, she pulled Armando's plate toward her, scooped up a forkful and ate it. There you go, big baby, see, it's not been poisoned. Sit, eat mine, and I'll dish out more for myself. He did sit and started eating, and had to admit that it was delicious. While she tidied up the dishes, the two men talked about the receipts from the club. Once the dishes were placed in the dishwasher, she handed Boris a piece of paper. What's this? He asked, looking up at her.
It's a grocery list.
Why are you giving it to me? Since I'm being kept prisoner, I'm going to need to eat. There isn't anything here for me to make, and I won't go hungry. So, get everything I asked for. Lady, I don't work for you.
Armando took the list from Boris and looked at it. I usually order, and so there's no need for you to cook.
Takeout is not healthy. I love to cook, and it will keep me busy. Or would you rather I starve? Maybe if we starve you, it will get you talking and tell us what we want to hear, Boris said angrily. Armando pushed the list back towards Boris. Go, get the thing she wants.
But, boss.
He held up his hand to stop Boris from speaking. Do as I say. Picking up the list, he got to his feet and looked over the list. Then his face turned red, and he threw the list back down. There's no way in hell that I'll go into a store to buy these. Buy what? Armando asked, seeing Jada smiling at Boris being embarrassed. He looked at the item that his man pointed out and couldn't stop smiling as he looked over at her. Please, don't make me do this, Boris begged his boss. Jada stood there with a grin on her face, hands on her hips. If I'm going to be here for a while, I'm going to need them. But if you're too afraid to pick up some feminine products, then take me to the store to pick them out. Armando shook his head. Sorry, you know I can't allow that. He looked back at Boris. Do as the lady asks. Get everything on the list. I'm your bodyguard, not an errand boy. I need to be here to protect you.
Boris, I am in no danger here, so do as I say.
Fine, he replied. Picking up the list, he glared at her. I'm only doing it because my boss ordered me to, and I'm not doing it for you.
You are enjoying tormenting Boris, aren't you?
They were standing face to face when she smiled up at him. I get bored easily, and he's so easy to wind up. He smiled back at her. There are other ways to pass the time. Like what? Let me show you around, and then you can decide for yourself. First, he took her out onto the balcony where there was an underground pool. A pool up here, she said, then walked over to the edge. Why have one up here?
Why not?
He asked, watching as she went to the side of the balcony and looked down.
If you're thinking of jumping, it's a long way down.
A glint of mischief crossed her face when she looked back at him. I will find a way to escape. He chuckled as he led her back inside, where he showed her the gym in one of the rooms. They then went to his office, where there was an abundance of books. There, now you know there is a lot to do to keep you busy. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some work to do. Feel free to grab some books to read. When she saw his phone lying on the desk, and his back was turned away, she grabbed it, putting it into her pocket. Okay, I'll just take one book and read it out on the balcony, she said as she picked up the first one close to her. That's a classic, hope you enjoy it, he said as she walked out of the room. Instead of going outside, she rushed to her room and locked the door. Taking the phone from her pocket, sat on the bed to make a call to the police. But when she tried, it didn't work and cursed out loud. What the hell? Why aren't you working? You need a code. She dropped the phone and jumped off of the bed. How did you get in here? I locked the door. He walked over to her, leaning over, picked up his phone. When I saw that my phone was missing, I knew you had taken it and came straight here. I have a key to this room. A code? Who does that? I do, and it comes in handy for occasions like this. You are very clever, and I give you a lot of credit. I want you to stop this nonsense and just tell me what I need to know. Screw you, she hissed at him. Instead of being angry, he touched the side of her face with the palm of his hand. You have bad language coming from such a beautiful mouth. This mouth of yours is meant for kissing and not for such foul words. Even though her heart was racing, and the feel of his hand on her cheek sent a warm feeling racing through her body, she managed to push him away. You will never know what it's like to kiss me. I'd rather die first. He put his hands on her waist and drew her close, looking deep into her eyes. The way you look into my eyes, I can tell that you are lying. I think you do want me to kiss you. I will, but not now, later, he said as he released her and taking his phone left her room. She was left speechless. Her heart was still pounding inside her chest. She refused to listen to the yearning in her body whenever he got close and touched her. No way could she give up on her revenge for what he had done. After a while she was bored, so she went to the living room where he was seated, reading some papers. Going over to the couch, she picked up the TV remote and turned it on. He looked up from reading, his one eyebrow raised when he looked at her. Can you not see that I'm busy working? I wanted to watch some shows, and don't you have an office to work in? Yes, but sometimes I like working here. So what program are you watching? He knew she was deliberately trying to irritate him. She smiled at him. It's about all the different ways to kill someone and get away with it. You're really determined to end my life. Good luck with that, sweetheart. I think I will finish this in my office, he said, getting up, and before leaving he gave her a wink. Let me know what you find. Jerk, she said as he walked away.
Another 2 hours had passed when Boris and 2 other men returned, carrying several bags. In the kitchen, Armando and Boris stood while she emptied the bags.
When she got to the last bag and looked in, it was full of feminine products, different brands and sizes. What is all this for? Boris wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, I didn't know what you wanted. He looked at his boss. Buying those damn things was so embarrassing, and you have no idea how many of them they have. Don't ever make me do that again or I'll quit. Taking out the one she wanted, pushed the rest of the bag into Boris's arms. All I need is this, so donate the others to a shelter or something. Look, lady, like I said to you before, I don't work for you. I'm not your errand boy, so stop ordering me around or else. Boris, do not take that tone with my guest. While she is here, treat her with respect. Do as she says. Take the items to a women's shelter. I'm sure they can use them. Armando, why are you letting this woman make a mockery of us? She should be tied down and tortured till she gives us the information you want. My friend, she is just trying to wind you up. I'm sure once she gets to know us better, she will behave. When Boris was gone, she smirked at him. Wow, he's so touchy. What a big baby he is, and how can he protect you? He grabbed her chin in his hand to make her look at him. Don't underestimate Boris. He is the best around and has a breaking point, so push him too far. From now on, treat him with a little more respect. Get your hand off of me. Before removing his hand, he ran his thumb over the corner of her bottom lip. Oh, how he wanted to kiss her. Instead, he removed his hand and left the room. Chapter 6. The next day when she came from her room, she found a bag lying on the kitchen counter. Being nosy, she opened it, and inside were 2 bikinis and a cover-up. Hearing a noise, she turned around just as Armando walked in. I see you found your gift. What makes you think I'd accept anything from you? It's going to be hot today, and I thought you might enjoy going for a swim. He walked to her and picked up one of the bikinis. I like this one. She grabbed it from his hand. Then I will never wear it. He chuckled, letting her remark slide. I have to go out, so don't bother making anything for me. Oh, and don't try to run away. My men will be outside watching to make sure you stay put. Later that morning, she put on the one bikini, but not the one he said he liked. Little did she know that he deliberately told her he liked the red one, when in fact the white one was his favorite, and he knew she'd wear it. Armando and a couple of his men returned a few hours later. As he was pouring them a drink, he saw Boris and the other men looking out towards the pool. He walked over and handed them their drinks and to see what they were staring at. They all watched as she got out of the pool, shaking her head. Her body was wet, droplets of water slowly sliding down her slender, tan skin. Their eyes were still glued to her as she dried herself off and laid down on the lounge chair. Damn, with a body like that, how can she be so annoying? Boris said as he began to drool. Armando felt a surge of jealousy as the other 2 kept staring at her. He cleared his throat and barked at them. That's enough. Stop staring and go into the other room. He took one more look and couldn't stop his manhood from getting hard. He quickly turned away and followed the others into the living room. Jada must have drifted off to sleep, and when she opened her eyes, Armando was in the pool. She watched him as he did a few laps, his muscles flexing with every stroke. When he finally noticed that she was watching him, he swam over to the edge and got out, grabbed a towel and started drying off. He smiled over at her, knowing she was checking him out through her dark sunglasses. Good, you're awake. Don't stop swimming on my account. I was just going in so you can have the pool all to yourself. When she stood, he was standing in front of her, and she noticed a scar on his chest, closer to his shoulder. Her hand reached up and touched it. She ran her fingers over it. This scar, it looks bad. He liked the feel of her hand on him and noticed the look of concern on her face. It's not so bad, he replied. How did you get it? She said, and realizing her hand was still touching him, removed it. A few years back in Italy, I was out on an errand for my father when my men and I were ambushed, and I got shot. It's no big deal. No big deal. You were shot and could have been killed.
Bella, I didn't know you cared.
I just hate violence. But you, Mafia man, have no problem with hurting people or killing them. How can you live such an evil life? When she went to walk away, he grabbed her arm. Maybe I'm not that man anymore. You say you hate violence, and yet you were willing to stab me just a few days ago. That was different. You deserved it. Now let go of me so I can go get dressed. He pushed the anger away as he watched her disappear inside. It was time for him to find a way to prove his innocence of the crime she was accusing him of. When she came from her room, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As usual, there were a couple of men roaming in and out. She knew that Armando was in his office when she heard voices coming from there. When dinner was ready, she went to tell him, knocked once, and entered without waiting for a reply. Boris got to his feet. Don't you have any respect? Wait to be told to enter and not just walk in. That's enough. Leave her alone, Armando said, and looked at her and smiled. What do you want? I'm just here to let you know dinner is ready. She motioned her head toward Boris. I supposed he's going to be joining us again. It seemed to her that he was always around, especially at mealtime. This little feud between the two of you is getting tedious. It's time for you both to try and get along. She lifted her head up and sighed loudly. I've got no intentions of getting along with this huge Russian, grumpy as of a man, she said as she walked out. Oh God, let me kill her boss. Armando stood and walked over to him, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. We both know you wouldn't harm her. Now, let's go eat. During the meal, Jada and his bodyguard kept bickering back and forth, and he had enough of it. He raised his fist and slammed it onto the table as he stood. The two of you, come with me. They both knew to keep quiet when he used that tone. Without speaking a word, they followed him to the office. Once inside, he told them to sit down. Why are we here? She dared to ask, knowing how angry he was. You both are acting like children, so I will treat you as such. I'm going to lock you in this room together until you both decide to try and get along. You're not trapping me in here with this big goofball. Armando ran his fingers through his hair. You will treat him with respect from now on. How can I respect a killer, especially one who works for one? He looked over at Boris, who remained silent but had a scowl on his face. Maybe I should let you kill her, he said. Turning his back to them, left the room and locked the door behind him.
How long do you think he will keep us in here? She asked.
It could be hours unless we solve this situation. Might as well get comfortable. You're Russian, so how did you come to work for an Italian mafia boss? It's a long story. I think we have time, she replied. In Russia, I worked for the mafia there. You think others are bad, but they are far worse. My wife was kidnapped by an Italian boss who was visiting, so I went to Italy to rescue her. There I met Armando, who agreed to help me find her. We struck up a friendship and later I went to work for him. He arranged for the Russian mafia to believe that I was killed, so that I wouldn't have to go back to them. Where is your wife now? She asked and noticed how his eyes teared up. It was too late when we found her. My beloved Nina was murdered. She was carrying my child who also didn't survive.
Oh God, I'm so sorry, Boris.
He turned to look at her. It was a long time ago. I still think about her every day. She was so beautiful and loved me for who I am. I felt her heart breaking for him and felt even more terrible for treating him so badly. Armando is not a bad man, not the monster you make him out to be. I wish I could believe you. How can a mafia not be bad when that life is full of killing and all the illegal things they do? People are not always what they appear to be. I know he has a soft spot for you. I have never seen him look at another woman the way he looks at you. I could never be with a man like him, not after he murdered my father. Boris sat down across from her. There is a question no one has asked you. When was your father murdered? When she told him the date, she watched the expression on his face. It was one of confusion, so she had to ask. What is your reason for asking, and why do you have that look on your face? Armando could not have done it. Why couldn't he? He was not here at that time. He was in Switzerland for 3 weeks, so he couldn't have done it. Of course, you would say that to protect your boss. Even if he wasn't here, he could have hired his men to do it.
Ah, yes.
But did you not tell us that the person who told you that Armando was the one who pulled the trigger with his very own hand? She had to stop and think about it. Yes, that's exactly what James had told her. Why would he lie to me? I do not know, but we should find out. How do I know you're not trying to trick me? I need some kind of proof, like a picture of him there, skiing or whatever. There will be no pictures of him, but he should still have the receipt for the suite he used with his signature on it and the date. I need to see the proof. It will be locked in his desk and the only one who can show you. I will call him on my phone and tell him to let us out. It was an hour before he returned home and unlocked the door. I hope you two have resolved your issues, he said when he opened the door and found them both sitting on the same sofa. I believe so, and we haven't killed each other, so I would say we come to a mutual understanding. We had a long talk, and I pointed out that at the time of the murder, you were in Switzerland. I never thought to ask when it had occurred. Good job, Boris. He then looked at her. So now you believe me? Not so fast, she replied. I need to see some proof, and I'm told you have it locked in your desk. Of course, I keep all my receipts. He then went over to his desk, took out a key, and unlocked one of the drawers. Taking out a folder, he removed the receipt for the cabin he had rented, a copy of the meals and ski equipment. She took the papers from him and checked each one. It all looked to be legit, and at that moment a weight had been lifted off her chest. Now will you tell me who gave you the misleading information about me?
I don't know. Are you going to kill him?
If he was, she wouldn't tell him. There was no way she wanted James's murder on her conscience. No, I only want to question him and find out who got him to tell that lie about me and why he did it. I will tell you on one condition. What would that be? He asked, staring at her and wondering what she was up to. I go with you? No way in hell. It is too dangerous. Then I won't tell you. Why must you go with us? I want to make sure you don't hurt him. I can keep the secret forever. I am beginning to like living in a fancy, luxurious apartment. So, Mr. Valentino, it's your choice.
Boss, I think we should agree to her terms. Are you crazy, Boris?
She is the only one who knows the guy's name and where he lives. Besides, she may be the only one to convince him to talk. Armando turned to face her. If this is a trick so that you can try to escape, it won't work. How do I know I can trust you? You don't know. I guess you'll just have to take the chance. How could I escape when you have so many men around you and me all the time? By the way, I would like to give you a bit of advice. Really? And what advice could you possibly give me? He asked with a slight smirk on his face. When you have all those men following behind you, they should stop wearing black suits and those ridiculous dark glasses. Should they not be inconspicuous so as not to draw attention? Boris laughed out loud. She does have a point. Armando rolled his eyes at her. Okay, you can come with us. Now, tell me his name and where he lives. She sat there smiling as she twirled a strand of hair around her finger, wanting him to sweat. It was fun watching how impatient he got waiting for her to answer. Chapter 7.
It was clear that he was getting impatient waiting for her to answer. Well, he snapped. Tell me already.
I will tell you on one condition. He looked over at Boris, then back at her. What is the condition? She went and stood in front of him. You take me with you. I want to make sure you don't harm him. So do you agree? He lost his cool and grabbed her by the shoulders. No way in hell are you going with us. It's too dangerous. She stared deeply into his eyes and smiled, which irritated him even more. Well, what's it going to be?
I said no,
he said, moving his hands away from her. Then I'm not telling you. He let out a groan and ran his fingers through his hair. I should have let Boris kill you when he suggested it. Boris cleared his throat when she looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Sir, it might be a good idea to take her with us. Are you insane? I believe she would be able to get him to talk, whereas he might not talk to us. I see no harm in letting her come. Since when are you on her side? Not getting an answer, he turned to her. I guess I have no choice. I will agree to let you come along, but you will do as I say. Now, Tell me his name and where he lives. No, I don't think so, she replied, smirking as she looked at him. Armando's eyes went wide, and he picked up an ashtray and threw it across the room. Then he glared at her in anger. I am so tired of these games you are playing with me. Tell me now or else. She felt no fear when she moved closer and placed her hand on his chin. Or else what? Not receiving an answer, she continued. If I tell you now, you may go back on your word and not take me. I never go back on my word, he said, liking how it felt having her hand on his face. Once we are in the car and on the road, then I will give you his name and address. She removed her hand and started walking towards the door, looking over her shoulder. Are you coming? The two men looked at each other and Boris shrugged his shoulders as they followed her out. He found it amusing how she was able to rile Armando up so easily, and would have laughed if he hadn't known his boss was in a foul mood. Once in the car and drove off, he looked at her. Well, I kept my end of the deal. Now tell me his name and where we're going. She didn't hesitate to tell him. When they reached the apartment and entered the building, walked up the 3 flights of stairs. Both men had to hold their breath from the stench. The place was run down and smelled like urine in the hallway. Boris knocked once and noticed something wrong. The door wasn't closed completely, and it opened. He and Armando pulled out their guns. She was pushed behind them as they entered. Looking around at the disarray, tables were knocked over and lamps smashed. A sickly odor filled the room. Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏, Armando called out but got no answer. Jada came out from behind them and moved further into the room. She covered her mouth to quiet the scream that erupted from her mouth. There, lying on the floor, was James, barely alive. She went over and kneeled down in front of him and had to hold back the vomit that was threatening to come out. James, it's me, Jada.
You shouldn't be here,
he said, having difficulty breathing. She took his hand and held it, knowing he didn't have much time left. James, I know you lied to me about Mr. Valentino. Tell me who did this to you. He looked over at Armando. I'm sorry, I had no choice. He was going to kill me if I didn't tell the police you did it. Who killed my father? You're in great danger, you all are. Go home and leave this alone. His eyes stayed open as he took his last breath. James, James, she cried out as she shook him, and then felt a pair of strong arms pulling her up. He's gone, Jada, Armando said as he pulled her into his arms. He knew how upset she was at seeing what had been done to James. Not only was he shot twice in the chest, but obviously severely beaten first. 2 of his other men showed up and waited for orders. Take her back to my place and guard her with your life. Don't let her out of your sight. Boris and I will stay here and deal with the police. She was now in shock, and without a word let the 2 men walk her out, but stopped. Her body trembled when she took one last look at James and tears filled her eyes. Are you not coming? She asked, looking into Armando's eyes. He saw the pain in her eyes and placed his hand on the side of her face. I need to deal with this situation first. I won't be long. Go with my men. You will be safe with them. Back at the apartment, the 2 bodyguards waited inside with her. To keep her mind busy, she made them a pot of coffee and sandwiches. Please, help yourself. I have a headache, so I'm going to lie down, she said and left the room. Once inside, she sat down on the bed and let the tears fall. What she had witnessed made her more aware of the danger that was Armando's life. Because of her anger and determination to take revenge on him, she never thought of the danger that she could get herself into.
After taking a shower, she put on her nightgown and robe.
Not being able to settle down, decided to go out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Where are you going, Miss Torres? Don't worry, I'm just going to get some air, and I want to be alone. When Armando and Boris were finished with the police, they went back to the apartment. It took longer than he thought it would. Where is she? He asked when he didn't see her. On the balcony, sir. He walked to the sliding door and looked out. She was standing there staring out at nothing in particular. Her back was to him, her hair was blowing from the breeze, and he could tell from her posture how upset she was. "You guys can leave now," he said, not looking at them.
Do you want me to hang around, boss? Boris asked.
"No, go to your room and I'll see you tomorrow." He opened the door and went over to her. "Jade, it's cold out here. Come inside and warm up." "I don't feel the cold." He saw her shivering and taking her arm led her inside. Seeing her this way, he regretted having taken her with him. "Are you okay?" "I have never seen so much blood, or someone who had been shot. Why did they have to do that?" He didn't know what to say to her. He just stood there. Standing before him with a tear rolling down her cheek, she looked at him. "Now I know the truth, that you weren't the one who killed my father. I am so sorry I didn't believe you." Stroking her cheek with the back of his fingers, he wanted to hold her in his arms and take away her pain. "No need to apologize. You were lied to, and I probably would have felt the same way as you. James died before he could tell me who the killer was. I will find him for you." "Oh, Armando, you still don't know who was framing you. It will come out eventually." He noticed how much paler she became and how her eyes were out of focus. He caught her in his arms just as she fainted. Picking her up, he carried her to her bedroom and laid her down. A few seconds later, when she came to, she felt his hand stroking her cheek. He had a look of concern on his face. "All this was too much for you to handle." Sitting up, she swallowed the lump that felt like it was lodged in her throat. His touch was so gentle, and she felt a stirring inside her. "I'll be all right." "No, you need to go back to Spain and away from this place. There you will be safe from what's to come." "No, I'm not leaving until I find the killer." "Damn it, Jada. Don't you realize the danger you will be in the longer you stay here? You heard what James said. I'm already in danger and so are you. Whoever it is will know by now that I'm Pedro's daughter and that I'm here." "I'm sure he does, but I will not put you in any more danger by staying here. I can be used as bait." "What?" "With me here, it will draw out the killer, and then we can get him. Besides, I'm not leaving, and will look for him on my own if you won't help me." He took her face in his hands. "Why are you so stubborn? Okay, you will stay here with me, but you will listen to me and do as I say. Is that clear?" "I will, and thank you," she replied, laying her hands on top of his. Oh, how he wanted to kiss her, but instead released her. "I will let you get some sleep, and we'll talk more in the morning." As he was walking away, she stopped him. "Armando, will you stay with me tonight? I'm so afraid and can't get the image of James out of my mind." Going over and sitting on the bed, he removed his shoes and laid down. Putting his arm around her, pulled her close as she laid her head on his chest, her arm going over his stomach. As he lay awake, while she slept, he tried to come up with a plan to draw out the killer. There was only one way, and that was to use her as bait, like she had suggested. Waking up, still in his arms, she looked at him and felt safe. Quietly slipping out of his arms, she got dressed. He was still asleep, and not wanting to wake him, she went to the kitchen, put on a pot of coffee, and started making breakfast. Moments later, Boris showed up, and she poured him a cup and told him to sit down. "Where is Armando?" "He's still asleep." "How are you doing, Miss Torres?" "Much better, and please call me Jade," she said as she put a plate of ham and eggs in front of him. "It's not like the boss to sleep in this late. I have seen that man go without sleep for days." She sat down across from him. "You're very fond of him, aren't you?" "Yes, he's not just a boss, but also a friend. I would give my life to save his, but I think there is something I can't save him from." "What is that?" "You," he said, pointing his finger toward her. "I don't understand." "He has fallen for you. You are his only weakness. I think you are a lovely lady, but could be his downfall. You think he's in love with me? Yes, it's written all over his face. I beg you, please don't encourage him into thinking you feel the same way. Or do you already? He asked, staring at her and waiting for an answer. I would never hurt him. Did you not try to stab him? I was angry and believed James's lies. I'm not even sure I could have gone through with it. She didn't answer his first question because she wasn't sure how she felt about Armando. They heard footsteps, and when Boris looked, he noticed that Armando came from the guest bedroom and not his own. He was still wearing the clothes from last night. His worst fear was coming true. They had slept together.
Should my ears be burning? Armando asked as he sat down, glancing over at Jada.
She immediately got up and fixed a plate for him. Placing it in front of him, she excused herself, saying she had to use the washroom. They looked at each other before leaving the two men alone. Chapter 8. When he saw the look Boris was giving him, he snapped. What? What were you thinking, sleeping with her? Yes, I slept with her, but nothing happened. She was upset, so I stayed to comfort her. I ended up falling asleep. Be careful, Amanda. Even if we had made love, it is none of your business. Now, she is determined to stay and find the killer, and we are going to help her. How? I don't like it, but she wants to use herself as bait to draw him out into the open. So, we will go out and be seen together. At that moment she came back, poured herself another cup of coffee, and sat down. So, boys, what are our plans? I suppose we could start by going to the charity event on Saturday. Everyone will be there, and it's a good place to start, Armando stated. What is the charity for? She asked him. To raise money for the arts. It's a black tie event, and all the well-known people will be there. We may get lucky and get noticed by our guy. Black tie, you say? Sounds too rich for my blood, and I'm not sure I have the right dress for the occasion. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, Armando told her. He had just the dress in mind and would call and have them deliver it. Just give me the size and your shoe size. No, I can't let you do that. I'm sure I can make one of my dresses work. Boris hid his grin. Knowing his boss, he was sure to go ahead and get her one. Okay, I'll make the arrangements to book a table and secure the tickets. See you later. Well, what should we do today? She asked when he stood up. I'm going for a swim, and I'd love for you to join me. I might, she replied. She did decide to go swimming, and when she went out, he was busy doing laps. Sitting on the edge of the pool, she watched him. Come in, the water's lovely, he said when he saw her. She hopped in and started swimming. It felt so good against her skin, which was hot from the sun. Jada, are you sure you want to go through with our plan? I could flush him out without you getting involved. It will be quicker this way, she answered. I'm sure you will keep me safe. He moved closer, causing her to back up. With her back against the wall, he placed his hands on each side of her, palms on the wall. I won't let anyone hurt you. He looked down at her lips. I have you trapped, so what's stopping me from kissing you? Her heart was racing, and her core was throbbing when he cornered her. He was the most dangerous and handsome man she had ever met. You are a gentleman and wouldn't force me. Am I right? He laughed. First you call me a monster and a murderer, and now I am a gentleman. But you are right. I will not try to kiss you until you say it's all right to do so. He had to get some distance between them, otherwise he would have kissed her. To ease his throbbing cock and try to forget about his lust for her, he swam a few more laps. The night of the charity event, he went to her room, carrying 2 boxes, and knocked on her door. I'm not ready yet, she yelled out. When he kept knocking and telling her to let him in, she walked over. Wearing a bathrobe, she opened the door. Seeing the dress through the clear bag and a shoebox, she shook her head. What have you done? I bought you a dress to wear to the event. It was one that I noticed in a store window, as I was walking by it. I just knew it would look fantastic on you. I even got heels to match it. How did you know my size? He smirked. I checked your other dresses when you were taking a shower. I also check your shoe size. You came in here when I was showering. How dare you? Did you also peek in the bathroom when I was there? I am not a pervert, but I admit I was tempted. Now, get dressed. We don't want to be late. When he was gone, she took out the dress and looked at it. It was a red sequin dress with one shoulder and a high slit-up one leg. Putting it on, she had to admire what it looked like on her as she stood in front of the mirror. It was exquisite, and he must have paid a fortune for it. After putting on her shoes, she went to the living room, where Armando was waiting for her. His back was to her when she entered, but seeing where Boris was looking past him, he turned around.
He was blown away
And was left speechless for a few moments. The dress fitted her like a glove, hugging her curves, and the slit on one side showed off a long, slender leg. Are you both going to stand there with your mouths wide open, or shall we go? Miss Torres, you look stunning, Boris said with a smile on his face. Thank you, and I told you before to call me Jade. She then looked at Armando. You were the one who bought this dress, and yet you haven't commented on it. So, is this good enough for the event we're going to? Boris cleared his throat. I'll just go and bring the car around. When he was gone, Armando went over to her, took her hand in his. It is perfect, and you look amazing. The way he was looking at her made her smile. It is lovely, but you shouldn't have spent so much on a dress I'll only wear once. It was worth it, and who says you'll only get to wear it one time? He placed his hand on the small of her back as they headed out. Boris and another man were waiting for them, and once they were seated, headed to their destination. At the hall, a waiter handed them each a glass of champagne. Before sitting down at their table, they walked around looking at all the art on display. There was everything from paintings to sculptures from many new artists. When they came to a painting of a sunset, she stopped to admire it. This is so beautiful, she commented, staring at it, and didn't notice how he was staring at her. Yes, absolutely beautiful, he said, but he wasn't talking about the painting. He felt annoyed when he saw Kathleen walking towards them. Armando, how lovely to see you here tonight. I see you brought Miss Torres with you. Yes, Kathleen, I did. I would love to stay and talk, but we have people at our table waiting for us. Have a great evening, he said as he steered Jade to their table.
I get the impression you don't like that woman very much.
I could do without seeing her. She is not one to trust, and if there's something I hate is a person who can't be trusted. He looked around to make sure his men were there and checked to see who was attending the event. He wanted to have time alone with her, but people who knew him kept coming over to say hello and chat. Finally, he got up and asked her if she would like to dance, which she gladly accepted. You seem a little upset, she said when they started slow dancing. I was hoping to have time alone with you, but these people keep bothering us, so this was the only way to be alone with you. I thought the reason for us being here was to get the attention of the killer. It's not a date, not a real one. True, but he may not be here, so we have to keep being seen together. In a way, this is a date. I'm looking forward to our goodnight kiss. She smiled up at him, her eyes staring into his. Oh, sorry to disappoint you, but there won't be any kissing. We will see about that, Bella. Just because you are wealthy doesn't mean you will get your own way. There are plenty of women who would love for you to kiss them. I don't want to kiss them, only you. When the auction began and the painting she had admired earlier came up, he started bidding on it. She glanced at him when the figure got high, and he kept bidding. Armando, what are you doing? You said you loved that painting, so I'm trying to get it for you. I never meant for you to buy it for me, and it's way too much money. Stop bidding before it gets any higher. Did he listen? No, He kept bidding until he finally got it. "You're insane," she said, showing her displeasure at him ignoring her. "Just so you know, I won't accept it. You can keep it. Bella, the money goes to a good cause, so don't be angry with me." Boris sat there, trying to hide the grin on his face. He had never seen his boss being talked to in the way she was doing. Standing up, she looked at him. "You are the most frustrating man I have ever met." When she went to walk away, he grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "To the ladies' room. Is that okay with you?" He released her arm, and when her back was turned, he looked over at one of his men. He motioned for him to follow and keep an eye on her. As she was washing her hands, Kathleen walked in and over to where she was. "We meet again. I hope you are enjoying the evening." "I am," she replied politely. "So tell me, how long have you been sleeping with Armando?" "Excuse me, what kind of question is that to ask anyone? Besides, it's not of your business, so if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to my table." "Just to let you know that once he's had enough of you, he'll dump you. Don't believe anything he tells you. Armand is a manipulator and can get anyone to believe his lies, especially women." Jada went back to the table and sat down, glancing at him. She had to wonder if Kathleen was telling the truth, and if she was one of his lovers. "You've been quiet since you came back. Is there something or someone bothering you?" "No, I'm just tired and I'd like to leave now." "But the night is young." "Then you stay, and I'll call for a cab to take me back." Since he had given back her phone when she found out he wasn't the killer, she took it from her purse. He placed his hand over hers. "Stop, I'll take you home." He looked at Boris and told him to bring the car around. She didn't speak a word all the way back to his place. Once inside, and they were alone, he asked why her mood had changed. "Are you ready now to tell me what's wrong?" Ignoring him, she went out onto the balcony, and he followed her. "Go away," she said angrily. "Not until you tell me what's going on." She turned to look at him. "That woman, Kathleen, came into the ladies' room and had quite the tale to tell about you." "What did she tell you?" "She got the impression we were sleeping together and told me to beware of you, that you're a liar, and that I can't believe or trust anything you say. I thought you never slept with her, or was that a lie?" He ran his fingers through his hair and started pacing. "I never slept with her. She wanted to, but I turned her down. She was angry with me at the time, but then I thought she got over it. I guess I was wrong." "How do I know you're telling me the truth? What if everything else you said is a lie? You could have known who James was and had someone go over to kill him. Maybe threatened his life if he didn't say you were innocent, and then had him murdered." He reached out and grabbed her shoulders and pulled her close in a fit of anger. "Enough. You've let that woman get into your head. Look into my eyes and see that I've not lied to you." For a second she was frightened by his anger and how roughly he shook her. Her heart was pounding as she stared into his eyes. "I don't know what to believe anymore. You're a mafia boss and have killed people. I may have been that way back in Italy, but I'm not anymore." "What is that supposed to mean?" "I cannot tell you."
"What are you hiding?" she asked.
She was taken by surprise when he put her back up against the wall, and instead of answering, his mouth came down on hers. His kiss was demanding and passionate. She found herself giving into the heat of the moment as she kissed him back.
Chapter 9.
As their lips and tongues explored each other, there was a knock at the door. Growling, he released her. They were both breathing heavily, and their faces were flushed.
"I'd better answer that,"
he said, and clearly not happy when he opened the door. "Yeah, what the hell do you want?"
"It was the doorman from downstairs."
"I'm sorry to bother you. Your man said I could come right up and give you this." It was the painting that he bought at the auction. Taking it, he thanked the man, and after shutting the door, he placed it down and went back out onto the balcony. "That was a close call," she said when he came back and over to her. "What are you saying?" Just that we shouldn't have gotten carried away like that. I'm going to bed. Good night. He grabbed her arm when she went to walk past him. Are you saying you didn't enjoy the kiss? Because I did, and I want to do it again. No, we can't. Don't tell me you believed the lies Kathleen told you. No, I do not believe her. I believe you. It's just that we can't get involved with each other, not in that way. I suppose you're right. We should keep a clear head for whatever danger we'll face. At least we can now be friends and trust each other.
She nodded her head.
Yes, we can. Well, good night. He stayed out for a while thinking about what could have been if that damn fool hadn't interrupted them. Morning rolled around, and as usual, Boris showed up for breakfast. He noticed a difference between the two and wondered if something had happened. He knew something was bothering her last night, but it wasn't his place to ask her. What's on your mind? Armando asked Boris, seeing him deep in thought. I was just thinking that maybe Jada should learn some self-defense and learn how to use a gun. You know, just in case any problems arise if we get separated. Armando looked over at her. I think he's right. You should learn these things for your own protection. I'll teach you, and we'll start today. I guess so, she replied, not looking at him. It was hard after what took place last night. What scared her about it was she wanted him as much as he wanted her. Okay, after we eat, we'll head out to the warehouse, and there you can practice shooting. Later, she changed into jeans and a blouse, and they headed out. Behind the building, the men set up a bunch of cans and stood back to watch. Armando showed her how to load the gun, about the safety, and then had her hold it. He then placed protection over her ears. Now, take aim at the can and pull the trigger. She stood with her hands on the gun, pointed it at the can and fired. It didn't come anywhere near the target. She was so disappointed and turned to the guys who were watching her. The gun was pointing their way. Damn, I missed. Everyone immediately backed away as Armando hurried over to her. He placed his hand over hers and lowered the gun. Jada, do not point the gun at people unless you plan on shooting them. I wasn't going to shoot anyone.
It's loaded, and you being inexperienced with your finger still on the trigger, it could have gone off. I don't want you killing one of my men.
Let's try this again, and I'll help you. He had her turn around, and as he stood behind her, he placed his arms over hers and his hands on top of her hands. Now, hold the gun steady in both hands and concentrate on the target. Take the shot and aim for the middle of the can. When he removed his hands and she fired, she once again missed. Seeing the disappointment on her face, he tried to reassure her that she would eventually get it with more practice. For over 2 hours she tried, getting closer to hitting her target. On the last shot she made, she was so excited that she jumped into his arms and hugged him. Did you see that? Yes, you did good, but we'll call it a day for now. But I'm just getting the hang of it. Can't we stay just a while longer? No, but tomorrow we'll come back. You need much more practice. Now we will go home and start your workout. Workout? What kind of workout? In my gym, you will be working your muscles. You need to build your strength in case you have to fight off an attack. I will teach you some moves to help you with that. When they got back to the apartment, she changed into shorts and a tank top and met him in his home gym. It was a turn on seeing him in his sweatpants and a tank top that showed off his muscles. He wasted no time in getting her started.
First, I want you on the treadmill for 20 minutes, and then you'll do some push-ups. After that, you'll be lifting some weights.
Is all that necessary? Yes, it is, he said, pointing to the treadmill. 20 minutes later, she was on the floor doing push-ups. Not used to it, she wasn't doing it right, so he got down and showed her. She got a kick out of watching him and knew he was showing off. You're such a show-off, and there's no way I can do what you're doing. Really, using one hand on the ground with the other behind your back. He laughed, and yes, he was showing off. Just do it the easy way then. She did as many as she could and stopped, refusing to do any more. That was when he got her to lift some weights. Not being able to lift the ones he gave her, she started complaining. Are you insane? This is way too heavy for me to lift. Okay, I'll start you off with these ones, he said, handing her ones that were a lot lighter. Her muscles were hurting, and she was getting tired and dropped the weights. I've had enough. You've been working me hard for over 3 hours. All right, we'll start over tomorrow after we come back from practice shooting. When are you going to show me those defense moves you were talking about? One step at a time, he said, tossing a towel towards her so that she could wipe the sweat from her face. You did real good today. Wiping her face, she stared at him with an angry expression on her face. I'm really sore. You worked me too hard. So, tonight you can order takeout because I sure as hell am not going to be cooking. All right, he said as she stormed out of the room. After showering, he ordered the takeout and waited for her to join him. Her hair was still damp from her shower, and she had on a white sundress. I ordered Thai. I hope that's okay. It's perfect, but when will it get here? I'm starving. Any minute now, so I'll go ahead and open the wine. Will Boris be joining us? Not tonight. He has business to take care of. Why? Are you afraid to be alone with me? I'm not scared of you, she said, scoffing. It's just that he's been here ever since I started doing the cooking. That's because you're such an amazing cook, and the man sure does love his food. Ah, the food is here. After they had eaten, and the dishes put away, they went and sat on the sofa with their glass of wine. When she started rubbing her shoulder, he asked if she was okay. No, I'm not okay. My muscles are killing me. I have never felt this sore in all my life. Why did we have to do all that in one day? I would have enjoyed target practice more. Guns are not always available, so you need to know how to fight off your attacker. I have an idea. Come with me, he said, standing up and holding out his hand for her to take.
Where are we going?
To your bedroom. She stopped, causing him to stop. Oh, you can just forget it. It dawned on him what she was thinking, and he smiled. It's not what you're thinking. I'm going to give you a back massage. It will help to relieve the pain and relax your muscles. So what now? She asked when they got inside her room. Take off your clothes and lay on the bed, on your stomach. I should have known you were only trying to get me naked. Get out. He smirked. As much as I want to see you naked, that's not what I'm doing. I just meant for you to put on something, like shorts and a top. Or topless would be better. You know, so that I can give you a better massage. Yeah, right. I'll change in the bathroom. When she came out, she laid on the bed as he instructed. She felt the weight of him when he got on top of her. Then her eyes closed when his hands moved over her back. He used just the right amount of pressure, and she felt her muscles relaxing. A soft moan escaped her lips as he continued rubbing her back and shoulders. He smiled when he heard the moan, and he leaned down and whispered in her ear. How does that feel? Amazing, she said in a dreamlike state. If you think this feels good, you should turn on your back and let me massage your front. I'm sure there's a lot of tension down below. Yes, she said as her eyes began to close. Then her eyes popped open when she realized what he had said. I knew it would lead to this. Get off me now, she yelled at him.
Okay, calm down. I was only joking with you. Or was I? He said as he kissed her cheek. He jumped off her and stood by the bed.
She just happened to notice how the bulge inside his pants grew, and she chuckled. I think someone needs to take a cold shower. He looked down and back at her. I can think of a better way than to shower, but I will need your help. Good night, Armando. Good night, Bella, he said as he left her room. She laid back down, thinking about what had taken place. It felt so good, and not just the message, but the way his hands felt on her body. She could feel how hard his cock was as it was pressed against her. If only he knew how close she was to giving in, he would never have left her. Standing under the cool water, he couldn't stop thinking of her. The shower was not helping to ease his swollen manhood. Even though he had agreed to be just friends, he was having trouble sticking to it. There were times when he didn't know why he was so attracted to her. She had a temper, would yell, and was so stubborn. She was feisty and spoke her mind, even when he told her to be quiet. Yet she had stolen his heart. Stepping out of the shower, he made up his mind that she was going to be his. No way was he giving up on the only woman he felt this way for. The next few days there was more training, even harder than the first time. His men all enjoyed watching their boss get cursed out by Jada. No one else would ever dare talk to him the way he was letting her. Boris knew Armando didn't mind her yelling and swearing at him. Instead, he seemed to get a kick out of it. Hell, sometimes he went the extra mile just to piss her off. After that first massage, she wouldn't let him give another one, much to his disappointment. During dinner, he looked at her and smiled. "You have done remarkable the last 2 weeks. I think it's time for us to go out and have some fun." "Yes, and hopefully the killer will make a move," she replied.
"Yeah," he said, drumming his fingers on the table. He hated the thought of anyone hurting her and knew no matter how much training she had, it wouldn't be enough to protect her. That is where he and his men would come in.
Chapter 10. That night, not sure where he was taking her, she decided on a simple blue dress and heels. When she entered the living room, he was wearing dress pants, a white shirt and jacket, no tie. "Where are we going?" she asked, sitting down to put her shoes on. "To dinner, and then I want to stop by the club and check up on how things are going. By the way, you look very lovely." This time Armando was the one who drove. They were the only ones in the car, but she knew others were following behind. They went to an Italian restaurant, and she asked him to order for her. He started off by ordering a shrimp cocktail, followed by risotto, and for dessert, 𝒂𝒐𝒏.
"I hope you enjoyed your meal,"
he said when the dessert was served. She smiled when she looked at him. "Oh yes, everything was so delicious. This dessert is amazing. I'm so glad you ordered for me. But to be honest, I'm getting full, so I may not be able to finish my 𝒂𝒏." "That's quite all right." He waited until she pushed her dessert away before asking for the bill and paying for it. Reaching the club and getting out, she noticed his men getting out of their vehicles. As normal, they followed behind them. "Looks like it's a busy night," she said as they reached the door. "Yes, and that is good," he replied as he led her inside and up the stairs to his private table. "I ordered you a glass of wine, and I hope you don't mind if I leave you for a few moments. I just have to go into my office and check out something." "Oh, so you're leaving unprotected," she said, joking. "Trust me, you are in no danger. My men are keeping an eye on you, and no one will get close. I could just go with you to your office. Or is there something in there that you don't want me to see?" "I've nothing to hide. I thought you would enjoy watching what's going on down below. But if you would rather come with me, you're more than welcome." "I'm just teasing you. I'll wait for you here unless someone comes up and asks me to dance." He leaned over, his mouth close to her cheek. "I know you don't like dancing to what is played here. I won't be long, so behave and stay here." He then kissed her cheek and walked away. It took him longer than he thought, and when he came out, she was not there. He became very angry and rushing down the stairs confronted one of his men and grabbed him by the collar. "You were supposed to keep an eye on Miss Torres. Where is she?" he hissed through tight lips. "Sir, I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. Said she was bored and is now sitting at the bar talking to the bartender. We're still watching her." Armando released him and headed to where she was and grabbed her arm to get her attention.
"I thought I told you to stay put."
She yanked her arm from his grip. "I'm not a dog that you can order around. This is not a game. And how can I keep you safe if you don't follow my orders? Because of this stunt, I might not take you out again. No more using you as bait. Knowing she was in the wrong, and not wanting to risk being allowed out, she decided to use her feminine wiles. Placing her hand on his chest, smiled sweetly at him. I'm sorry. I should have listened, but I was bored and thought that whoever we were looking for would approach me. I knew your men were keeping an eye on me, so I didn't think I would be in any danger. Looking into her eyes, he melted, his anger disappearing. Just promise me you won't do this again.
I promise, she said, removing her hand.
As they were leaving, 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 appeared. He looked from her to Armando. John, you're becoming quite the regular here. I like it here. The strippers are so beautiful, but the dancing I don't care for. He looked back at Jada. Again we meet, my dear, and yet Armando has not introduced us. My name is 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, and you are?
Jada Torres, she said, when Armando didn't seem like he was going to say it.
Torres, he said and hesitated before speaking. Oh, and what a lovely name Jada is, he said, taking her hand and kissing the back of it. Armando's eyes grew dark and placed his arm around her waist. If you will excuse us, we were just leaving. Won't you both stay and have a drink with me? Maybe another time, he said as he led her out. I hate that man. Why do you hate him so much? I just do, and when he kissed your hand, I wanted to strangle him with my bare hands. When they were in the car, and he started it, she looked at him. He seemed angry and deep in thought. Armando, I think he's very creepy, and I almost threw up when he touched me. It was clear that he liked it when she said that. I'm glad to hear that, he said, smiling at her. Were you jealous? She asked, knowing he was. What do I have to be jealous of? I am younger and much better looking. Don't you agree? My, you are so vain. They were almost home when his man, Frank, called him on his cell. Boss, someone is following us. What do you want us to do? Let's drive out of the city and see if he's still following. If they are, we'll surround them, so call in and have a few men meet us 5 miles out of town. Armando, what's wrong? Frank thinks we're being followed, but I'm sure it's nothing. No need to worry, he said when he noticed she looked scared. When I'm with you, I don't worry, she said, looking over at him. She could tell he was tense and how he kept feeling the inside of his pocket for his gun. Once they were far enough from the city and his men had shown up, they hid out of sight. Suddenly, the car that was following sped up and shots were fired. Armando served and was surrounded by his own men. They all got out of their vehicles with guns raised. He looked at Jada and took out a gun from under the seat and handed it to her. You will be safe here, but lay down to avoid any bullets that might fly this way. Take this gun just in case something goes wrong. Whatever you do, stay in the car. He and his men started shooting. The other vehicle was outnumbered and stopped and got out. They all stopped the firing and kept their guns raised. Armando spoke to the 4 men. All of you, drop your weapons and get down on the ground with your hands behind your head. Do you think you can shoot at us and get away with it? What reason do you have to disturb my evening out? Only one was brave enough to reply. We were given orders to do whatever it took to get the girl. We thought you were alone, didn't know you had your men with you. Please don't kill us. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you live if you tell me who hired you. I don't know. Armando cocked his gun. Wrong answer. The man speaking started shaking and waved his hands around. I swear I'm telling you the truth. We got a call. He wouldn't give his name, but asked if we wanted to make 5 grand.
Do you expect me to believe that? You guys shot at us, and I cannot forgive you and the others. Now stop playing games and tell me who hired you. I don't know. It was all done over the phone, and the money was left in our mailbox. We didn't ask questions.
Too bad. Now you must pay for what you did. Armando, stop. Jada said as she ran towards him, placing her hand on his arm. I thought I told you to stay in the car. Look at them, they are just boys. Whoever hired them must have known they couldn't achieve this assignment. Perhaps it was just a scare tactic to get your attention. So what do you want me to do with them? Let them go. I cannot do that. He looked at the men who were shaking. Would you like to work for me? If you do, then you will have to go through some very intense training. The 4 men looked at each other and nodded their heads. They let the man who seemed to be the leader speak. Yes, we would be honored to work for you, Mr. Valentino. Okay then, you'll go with my men. But I warn you, you better be loyal to me. I will keep an eye on you all until I know I can trust you. Go now before I change my mind. When they got in the car and drove off, she knew he was angry with her. Armando, I know you're angry. He slammed on the brakes and turned, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. You will never interfere with what I'm doing again. They are so young, and I couldn't let you kill them. She let out a cry of distress from the pain in her arms from his tight grip. You're hurting me. He released her and sat back in his seat. You need to obey me when I give you an order. They were angry with each other and didn't speak on their drive back to his place. Once there, she stormed inside and went to her room, leaving him there stewing. An hour later, he was on his 2nd drink when Boris showed up. He knew his boss was mad by the way he was cursing and pacing. Armando, I leave for one night and you get into trouble. The guys told me what went down and how Jada stopped you from doing what you were going to. I wasn't going to kill them, just scare them. But no, she had to intervene, and in front of my men, I could wring her neck.
I take it she's not speaking to you now.
No, she's not. I was a bit rough on here. But damn it, why can't she be like other women and stay quiet? Jada is not like other women, and that's what you like about her. You should go and apologize to her now. Why should I when she was the one in the wrong? Because she just might put poison in your breakfast, or worse, laxatives, he said, chuckling at his joke. I wouldn't put it past her, the latter one of course, he said with a smile on his face. Go now and we'll talk in the morning. He went to her room and knocked. Not getting an answer, he walked in. The door to the bathroom opened, and she walked out wearing nothing but a towel. The lights were turned down low, and she didn't know he was there until she dropped the towel and turned around. She screamed and reached down to pick up her towel and tried to hide behind it, but not before he got a good look at her naked body. Oh my God, you scared the shit out of me. I knocked but received no answer. So you just decided to come in anyways. For crying out loud, turn around so that I can put something on. Why bother since I've already seen everything? Armando, she screamed at him. With a big smile on his face, he turned around. I just wanted to apologize to you for being so rough and hurting you. I'm sorry. You should be, she snapped as she put on a robe. So you apologized, now you can leave. He walked over to her and placed his hand on her cheek. Since I've had the pleasure of seeing you naked, I should return the favor. After I remove my clothes, we should go to bed together and explore each other's bodies. I don't care to see you, so get out. He rubbed his thumb over her cheek. I think you are lying. I can see in your eyes and the way your chest is heaving that I turn you on and that you want me. She swatted his hand away and took a few steps back. Get over yourself. Now go. It took all of her willpower not to give in as she closed the door behind him, leaning against it. It was getting harder to resist him. Her body would tingle and her core would throb whenever he got close to her. Chapter 11. She gave him the old snake eye when she entered the kitchen the next morning. Not speaking to him, she poured herself a cup of coffee and started making breakfast.
So, I gather you're not talking to me, he said, watching her every move.
I've got nothing to say to you, except where's Boris? He's out running an errand for me. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Come sit and talk to me. I want to apologize for walking into your room without permission, although I do not apologize for seeing you naked.
It won't happen again because I plan on locking the door every night.
When she stayed by the stove, he went over and put his arms around her waist, his mouth close to her ear. Tell me, Bella, do you really think a locked door would keep me out if I wanted to get to you? He then started kissing the side of her neck and was pleased when she didn't try to stop him. His hands moved up and cupped her breasts as his lips moved sensuously over the side of her neck. She closed her eyes, enjoying the way he was kissing her and how it felt as he gently caressed her breasts. She could feel her core throbbing and her panties getting damp. A small moan escaped her lips when he sucked lightly on her flesh. When they heard the door opening and footsteps coming their way, they broke apart. Boris walked in, carrying what looked like a box of Danish pastries. He couldn't help noticing the smile on Armando's face and how her face was flushed. He knew he had walked into an intimate moment. I brought us some pastries from Mills. Am I in time for breakfast? She cleared her throat. The eggs are burnt. Sit down and I'll make more. Armando went and sat down with Boris. So, how did it go? I hope you came with some information about last night. I checked out the new guys, and as far as I can tell, they were telling the truth. We both know you have a lot of enemies, but no one would dare try anything. I just can't figure out who would want to kidnap Jada. There's always that one who will try and probably figured they could get to me by taking her. Was there anything in Mr. 𝒍�𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏's apartment that might give us a hint of who he was talking with? Nothing, but I'm sure the killer would have removed any trace, Boris said as she handed them both a plate of food. Are you not joining us? Armando asked. No, not hungry, but I will take one of the pastries. Opening the lid and seeing a chocolate eclair, picked it up. I'll take it to my room and eat while I change into my swimsuit. You're going swimming now? Armando asked as he dug into his food. Yes, she replied as she left the room. He couldn't wait for Boris to leave. He was going to follow her into the pool and take up where they had left off. What seemed like forever, Boris finally left, and he went and changed. Seeing her in the pool, he jumped in, startling her. Don't you have to go anywhere? She asked, feeling a little nervous. He swam over and cornered her against the wall. I'm where I want to be. He lowered his head and kissed her. It was not a tender one, but one of passion and just a tad rough. Her lips tasted so sweet and her body felt so soft, which got his shaft hard. Jada, you drive me crazy with desire. I want you, and I can't wait much longer. She tilted her head back when his lips traveled down her neck to her breasts. She felt the stirring of desire building within her. His mouth sucked on her nipple through the thin material of her bikini top. She just about lost it when his one hand moved down, going inside the bottoms, and began rubbing over her pussy. Letting out a moan, she placed her hands on his chest and moved him away.
Where are you going?
He asked, feeling sexually frustrated. She got out and started drying off with the towel and looked at him. I thought I would go to the bedroom.
Oh, was all he said.
Armando, I'm going to your bedroom, she said with a smile on her face. Yes, she was ready and wanted him so badly. Hearing this, he was out of the pool so fast and went over to her. Grabbing the towel, he tossed it down and wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. When she put her legs around his waist, he carried her to his room as they continued to kiss. There he placed her on the bed, pulled off her bikini bottoms, and removed his suit. Getting into bed, he straddled her, ripping the top of her suit and throwing it off the bed. There was something so hot about the way he tore it off her that got her so horny. She arched her back when he put one of her breasts in his mouth and sucked. His tongue licked and teased while his one hand moved between her legs. Oh, Armando, she screamed out his name when he stroked her into an orgasm. But then he moved down, placing his face over her pussy and his tongue moved back and forth. He stimulated her vagina and clitoris, which resulted in her having an explosive orgasm. He was pleased with himself for giving her 2 orgasms in a row and was going for another. His mouth came down hard on hers as he raised himself above her. After a long and passionate kiss, he smiled at her, loving how her fingers moved over his chest. Now I am going to make love to you until you beg me to stop. Are you on the pill? Yes, but you should still wear a condom, she said as she tried to catch her breath and anticipated what was to come next. No, I will never wear one with you. I want to feel you, not some damn latex. Before she could speak another word, she felt his hard manhood when with one thrust entered her. She let out a gasp. It felt as though he was going to split her wide open, but it felt so good when he moved inside her. He would go fast, then slow down and back to fast. Reaching above her head, she held on to the bedpost as he continued pounding inside her. Her body was soaked with sweat, as was his. She loved the feeling of his dick hitting her inner walls and the deepest part of her pussy. It felt like heaven. He held off until she came before he took his own release. It felt so good being inside her, feeling how wet she was, and the warmth felt amazing. He collapsed on top of her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. She ran her hand up and down his back, panting and feeling so satisfied. He was one hell of a lover, passionate. She was totally exhausted by the time he was done. Once his heart stopped racing, he rolled over onto his side, his hand resting on her stomach. Jada, I don't want you to go back to Spain. She turned her head to look at him. What are you saying? I'm saying I want you to stay here with me. I don't want to let you go. You don't have to answer me right away. If you wish to wait until everything is settled and your father's murderer is caught to decide. But my home is in Spain, and my aunt lives there. I can't just leave her all alone. You said your aunt has her own business and friends, or she can move here and live with us. I will do anything for you, anything to keep you with me. I'm not sure what I want to do at this point. Who knows what the future holds for us? Something could go wrong. I do know that I will never let anyone hurt you. I will protect you with my life. It won't be an easy life, what with being followed by guards. At times it could get dangerous, but we are well protected. Why me? I'm sure there are many women who would love to be with you. I don't want anyone else, only you. When she went quiet, he didn't want to pressure her, so he kissed her on the lips. Let's go take a shower, and then I'll order some takeout. She smiled back at him, feeling a little bit naughty. I am feeling somewhat dirty and could use a good cleaning. Would you like to take on the job? It will be my pleasure, he said, getting out of bed and reaching for her hand. Oh, he cleaned her all right, then got her dirty again. While they were eating their Chinese food, she asked where Boris was since he usually ate his meals with them. I told him to get lost this evening so that we could be alone. Why so concerned about him? Do you fancy him? Would you be jealous? Yes, I would be jealous of any man you look at or those who look at you. I am a very possessive man and will not share you with another. She reached her hand over to touch his cheek. I like Boris. He's a good man, but I'm not attracted to him, though I do think his Russian accent is very SXY. What about me? Do you not like my Italian accent and find it SXY? I find everything about you SXY. Your accent, your body, and your rugged ways. I've always found powerful men appealing. You are feared by many, but not me. I do not scare you. No, not at all, and I know you would never hurt me. To everyone else you come across as being tough, even cruel, but I see the other side of you. I wasn't aware I had another side. Well, you do, a soft and loving side. The only thing I don't like is how you boss me around sometimes. I do that to keep you safe since you often go against my orders. He took her hand and pulled her onto his lap, his hand going between her legs. We spent the last few hours making love, but now I'm going to fuck you for a few more hours, he said. Picking her up in his arms, he carried her back to bed. In the morning, he was dressed and ready to go out. He sat on the bed watching her until she opened her eyes. "Good morning, beautiful," he said, leaning over and kissing her. She traced his lips with her fingertips after the long and passionate kiss. "Are you going out?" "Yes, but I won't be gone long. I know you must be tired from last night, so stay and get some sleep. When I get back, I'll take you shopping." "Shopping for what?" "A dress." "Why do I need a new dress?" Always with the questions. "Okay, I've been invited to Mr. Caves' place for a dinner party, and you are coming with me." "I thought he was your enemy and you didn't like him." "I hate the man, but to refuse him would be an insult. Right now we have an agreement, one where we will not interfere with the other. We agreed to be civil to each other. I don't trust him and would still like to keep an eye on him." "Is this a fancy dinner with a bunch of Mafia men and their wives?" "Yes, but many of them will take their mistresses. I wouldn't get close to those women. They are all backstabbers and snobs." This made her angry. "That's so disgusting. Married men cheating on their wives. I would never stay with a man who would do that." He stroked her cheek as he stared deeply into her eyes. "I am not that kind of man. I am a one-woman man." "I'm glad," she said, placing her hand over his. "You better get going before Boris comes charging in here, thinking that I had done you in after all." He laughed, remembering how in the beginning Boris was worried she would poison him, or worse. "Get some sleep, and I'll be back before you know it." Chapter 12. Shortly after noon, they went shopping. He sat in the chair while she tried on several dresses, and she would model each one for him to see. She tried on 4 dresses, and with each one, he shook his head no. "Armando, what was wrong with the last 3? I thought they were lovely, and yet you shake your head no." "They were too SXY, revealed more than I want John to see. Pick something that doesn't show off so much of your breasts." "I guess I could ask the sales clerk to send in a granny dress, one that covers me from head to toe. Will that make you happy?" she asked with sarcasm. "Bella, no need to get upset with me. Wait here, I'll be right back." He came back 5 minutes later, carrying a sleeveless red, ribbed round neck dress. "This is pretty," he said, handing it to her. "Try it on." "Yeah, it's not bad, and I do love the material." He didn't have to wait long for her to return, wearing the dress. He went over and took her hand in his. "It's perfect. You'll wear this one to the dinner party." He turned to the clerk. "We'll take this and the other 4 that she tried on." "Armando," she said, placing her hand on his arm. "What are you doing? I don't need all of them. You liked them and so do I. You're going to spoil me." "I want to besides. You look so SXY in those other dresses, especially the white one with the slit up the one side. That one I can run my hand up your leg," he said with a naughty grin on his face. "Armando, the sales clerk can hear you." He smiled and glanced at the clerk. "Am I not right?" The poor clerk blushed and, gathering up the dress, said she'd be back for the one Jada was still wearing. "Shame on you. You've embarrassed the poor woman." She tossed up her hands and headed to the change room. "You just don't care. I give up." When she got inside the small room, she turned around when he also entered, shutting and locking the door behind him. "Let me help you out of that dress," he said, placing his hand on her shoulders and turning her around. When she heard the zipper being pulled down and his lips on her neck, she knew what he had in mind. "We can't, not here," she said as her eyes slowly closed. "Yes, we can, and we will." Now, when the female clerk came back to get the dress and she heard noises coming from the changing room, she fled. 20 minutes later, when the couple came out, carrying the dress, the clerk couldn't look them in the eye. Knowing who Armando was, there wasn't any way she was going to report them. After all, He had just spent a fortune, and she would get a huge commission. What made it even better was that he gave her a $200 tip, telling her it was for her discretion. The night of the party, he was feeling anxious. His gut was telling him something would go wrong. It was just a simple dinner party, and yet he felt as though John was up to something. "Armando," she said after seeing the worried look on his face. He turned to look at her and smiled. "You look lovely. How is it that even in a plain dress you can look so sexy? You flatter me too much." Walking over, she fixed his tie, looking deep into his eyes. He had a way of making her heart melt and knew she was falling for him. "I'm ready to go," she said, removing her hand. Arriving at the party, Boris and 3 others followed behind them. They were greeted at the door by the butler, who showed them into the room where others were already gathered. Armando kept his arm around her waist, each taking a glass of champagne from the waiter. John walked over to them, extending his hand to Armando. "I'm so glad you made it tonight and brought Miss Torres. You know many who are here, so I will let you mingle and we'll talk later." When the man was gone, Boris leaned over and spoke softly into his boss's ear. "Soon he will go down." Armando held up his hand to silence him. He didn't have to say anything. Boris knew what his boss was saying.
Since she was standing next to them, she heard Boris, and when she and Armando were alone, she asked him,
What did he mean by that? "It is nothing. Let's just mingle, and I'll introduce you to some of the guests." When dinner was ready and they were shown into the dining room, it just happened that she and Armando were seated next to John. She had never seen a table so big that it could hold over 40 people. Then again, every room in this mansion was larger than most rooms. "I do hope you will enjoy the meal I had my chefs make. They even prepared some Spanish dishes," he said, placing his hand over the top of hers. She discreetly removed her hand. There was no need to go to so much trouble. She didn't have to look at Armando when John touched her to know he was becoming angry. His hand was on her knee, and he added pressure. That was until she slipped her hand out from under John's. "It was no trouble, my dear." During the meal, Armando and John talked while everyone else made conversation amongst each other. She sat back and looked around at all the hired men standing, watching their bosses and making sure neither party tried anything. Armando may have been talking politely to John, but inside he was seething with hate and anger for the man. When the meal was over, John asked if he could talk to him in private. "Jada, this won't take long, so can you entertain yourself for a few minutes? My men will be watching over you." "Of course, I'll go talk to Carol. She seems nice." John took him to his office, along with some of their men, and he wasted no time in getting down to business. "Armando, have you given any thought to us joining our family together? It could be very profitable for both of us." The last thing he wanted was to be involved with John, but for now, he had to appear as if he was. It was part of his plan to take him down and destroy his organization. It had taken him years to get this close to the man, years of watching and planning. "I am giving it some serious thought. It would be a big undertaking and not one to enter into lightly. Give me more time to think about it, and in the meantime, we will continue to respect what we have now." When Armando walked out with his men, John turned to his head guy. "He better go along with it."
"Boss,
"What if he doesn't? Then I will put our next plan into motion, one I should have stuck with instead of trying to get him to join me. I will not wait much longer for his decision." Armando looked around and, spotting Jade, went over, putting his arm around her waist. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long."
Not at all.
And did your meeting go well with Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏? It's all good. Now would you like to go home where I can remove this dress and do some very naughty things to you?"
Before she could answer, a man walked over and asked to speak to him. She smiled at Armando. "Go ahead, and I will go out onto the patio to get some fresh air." He signaled to 2 of his men to follow her and turned around to talk to the gentleman. Jada was standing by the railing, looking up at the sky when she heard footsteps approaching. Thinking it was Armando, she turned and was disappointed to see it was John. "I hope you are enjoying the evening." "Yes, it was lovely, and the meal was delicious. You must give your chef my regards." "I will. I must say that Armando is very possessive of you. I am surprised that he let you come out here alone." "Oh, but I'm not alone," she said, motioning towards the 2 bodyguards. "Of course, foolish me. I should have known he wouldn't leave you unprotected. Do you mind if I smoke?" "Not at all. It's your home, so do as you like." He reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette, then his lighter. After lighting his smoke, he laid the packet and the lighter on the edge of the railing. She watched as he laid it down and felt as if she was going to pass out.
Are you all right?
John asked when he saw how pale her face had turned. Her heart was racing, and she felt sick. Holding on to the railing, she avoided looking at him. "I don't feel well. Excuse me, I need to go find Armando." The 2 guards followed right behind her. They became worried when she raced past them and knew if anything happened to her, their lives would be over. Armando just happened to see her and the guards entering the room and rushed over.
Jada, what's wrong?
When she didn't answer, he looked at his men and snapped, "What's going on?" "We don't know, sir. Miss Torres was outside talking to Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, and the next thing we knew, she ran past us." He turned his attention to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "What did that man do or say to you that has you so upset?" He knew it had to be bad by the way she was shaking and had fear in her eyes. "Not here. Take me home." He knew better than to try and get her to talk, so he escorted her out of the mansion and over to his car. There he stopped and asked her once again what had happened.
It's him. He's the murderer.
"Jada, what and who are you talking about?" "Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, he murdered my father and James. I know it was him." "What makes you think it was him?" "By his lighter." "I don't understand," he said, looking into her eyes that were filling with tears. "Boss, perhaps we should go back to your place and discuss this." "Yes, let's go," he said, helping her into the car. He wrapped his arms around her when she started shaking. He wanted to know what she was talking about, but knew it was best to wait until she settled down. Back at his place, he and Boris sat with her, handing her a glass of water. "Are you ready to talk now?" She nodded her head. "When I went to see James, I noticed a gold light on his end table. It had the initials JC on it with a diamond in between the J and the C." She took another deep breath. "I thought it was strange him having it since he told me he didn't smoke." "Why didn't you mention it before now?" "I never thought about it till now when I saw Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 with it. Don't you see? He had to have gone back for it and then killed James."
Boss, we didn't see any lighter when we went back to the apartment.
Jada is right. He is the murderer and the one who tried to frame you. Jada became emotional and stood up, looking down at Armando. "Why are we still sitting here and not going back to kill him?" He stood, grabbing her by the shoulders. "Jada, we can't just go charging in there firing our guns. There are some innocent people at that party, and we need to make a plan." "Why? You have taught me to shoot and said I was good." "We'll wait until everyone is gone, then go." "I said we need to plan, and you will not be going with us. I want you to stay here where you'll be safe." She swatted his hands away and stood staring angrily at him. "No way. You said you would let me be the one to kill him. I thought you were a man who kept his word." "Not this time. You will do as I say." She placed her hands on his chest and pushed him back, making him stumble backwards. "You bastard," she screamed at him. "You can't me, and I'll find a way." Both men watched as she stormed away and heard the bedroom door slamming. Chapter 13. Boris placed his hand on Armando's shoulder. "I have never seen a woman this angry. You know we can't let her get involved. It will destroy what we have been trying to achieve the last few years.
I know,
He replied. So what are you going to do? I'll think of something. You can leave now and I'll go talk to her. You aren't going to tell her the truth, are you? I wish I could, but I know that's not possible at this time. Tomorrow gather the men for a meeting and we will discuss our next step. It's too soon to take action again, Mr. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒐𝒏. We need more proof of what he's been doing. Don't you think I know that? It's just that I know you have fallen in love with Jade, and a man in love can make mistakes. You must not lose focus. Boris, I said I'd take care of it. Now go before I lose my temper with you. When he was alone, he went to see her. Not find her in his room, he went to hers. Knocked once, and not getting an answer, he walked right in. I was expecting to find you in my room. Picking up one of her shoes, she threw it at him, only missing him by an inch. If you think I will sleep with you again, you are out of your mind. You promised that I could be the one to kill him, and now you go back on your word. When he went to move closer, she held up the other shoe, so he stopped. Bella, he started to say, but had to duck when she threw the other shoe. Stay away from me, and don't call me Bella. He was beginning to lose his patience with her, and went over and grabbed her arms. Just stop this childish behavior now and listen to me. You might think you can just walk up to him and shoot. John is always heavily guarded, and his men will not hesitate in killing a woman. There was a moment of silence between them before he spoke. He reached up and stroked her cheek with the back of his fingers. You have to trust me when I say I can't let you be involved. I couldn't live if anything happened to you. I'm sorry I had to break my promise to you. But you are not trained for such things. It's easy to point a gun at someone and another thing to shoot and kill them. She stared deeply into his eyes. But why does it have to take so long? What are you keeping from me? There are things you don't know, and I am not at liberty to tell you at this time. I am asking you to trust me and let me handle John. She turned her back to him, crossing her arms. I guess I don't have any choice. He placed his arms around her waist. Come back to my room and sleep with me. She removed his arms and walked away. No, I'm still mad at you. If you care about me as much as you say you do, then tell me your secret. I can't. Then leave this room and me alone. Tomorrow I will leave and go to a hotel. Like hell, you will stay here where I can keep you safe.
So once again, you are keeping me prisoner. It's not to keep me safe. You just want to fuck me. Good luck with that. Now get out.
He let out a growl from deep in the back of his throat and left the room, cursing as he headed to his room and started removing his clothes. He had never met a woman so hot-headed and stubborn in his whole life. He had just fallen asleep when his phone rang. It was one of his men saying the guard at the bottom of his private elevator was out cold. Jumping out of bed and getting dressed, he called Boris to come right away. He went to Jada's room, and she wasn't there. He then searched the other rooms, and still no sign of her. What's going on, boss? Jada is gone, he said as he went to get his gun and noticed one of them was missing. Damn it, she took one of my guns. They hurried out, and when they got downstairs, his guard was lying on the ground, out cold. Armando checked for a pulse and found one. He looked up at the men standing around. She used the method I taught her, damn her. He then stood and faced everyone. His anger was directed at his men. How the hell did none of you see Miss Torres leave? What the hell am I paying you for? Armando, she couldn't have gotten far, Boris said, trying to calm him down. We know where she's probably heading. We'll go look for her. When they got to where his car was supposed to be, it was gone. She took my fucking car.
Boss, it will be easy to find her. Let's go.
Getting into another vehicle, it didn't take long to catch up to her. It was a powerful car, and since she wasn't used to driving it, she was moving slower than normal. Boris, speed up and get in front, swerve and block her in. It worked. She had no choice but to stop. Getting out of the car, Armando walked over to her. He opened the car door. His face had turned red, and he began yelling, "Get the fuck out now." When she remained seated, he grabbed her arm and pulled her out. She had never seen him this angry before, and it scared her. She cringed but refused to speak as he practically dragged her over to the other car and pushed her inside. He sat in the back with her as Boris drove and held out his hand.
"Give me the gun and my car keys."
Her hands shook when she took them from her purse and handed them to him. She was still too afraid to speak. "And your phone?" "Why?" she managed to say. "You have lost that privilege and will be locked in your room until I have finished my business with John."
"You can't do that,"
she cried out. Once they got back to his apartment, he gripped her arm in his hand and didn't let go until they were inside. She struggled to be free, making it hard for him to drag her to the bedroom. He was still not speaking and was angry, so he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. "Put me down, you beast," she screamed. When they got to her room, he put her down, glaring angrily at her. "Stay here," he snapped. Leaving the room, he locked the door.
Boris was waiting for Armando. He had poured them both a drink. When his boss took it and finished it in one swallow, he poured him another one.
Armando sat down, rubbing his forehead. "What am I going to do with her? She keeps disobeying me and putting herself in danger. Now she pulls this stunt. I want to talk to that guard now." "I'll get him here," Boris said as he dialed his phone. When the man showed up, he was nervous as hell, knowing he had screwed up. "Sit down," Armando barked. "Do you want to explain to me how you let her leave this apartment?" "Sir, when she came down, she said that you told her to go down and wait for you in the lobby. When my back was turned, I felt her fingers on my neck. I don't know what happened next until I came to." "Did you not think how ridiculous that sounds? You and the others know that I never let her leave this apartment without me. I'm going to let this one mistake on your part slide. But one more screw up, and you will pay a high price. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir. It will never happen again."
"It better not. Now get out." "Boss, I'm glad you went easy on him." "Now tell me, are you really going to keep her locked up in the bedroom?"
Armando ran his fingers through his hair as he paced back and forth. "I should, but maybe once I calm down, I'll let her out. Why can't she just behave and do as I say? I swear she is going to be the death of me." Boris chuckled. "She is a lot like you, so stubborn and impatient. That is why you are so drawn to her. You like her spunk. I'm going to get some sleep now." As soon as he was gone, Armando headed back to bed, but stopped in front of her door. He could hear her sobbing, and a sense of compassion overwhelmed him. She was sitting on the bed and looked up when he entered the room. He went over and sat on the bed, reaching over to wipe her tears away, but did not speak. He didn't want to forgive her, but seeing how upset she was, he couldn't stay mad at her. "Don't cry." "Armando, I'm so sorry. I realized that I was being impulsive and shouldn't have left. I was just so angry with you and wasn't thinking clearly. Please don't be mad at me." He took her chin in his hand as he stared into her eyes that melted his heart every single time. "You did a foolish thing, but as hard as I try, I can't stay mad at you. You know, you could have seriously hurt that guard. I did what you taught me, and I will apologize to him. Are you still going to keep me locked up in here? Please don't. I'll go crazy. How can I trust you not to pull another stunt like this? I have so much to worry about right now and can't concentrate on my job at hand if I am worried about you." "I promise that you have nothing to worry about. I will do as you say and believe that you have your reasons for not taking action on John yet." "I will give you one last chance," he said, stroking her cheek in a tender motion. "Can't I also have my phone back?" she asked with eyes that were pleading with him. "I'm not sure I should do that." "Armando, it's the only communication I have with my aunt. If I don't keep in touch, she will worry about me and might come here. You haven't told her what's been going on, have you? No, of course not. I told her I was taking a long vacation. She ran her fingers over his chest. Please, let me have my phone back. You play me like a fiddle, Bella, he said as he took the phone from his pocket and gave it to her. With a smile on her face, she hugged him and felt his arms going around her waist. Then when he lowered her down onto the bed and started kissing her, she kissed him back. These two can never stay mad at each other for long. His anger and love for her made him a passionate lover. Ripping off her clothes and removing his, he took her with a hungry ever known to man. He was a bit rough, and she liked it. It had her blood pumping as she clawed his back with her fingernails. When she bit his lip, he looked at her. I didn't know you were a biter. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? No, I rather liked it. You are the most sensuous woman I know, and you make the hottest SX face when we make love. Do you know what I like about you? She asked, touching his lips. My cock. No, well, yeah, but mostly how you make me feel when you touch me. How you can be rough and tender at the same time.
Are you going to keep talking, or would you like me to make love to you?
I'm your prisoner, so do what you want to me. My body is yours, Pappy. Pappy.
Oh, I like that. Sounds so naughty. I don't think I'll make love to you. Instead, I'm going to fuck you. Where are you going?
She asked when he got off her and out of bed.
I'll be right back,
he said and left the room butt naked. You got to be kidding me. You're leaving now, she grumbled out loud. He came back holding a blindfold and a pair of cuffs. It's time for us to try something a little more fun. She had an idea what he was up to and became even more aroused than before. He did not disappoint her. That night was the hottest and best SX they had ever had. The things he did to her had her so turned on and kept begging for more. She was at his mercy, and when he finally embedded himself inside her, she screamed out his name. They slept deeply that night in each other's arms. Chapter 14. When she woke up, he was awake, lying on his side watching her. She placed the palm of her hand on his cheek. Morning, she said, smiling at him. He placed his hand over hers. I love you. I had fallen for you that night you purposely spilled your drink at my bar. Oh, so you know it was on purpose? Yes, I noticed you the moment I walked into the bar, watching you out of the corner of my eye. I never miss anything. I'm in love with you too, she said, running her fingers over his short beard. Tell me about your life back in Italy. There is nothing to talk about. Armando, why will you not open up to me? I want to know everything about the man I will be living with. He raised himself up on his elbow, and a smile appeared. Are you telling me you've decided to stay with me? Yes, that is if you still want me.
Oh, Bella, I will never stop wanting you. But what will you tell your aunt?
The truth. I met a wonderful man and will be staying here. Let's take a shower and then I'll make you breakfast. After the shower and dressing, they walked hand in hand to the kitchen. Boris was already there, and seeing them he smiled. She made them all French toast and scrambled eggs, after she excused herself to go make a call to her aunt.
I see you have forgiven Jada,
he said, raising an eyebrow. The woman drives me crazy. 1 minute she is aggressive, and the next minute she cries. Her tears always work on me, and I cannot stay mad at her. Oh, she has you wrapped around her little finger. She is my angel and has agreed to stay here with me. She has also promised to behave and not do anything stupid like she did last night. I believe her and trust her. Boris knew there was no way to change Armando's mind once he made a decision. We need to gather the men together for a meeting to discuss Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏. He will want your answer soon. Yes, but not tonight. I'm taking Jade out to celebrate her living with me. Set it up for tomorrow, and we will move forward with our plan. It's time to finish it. Finish what? They both turned their heads when she spoke, hoping she hadn't heard what they were saying. Just business, and I was telling Boris that I am taking you out to celebrate. Dinner and dancing, would you like that? I'd love it, and when we go dancing, I want to see you do more than just slow dancing.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
You said you were good at doing the waltz tango. I also want to do the rumba. He chuckled. I can do many dances, but not that one. Well, if I'm going to be staying here, you are going to have to learn it. She placed her hand on his chest. I adore that dance, so don't disappoint me. Where are you going? He asked when she walked away. To rest up for tonight. He turned to Boris when he heard him snickering. What's so funny? I just can't picture you doing the rumba, but I am looking forward to it. It's never going to happen, Armando replied. Shall I book you a table at the restaurant and find a place that has ballroom dancing? Yes, and wipe that smirk off your face. While she was resting, he decided to work out in his gym. He started out on the punching bag, not bothering to put on gloves. Hitting something always relieved any stress he might be going through. He had been there for over 3 hours doing push-ups and other exercises when he heard her speak. You're working up like a sweat, she said, watching him. It was getting her hot and bothered when she saw his muscles flexing and the sweat rolling down his body. He dropped the weights and walked over to her, his body close to hers. Want to work a sweat with me? Not now, and you need a shower before we go to dinner. You're right, I need a shower and you're coming with me, he said. Picking her up, he put her over his shoulder and carried her to the bathroom. That night, over a delicious meal of champagne and lobster, he asked her how her aunt took the news. She wasn't happy and said, I hardly know you. She is worried that I'm making a mistake and that you'll hurt me. Then we will have to make a trip there and let her get to know me. I can be quite charming and she'll see I'm a good guy. You would do that? I will do anything for you and your happiness. I also want to see the place where you grew up. When the time is right, we'll go. They left the restaurant and headed to the dance club. Once seated and had ordered a drink, she got him up to dance. First one was a slow, romantic song. Shortly after, a waltz started, and true to his word, he showed her how well he could do it. You weren't lying when you said how good you were. I'm very impressed with you, she said, smiling up at him. When they sat down, a couple at the center stage and showed the crowd the tango and foxtrot. The couple were professional dancers and were hired to entertain the room. An hour later, the male dancer approached their table. He looked quite upset. Excuse me for interrupting your evening. My name is Antonio. My partner, Julia, has sprained her ankle and cannot do our closing dance. I've seen you on the dance floor and was impressed with your moves. Is there any chance you know how to do the rumba? Yes, actually, that's one of my favorites. Why do you ask? I need a partner and was wondering if you would help me out.
Oh, I know it so well, but I'm not a professional.
Please, I cannot disappoint all these people. She looked at Armando. What do you think I should do? If he were to be honest with himself, he didn't like the idea of her doing such a SXY dance with a stranger.
If you want to do it, I won't stop you.
Even if he had said no,
And knowing how stubborn she could be, would have done it just to spite him.
So without any practice, Antonio held out his hand for her to take, and they headed out onto the dance area. Moments later, the music played, and it began. Armando sat back and could feel the heat rising up his neck. She did look amazing, but he was furious as he watched the way Antonio was touching her. 2 fingers kept tapping the table, his eyes never leaving them. Boris stood back and could tell his boss was ready to explode, so he went and sat down with him. Armando, remember, it's just a dance and nothing personal. Don't do anything foolish like punching out the guy and making a scene. I can't make any promises, he replied. His eyes turned dark and his hands rolled up, making a fist. If you do, she will not forgive you. When the dance ended, everyone got to their feet and clapped, except for Armando. The anger built up when he saw the young man kiss her cheek. Then, when the crowd asked for an encore, he got to his feet and went over to them. "Jada, it's time to leave now." He didn't give her a chance to answer. He took her arm and led her back over to their table, picked up her purse, and handed it to her. "Why?" she asked. "I was having so much fun. Can't we stay just a little longer?" "No," was all he said, and walked her out. They sat in the back while Boris drove. She looked at him and could tell he was mad about something. "Armando, what's wrong and why did we have to leave so early?"
He did not reply, just kept looking forward.
"Oh my God, you're jealous. It was just a dance, for crying out loud. Answer me, damn it." "Not here," he snapped. She sat back and folded her arms across her chest, knowing it was no use talking to him when he was in this mood. The rest of the drive, and not until they were inside the apartment and alone, did she turn to him in anger. "What the hell is your problem?" "You will never do those types of dances with any man again," he said, his voice rising in an angry tone. "Excuse me," she snapped back. "You heard me. You can't tell me what to do. You're my woman, and so I can. I will never allow any man to touch you that way again." "My God, it was just a dance." "Just a dance," he scoffed. "He had his hands all over you, all the grinding with your bodies, the touching and caressing. He is lucky I don't have his hands cut off." "Cara de mierda," she yelled as she walked away from him.
I speak some Spanish, so I know what you just called me. Not very ladylike.
"Vete al infierno," she yelled back as she walked to their bedroom. He followed her, and when he entered the bedroom, he had to duck to miss the shoe she threw at him. As soon as he swore at him in Spanish, he realized just how much of a temper she had. She turned her back to him and started removing her earrings. When he walked over and tried to put his arms around her waist, she pushed him away. "Don't you dare try to touch me. Bella, if you saw me doing that dance with another woman, you would act the same way as I have done." "No, I would not, because I know that it meant nothing. You are always so jealous, even when a man talks to me. I am not your property, and you can't keep me from doing what I enjoy or talking to men." He had his hands all over you, running one up your leg. "Only I am allowed to touch you that intimately. That's the way it's going to be whether you like it or not. I would never let a man touch me in such a manner, you know that." "You did tonight." "Armando, that was different. It was just a dance. It meant nothing personal. Your temper and jealousy have got to stop if we are going to make our relationship work." "My temper? What about yours? You called me a fuck face and told me to go to hell in your native language." A smirk appeared on her face. "You never told me you could speak Spanish." "I speak several different languages." She thought back to all the times they made love and the things she said, not realizing he understood her. Her face turned red as she stared at him. "Oh my Lord, so you know what I was saying when we made love?" He smiled. "Yes, and I'm glad that you love my cock and that it gives you so much pleasure." She turned her back to him, feeling deeply embarrassed. Then she felt his arms going around her waist and felt his hot breath on her neck. "Just so you know, I loved hearing all the dirty things you were saying during our lovemaking. It was a real turn-on." "I'm still mad at you," she said, looking over her shoulder at him. He turned her around to face him.
Maybe I did go a little overboard.
"A little," she scoffed. "Okay, a lot, but I can't handle seeing another man touch you. I wanted to kill him. I will try not to get jealous in the future, but no more of those dances with someone else. But I love doing them, so you'll have to learn how to do them. I will teach you." "Okay, but only when we are alone. I do not want my men laughing at me." "Am I forgiven?" he asked, stroking the side of her face with his fingers. "I guess so, but it better not happen again. Now, I want you to make love to me, and this time I want you to talk dirty to me in your native language." Her beautiful dress lay torn on the floor when he ripped it from her body and laid her down on the bed. As she requested, he talked dirty, and even though she didn't understand what he was saying, he knew it was getting her hot and bothered. Chapter 15. Waking up with a smile on his face, he turned to look at her, but she was not in bed. Getting up, he threw on a pair of pants and walked towards the kitchen where he could smell freshly brewed coffee. There she was, wearing nothing but his shirt. He watched from the doorway as she reached up into the cupboard for 2 mugs. The shirt rose up, exposing her perfectly slender legs, not quite reaching her butt cheeks.
"As much as I am enjoying the view from here, I think you should put some clothes on before Boris or one of the other guys show up."
She smiled as she poured them each a cup of coffee. "I was planning on serving you coffee in bed, but if you prefer that I get dressed, I will." Walking over to her, he took the mugs from her hands and placed them on the counter. "It can wait," he said, picking her up and carrying her back to bed. Later, he and a few of his men gathered in his office for a meeting. It was time to go ahead with their plan to take John 𝒂𝒂𝒂 down. He sat behind his desk. Boris stood behind him, while the others stood before him. Not all of his guys were in on the real situation, only those who were at the meeting. "For 5 years now we have kept tabs on Mr. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂. We know who his friends are, where he goes, and his associates. It's time to move, but there is still one more piece of evidence left."
"Boss, what do you want us to do?"
"I want you to stay close and be ready to move on a moment's notice. I'm going to call 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 and let him know I've agreed to join him." "What about the men who aren't here with us today?" "They will be of use when the time comes and will do as I say. When I meet with that bastard, you will be situated surrounding the building and wait for my signal." He looked at each man. "This mission is very dangerous and lives will be taken. To survive, keep your wits about you and move quickly." The one man who was doing the talking for the others spoke up. "Sir, we won't let you down, but—" "But what?" Armando asked. "What if you don't get the information you need that's crucial from Mr. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 before we go in?" Armando folded his hands together and stared back at the man, whose name was Stephen. "That weasel wants 2 things from me. 1, he wants my territory, and in order to get that we need to join our families. But he has tried to kill you in the past. What's to stop him but doing it once you have joined him? I said he wanted 2 things from me. He has always wanted me out of the picture and still wants me dead. My mole has learned that 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 decided that it would be better to be partners. That way he'd have control over my men." Boris, as well as the others, were aware of the few attempts on Armando's life and how much more dangerous it was for him to get close to 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 and his other partner. Armando stood. "I'm going to call 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 and set up a meeting for the day after tomorrow. Go out and have some fun before this all goes down." He picked up the phone and made the call. Boris sat across from him and waited. "John, it's Armando. I've come to a decision about joining forces with you. I'm ready to sign, but first I want to be involved with your other line of business." John scoffed. "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Yes, you do. I know there is a great deal of money to be made, and I want in on it. Of course, I will want to meet with your partner. I will talk to him and see if he'll agree to bring you in." "Great. Who is he, and can we get together the day after tomorrow?" "Unfortunately, he is out of the country, and it might take a few days for him to come here. As for who he is, you will find out when I set up the meeting. I'll be in touch." Hanging up, he slammed the phone down, looking over at Boris. "Boss." "Damn, we'll have to wait a bit longer. John's partner is away. Call the guys and let them know what's going on. I was hoping to finish this and get on with my life. You've waited this long. A few more days won't hurt." Armando slammed his fist on the desk. A few more days, he yelled. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 is playing with me. He's up to something. I just know it. Just then Jada showed up, carrying the painting he bought for her at the auction. She heard him yelling and saw the anger on his face. Armando, what's wrong? He looked at her, and then at Boris. Just seeing her gave him a sense of peace. It is nothing for you to be concerned about. Why do you have that in your hands? I thought that since I'm staying we might as well hang it. But I'll need your help, and since Boris is here he can help. Where would you like us to hang it? He asked, taking it from her. The bedroom. Come with me and help me pick the right spot for it, she said, walking out ahead of them. When they got to their room, she had them hold it up in several different spots to see where she liked it. Jada, make up your mind already. Boris kept quiet, especially when his boss used that tone with her. Even he knew that it would anger her, and he was right. Well, excuse me, Your Highness. I only wanted it to be in the perfect place. One where we'll see it every morning when we wake up. You pick the spot then. When she went to leave, he grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving. Bella, I did not mean to snap. I'm sorry, just tell us where to hang it. I will be patient, so take your time. Boris stood back, hiding his smile. It amused him how such a small woman could control a man like Armando. Clearly, she was the boss in this relationship. After trying a couple more spots, she finally settled on one. Both men had to struggle not to say anything about how it was the place she first told them to hang it.
Once it was hung, Boris said his goodbyes and left them alone.
Do you really like it here? She asked, looking up at it. Not wanting to move it again, he went up behind her, putting his arms around her waist. This is the perfect place for it. She turned around so that she was facing him, her hands on his arms. Why were you so angry earlier? It's nothing. I was just thinking that we should get away for a few days, maybe go to Switzerland, do some skiing. She placed her hand on his chest to move him away. What are you talking about? How can you talk about leaving now when you said you were going to take care of 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏? I will, but it's going to take longer than I thought. You keep saying that, and I'm beginning to think you changed your mind. I believed you, and I've been patient. I'm just waiting for the last piece of the puzzle before I follow through. What does that mean? She snapped. Jada, you have to trust me. I gave you my word that he will be dealt with. Just give me a little more time. As much as she wanted to lash out, she could see he was stressed and close to the breaking point. Even she knew he had to calm down so as not to make any mistake that could harm him or the men under his control. Switzerland and skiing. You should know that I have never skied in my whole life. He went over and pulled her into his arms. I will teach you, and we'll go shopping to get you the proper clothing. It can get quite cold up there this time of year. When will we be going? Tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements and have a private jet us. Thank you for understanding. She stroked his cheek, her eyes staring deep into his. I do think getting away will do you a lot of good. I have noticed how tense and angry you've been lately. The next day, she was surprised to find out that they were going with only 2 of his bodyguards. Boris stayed behind to keep an eye on 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his men. When they arrived and were shown to their suite, she checked out the room and the view from the window. It's so beautiful here. Armando, I want to ask you a question, and please be honest with me. What is the question? The other times you've come here, did you bring a woman with you? If I said yes, would you be jealous? Only if this is the same room you brought those skanks. He couldn't stop the smile from appearing on his face. He hadn't taken her for the jealous type, but apparently she was. No, I have never brought a woman here. I've always come alone. Now, let's try out the bed and later we'll go skiing. They never did make it out onto the slopes. Instead, they spent the first day and night making love and ordering room service. Over the next couple of days, he taught her to ski and she loved it. Even the cold didn't bother her, and she noticed how calm and happy he was here compared to back home. On the 4th night after having sex, She asked him about his father. It was time she learned more about him and his life in Italy. He placed his hand over the top of hers that was resting on his chest. I don't like talking about my past. Your past is what made you who you are today, and I want to know everything about the man I love. He hesitated before answering. My father was a cold-blooded killer and turned me into one. One day I had enough and told him I was leaving and going to America. I always heard that no one could leave the Mafia, she said, listening to his heartbeat. Usually that's the way it is, but he let me go. As long as I never went back or contacted him, he would leave me to live my life. Why leave one Mafia to come here and continue doing the same? It's different now. I only kill to defend myself, not like back home where it happened way too often. I don't want you asking me any more questions about what I've done back there. He got out of bed, went over to the window and stared out. He hated who he was back then and vowed to be different. Wrapping the sheet around her, she went to stand beside him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, but I'm glad you shared part of your life with me. I know there's more you're not telling me, but until you are ready to share, I won't pressure you. He put his arm around her. Just know that I will never hurt you, nor will I let anyone harm you. I know, she replied. Taking his hand led him back over to the bed. The next night he heard the La Bamba song playing and entered the large room in their suite. The furniture was moved out of the way and wondered how she did that on her own. Good, you're here, she said, smiling at him. What's going on? It's time to teach you how to do one of my favorite dances. Come, let's start. Bella, I cannot do this. You promised me you would. Now get over here and we'll begin. He was hesitant to try but wanted to please her. It was harder than he thought, and after 2 hours he finally stopped. Enough, I am tired. This is harder than any physical training I've done. All right, you big baby, we'll stop for now. You were just starting to get the hang of it. So, what will we do for the rest of the day? I think a nice long walk, and then I'll take you out to dinner. After their walk through town and having breakfast at the diner, they went back to their hotel room, where they made love until it was time to get ready for dinner.
As she was finished putting on a white dress and heels, he walked up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist.
You look beautiful, he said, reaching into his pocket and removing a necklace. I bought you a little something. She stared at the cold necklace. It had a snowflake made from diamonds. Armando, it's beautiful, but you shouldn't have. And when did you have time to buy it? While we walked past the shops on our way to have breakfast, I saw you admiring it in one of the windows. When you went to use the ladies' room and the shop was next door, I hurried over and bought it. So that's why I saw you coming in from outside. I thought maybe you spotted one of your guys and had gone out to talk to him. So do you really like it? He asked as he placed it around her neck. I love it, thank you. The day we went skiing, and I laughed at how you stuck out your tongue to catch the snowflakes. So when I saw this, it reminded me of that day. You have to stop spoiling me. Never. Now shall we go and enjoy a lovely meal? I have made reservations, and we shouldn't be late. Chapter 16. On the last night of their stay, as they lay in bed, she snuggled up to him, running her fingers over his chest. You have turned quiet. What's on your mind? I wish we could stay here forever. Leave Boston and start a new life. We wouldn't have to stay here. We could go to Spain or anywhere for that matter. I promised you that I would revenge your father's death and take down John. Are you now telling me to drop it? As much as I want to see him pay, it won't bring my father back. It's too dangerous, and I don't want you to get hurt, or worse, killed. I will be okay. Nothing will happen to me. I have a job to do and must finish it. She sat up, not bothering to cover her exposed breasts. You are not invincible. No one is, and you could be killed. I don't want to lose you. I would die without you. Damn it, I love you." He hated it when she cried, and her tears tugged at his heartstrings. "Do not cry, my love. I will be careful and have many men backing me. Once I am finished with John, we'll talk about our future." She knew there was no point in begging him. He was too stubborn. She climbed on top of him, her hair falling around his face as she stared into his eyes.
"If you get hurt or die, I will kill you."
It was a sad day for both of them as they boarded the jet. She sat by the window looking out while he sat at the other end of the plane. He was talking on the phone and to his men. She could not hear what they were saying. After he had concluded his business, he went and sat next to her. Taking hold of her hand, he kissed her, getting her attention. "You look so sad," he said, touching her cheek. "I'm worried about what's waiting for us back home. I have a bad feeling that something horrible is about to go wrong. Look, I don't want you to worry. It will all be over soon." She played nervously with the snowflake necklace he had given her. Though he tried to assure her that nothing would go wrong, she still felt uneasy. She slept with his arm around her and her head on his chest. When they finally landed, Boris was there to pick them up. "I take it you had a good time on your vacation." She gave him a warm smile. "Yes, it was amazing, and I learned to ski. I didn't want to leave." They made idle chit-chat the rest of the way, and once back at the apartment, she excused herself to freshen up. He and Boris went to his office and sat down to talk. "How did things go while I was away?" "The usual, but Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 did send a message. He wants you to call him right away, said he needs to talk to you." "Great, I'll call now." "John, Armando here." "Armando, I have good news for you. My partner has agreed to let you join our little adventure. He wants to meet with you tomorrow night at my warehouse." "That's good news, and I'll be there. So tell me, who is your partner?" "You'll find out tomorrow. See you then." "Well, Boris, it's a go. John and this mystery man are going to let me join in the trafficking deal. He wouldn't tell me the other guy's name, but we'll know tomorrow." "You bastard." They both turned their heads to find Jada standing there. "Now I know why you were moving so slow in taking him down. You never had any intentions of killing him. All along you wanted to join him in business." He got up and moved towards her, but she held out her hand and backed away. Don't you dare come near me, I hate you," she said, and fled the room. He raced after her, leaving Boris behind to talk to her and explain. Once she reached the bedroom, she started taking clothes from the closet and throwing them into her suitcase. "Jada, what are you doing?" "What does it look like? I'm leaving and going back home. I need to get as far away from you as I can." She turned to look at him with tears streaming down her face. "You're a lying bastard, and a sick one at that. How could you? Human trafficking, kidnapping women to sell for sex. I believed in you. It was all a trick to get me to fall in love with you. What was your next plan? It's not what you think."
"I heard you bragging to Boris
"How you were finally going to be involved in his business. Did you make me fall in love with you so that I would be an easy target so that you could sell me too?" He went over and grabbed her by the shoulders. "I have no intentions of joining him. It's just part of my plan. You've got to trust me." She shook his hands off of her and stood back. "Trust you? How can I? I thought you were a good man, but you're nothing but a killer and a sick pervert. There are things you don't know, things I can't tell you yet." "Then we have nothing to say. Now I'm leaving, or are you going to keep me as your prisoner until you and your buddies sell me?" "Jada, stop it," he yelled at her. "So tell me, was I good enough in bed? Will I bring you a high price?" "Please, don't talk like that. You know I love you and would never do anything to hurt you." "Too late, you already have," she said as the tears flowed down her face. When she turned her back to him, he went over and wrapped his arms around her waist. When she struggled to break free, he tightened his grip. "I can't let you leave like this, thinking the worst about me and not knowing the truth." "Then tell me, He turned her around to face him, and taking her hand, pulled her down on the bed. He took her hands in his. When I left Italy, I came here to start a new life, an honest one. But my name and reputation followed me. I couldn't breathe without the cops harassing and following my every mood. Can you blame them? She asked, sobbing quietly. No, so I met with the FBI and told them I wasn't here to do as I did back home. I asked if there was a way to prove to them I had changed. What did they say?
After talking to their special department, I agreed to help them take down 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his organization. They were more interested in the trafficking part, as well as the drugs and guns they were selling to criminals.
He got up and poured himself a drink and sat back down next to her.
It took us 5 years to get close to 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏.
We watched, planned, and found out everything we could about the man and who he did business with. But the trafficking part was the hardest. We could never find out who his partner was, and that was the part we worked the hardest on. She touched his cheek. The look in his eyes told her he was telling the truth.
I believe you, but why didn't you tell me before now?
I couldn't. It was top secret. No one but me, Boris, and a handful of undercover FBI agents. Some of the men you think are my bodyguards are really FBI. So you work for the FBI? He shook his head and scoffed. No, I work with them. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 is a weasel. It was his partner, who is the head of the biggest trafficking ring all over the world that we needed to catch. If you know who he is, why can't they go and arrest him?
That's just it.
𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 wouldn't give his name, but finally, the mystery man was coming here for the first time ever. Now we will know who he is, and we'll be able to capture him on the spot. Armando, this is too dangerous, so why would you agree to help the police? It was the only way to be free. When I met you, I was fascinated by you. Then when you tried to kill me, I thought you were working for 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏. I can see how you would think that. You were so stubborn, and by the time you finally told me, it was too late to send you away. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his men have seen you with me on several occasions. That put you in danger, and the only way to keep you safe was to keep you with me. If I had sent you back to Spain, they would have gone and taken you to get to me. She stood up and started pacing back and forth. It dawned on her that she made things worse by coming here, which would have put her aunt in just as much danger as she was. What's on your mind? Just that because of me wanting revenge, I put you in more danger, and possibly my aunt. I am so sorry. He wrapped his arms around her. You have nothing to be sorry for. It is I who am sorry for putting you in this situation. I love you, and I will make sure you are not harmed. Please, don't go tomorrow. I'm afraid so. Let's just run away and go where no one will find us. It's not possible. They would only go after your family to force us to come back. I will leave some of my men with you tomorrow when I go. You will be safe here. Now, get some rest while I go make arrangements with Boris. Ah, Armando, is everything all right? Yes, I had to tell her the truth. I couldn't go on lying to her anymore. There is something you need to do for me. Anything, my friend. If something goes wrong and I don't make it, I want you to get her out of the country. There are papers in my safe leaving her all of my assets. Take them and the money that I placed in an envelope. I also left enough for you to start a new life. Nothing will happen to you, so stop talking nonsense. Boris, just do as I say and protect her at all costs. I have a bad feeling about it. He reached into his desk and took out a watch. It wasn't an ordinary watch, but a special one with a button that would signal the FBI. Once pushed, they would surround the building and take down 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his partner. Boris stood and looked at his boss. He too felt nervous about the last part of their plan. I will do as you wish, though it will be pointless because nothing is going to happen to you.
I hope you're right.
You have not only been a loyal employee, but also a great friend. You are my brother, and am so grateful for all you have done for me. Don't do that.
Do what?
Talk like this is the end. It's not. You are a great leader and fearless. I have been with you through many tough times, and we have won. You will win this battle. Armando went and put his hand on Boris's shoulder. Go, let the men know that our plan is ready to take place. Make sure they are secured and placed where we discussed earlier. Yes, I will go, and tomorrow night we will finish this. When he went to the bedroom, Jada was lying on the bed. She was still awake. He went over and sat on the bed. So you're still going through with it then? You know I have to. She sat up and threw her arms around his neck. I love you, so please promise me you'll be careful. I can't live without you. Bella, I will be okay, I promise, and you know I always keep my promises. Now, get out of those clothes and let me make love to you. She giggled. You're always thinking about sex. If you want me naked, then undress me, slowly, and speak to me dirty in Italian. That night he couldn't get enough of her. He ravished her body for hours until he was totally drained. He didn't want this night to end because he wasn't sure what the outcome would be after meeting John and his partner.
Chapter 17.
The next morning he spent hours with his men going over every detail of their final plan. Since Jade knew everything, she was allowed to stay for the meeting. He figured that if she knew how it was all planned out, and there was no danger to him, she wouldn't worry as much. He couldn't have been more wrong. She was standing over to the side with her arms crossed. I don't like it. You don't know what that man is capable of, and what if it's a trap? He did try to frame you for my father's murder and tried to have you killed in the past. He walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulder. All that is true, but since he didn't succeed, he figured we might as well be partners. Bella, you have nothing to worry about. I have some time before I have to leave. Come, take a shower with me. Later, when it came time for them to leave, he introduced the men who were staying behind to watch over her. Jeff and Cullen will be right outside the door, so don't let anyone in except them. Moore will be downstairs watching the elevators to make sure no one comes up here. Are you worried that some of John's men will come here to kidnap me? I'm just making sure that you are safe. Armando, it's time to go, Boris said as he walked over to them. Wait for me outside. Once they were alone, he went over to a desk in the living room and unlocked it. Taking out a gun, he placed it in her hand.
Why are you giving me this?
It's just a precaution, and I will feel better knowing you have it. I have to go now, and once this job is completed, we will take that trip to Spain and visit your aunt. He hated seeing the look of fear on her face, so turning, he walked toward the door. Her heart was pounding so hard inside her chest, and her hands shook. Before he could open the door to leave, she called out his name. Placing the gun on the table, she ran to him. A tear trickled down her cheek. He turned back around just as she flung herself into his arms and wrapped her legs around his waist. He held her that way as they kissed. It was a deep and passionate kiss. Come back to me, she said, staring deeply into his eyes. Not even the devil himself will keep me from you. I love you. Always remember that. When he released her and walked out, she leaned her forehead against the coolness of the door. It felt as if the world had stopped moving and silence filled the room. Armando and Boris walked to the underground parking lot where his men were waiting for some final instructions. There was a chill in the night, and a storm was brewing. He did up his jacket to keep warm, and Boris did the same. Boris admired his boss. He was tough and ruthless, but not without mercy. Without realizing it, he would sometimes imitate him. Unlike the father, Armando never killed just for the fun of it, only in self-defense. A section of the underground lot belonged strictly to Armando. Only he and his crew were allowed to use it. It was private and held several of their vehicles. The men all gathered around Armando, 15 in total. He looked at each one individually before speaking. He was good at reading people and was looking for any sign that one could be a traitor. I can't stress how dangerous this mission is. You must obey any orders I give without question. Be careful and watch your back. Only shoot to kill if you have no other choice. He walked up to one man and stood before him. He was one of the undercover FBI men. Matthew, you and your men stay close by and out of sight. He held up his wrist to show the watch he was wearing. Only enter when I push the button on this watch. It is your signal to rush in and take down 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his partner. I understand, sir, and will be waiting. With your permission, my guys and I will leave now and find our hiding spot before 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 and his men get to the warehouse. He placed his hand on Matthew's shoulder. Go, be safe. He then turned to the others. Go, park far enough from the warehouse and hide your vehicles. You'll have to walk the rest of the way. One man dared to speak out. Sir, it's starting to pour and we'll get soaked. Armando turned to him in anger. If you're afraid to get wet, then walk away. Did you think you were going on a picnic?
Sir, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Let's go, and remember to stay hidden. I don't want 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 or his men to know you're there. Boris, you'll come with me. Once the two men were in the car, Armando took out his phone and clicked on a photo. Boris glanced over to see what he was looking at. You thinking of buying that mansion? With a smile on his face, he looked back at Boris. As soon as this mission is over, I am going to ask Jada to marry me. This is going to be her wedding gift from me. Do you think she will like it? What woman wouldn't? It's huge, kind of big for just 2 people. I'm planning on having a large family. Plus, you will need your own space in the mansion. Oh, I'll be living there too?
Of course, you're our bodyguard, and I also think of you as family. Who better to protect me and my loved ones?
What if she says no to your proposal? Armando laughed. Come on, look at me. Who wouldn't want all this? He said with a smirk on his face. We're here, Boris said. Turning off the engine, they both looked around. Only one car sat in front of the warehouse. No one was in sight, which seemed weird to them. Boss, what's going on? I don't know. There's no way 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 would come here without some of his men. There's only one light on the top floor. What is that bastard up to? Do you want to call this off? No, we're here now, so let's go in. Get on your earpiece and tell our men to sit tight and wait for our signal. They climbed slowly from their vehicle and pulled out their guns. The rain started falling harder and thunder could be heard as the sky lit up with streaks of lightning. Reaching the entrance to the warehouse, Armando gave Boris a signal to kick down the door. As the door burst open, they raised their weapons and stepped inside. All was quiet, and they glanced at one another as they moved further inside. It was dimly lit, and they used a small hand-held flashlight to find their way around as they kept their guns raised. They could hear music coming from upstairs. Walking side by side, they took one step at a time, moving slowly up. I don't like this, Boris said as he looked around. Neither do I, but let's keep moving. Reaching the top of the stairs, they noticed several doors and a shadow laying on the ground. Guns raised, walked towards it and realized it was a body. Boris bent down and turned the body onto its back. It's Benjamin, the man we planted in 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏's organization to spy on him, Boris said, looking up at Armando. Armando felt the anger building when seeing how badly the poor man had been tortured. His face was beaten so badly you could hardly recognize him, and some of his fingers were missing. Standing up, Boris placed his hand on his boss's shoulder. I think 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 is on to us, so we need to abort this mission and get out. Armando, this is a trap. He tortured this man who was probably in so much pain he spilled everything.
No, he's up there,
Armando said, pointing to the door at the end of the hall where a light could be seen from under the door. Okay, boss, I'm with you. Reaching the door, Boris kicked it open, and the two rushed in with guns pointed and ready to fire. Only there was no one inside. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, where are you, you bastard? The only thing in the room was a small radio playing music and a chair with a laptop sitting on it. They both walked over and looked at it. There was a note that said, "Play me." Just as Armando went to push the button, Boris stopped him.
Wait, it could be rigged and a bomb might go off.
"I doubt it. 𝒂𝒐𝒏 must have left a message," he replied and pushed play. "Armando, sorry for sending you on a wild goose chase. You've been a bad boy, planting a mole in my organization. I can't tell you how hard it was getting him to talk, but he finally did. He told us everything and my partner is upset with you."
Shit, Boris snapped.
"Quiet, there's more. My partner and I still want to meet with you. Go to my warehouse outside Boston. Now, if you choose not to come, let me give you an incentive. I have something of yours I think you'll want back." Both men watched in horror when the camera moved down and they saw Jada gagged and tied to a chair. 𝒂𝒐𝒏 took out a knife and held it to her throat. I have to say this little beauty put up quite a struggle. She busted one of my man's noses and the kneecap of another. If you want her to live, then come alone. If we see anyone but you, I will slit her throat. Armando felt his heart drop as fear filled his entire body as they listened on. "Oh, and tell your men it's over and to go home. Also, take off that watch and destroy it. Yes, your mole told us all about it. You better get going as it will take you close to 2 hours to get here. Remember, come alone." "Armando, you know I won't let you go alone."
I have to. You heard him. They will be watching, and if they see anyone besides me, he'll kill Jada.
He removed his watch and throwing it down stepped on it, smashing it to pieces. "Tell everyone to leave, that it's over." He did as he was told, speaking on his headpiece, then looked at Armando. "I'm going with you, and there's no way you can stop me." Placing his hand on Boris's shoulder, nodded his head.
Yes, you're right. Let's go. Time is running out.
When Boris walked in front of him, he placed his fingers on Boris's neck and used the maneuver to immobile him. As the man fell to the ground, he got down to make sure he was just unconscious and not dead. "I'm sorry, buddy, but I didn't have a choice." He knew that the men would still be hanging around, so he sneaked out the back way and through the bushes and walked to where all the cars were parked. He couldn't risk them seeing him leave out the front way in case they decided to follow him. Reaching the place, he jumped in the one vehicle and was pleased to find the key under the seat. He drove like a bat out of hell. His thoughts were all over the place, and he kicked himself for not thinking of the obvious. 𝒂𝒐𝒏 had tricked them into coming all this way, and now he had to go back to the first warehouse. With him far out of town gave 𝒂𝒏𝒏 time to kidnap her, knowing he couldn't get back in time to stop him. He wondered how the man was able to get to her, since she was heavily guarded. The only thing he could think of was that there was a traitor in his group, one working for 𝒂𝒏𝒏. He gripped the steering wheel tightly as he sped down the back road. He had to save the woman he loved, even if it meant losing his. Chapter 18. What should have taken him 2 hours to get back was only a tad over 1 hour. All he wanted to do was get inside and rescue her. One wrong move could get her killed, so he knew he had to calm down and think with his brain and not his heart. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he loaded his guns and placed one behind his back as he exited the vehicle and walked towards the warehouse. He could hear voices, and as he made his way towards it, he was confronted by a couple of men who shot at him. He took them both down and continued. Reaching a door, he kicked it open with his gun aimed. He was expecting to find 𝒂𝒏𝒏𝒔𝒕, but instead, he saw Jada, still tied up with tape across her mouth. Lowering his weapon, he rushed over to her, placing his gun on the ground. "Jada, oh my God, baby, what have they done to you?" he said as he slowly removed the tape from her mouth.
Armando, it's a trap. Don't worry about me. You've got to get out of here now. I'm not going anywhere without you. Where is 𝒂𝒏𝒏𝒔𝒕 and the others?
Before she could answer, the other door swung open and 𝒂𝒏𝒏𝒔𝒕 and 2 other men entered. He went to reach for his gun, but was stopped when he saw one of the men point his weapon at Jada. "Push your weapon over here and the one you're hiding behind your back, or this guy with shoot your lover in the head, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 shouted with a smirk on his face. Armando looked at the two men with him and was shocked to see it was one of the undercover FBI. He got to his feet and stared at him. The rage inside of him grew. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, you son of a bitch. How long have you been a traitor and working for 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏? Not long. Here I thought you were a good guy. How can you betray the FBI? Shut up and sit down next to the girl, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 shouted.
With 3 guns pointed at him, he did as he was told. His hands were tied behind his back as he stared at 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏.
Let her go. She has nothing to do with this. Can't do that, I'm afraid. Armando looked at the other man and raised his eyebrow. Don't tell me this is your partner. He looks like a dickhead. For saying what he did, he earned a hard punch to the stomach and one in the jaw. Careful, Armando. He has a temper, and you're lucky that all he did was hit you. My partner will be here in a few minutes. You won't get away with this. Every FBI and other agencies will hunt you down. There's nowhere for you to hide. Not around here. That's why I'm moving my business so far away. They will never find me. Oh, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, you're delusional if you think you'll get away. The FBI and police are onto you and won't stop till they catch you and your so-called partner. Armando looked at Jada, who looked so scared as she looked back at him. She had bruises on her face and a bloody lip.
It's going to be okay, sweetheart.
He then turned to the other men. His eyes were dark and filled with rage. I'm going to kill every one of you. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 laughed as he moved over and stood behind her. Good luck with that, he said as he stroked Jada's cheek with his fingers. Get your filthy hands off her. They all turned their heads in the direction of footsteps as they approached. The hallway was dark, and all they could see was a dark shadow. A man wearing a trench coat and a hat stood in the doorway. Armando couldn't see his face, but he knew right off who it was. He would recognize that shape and the footsteps anywhere. You, he said as he stared at the dark, menacing shadow that lingered in the doorway.
Son, it's been a long time.
Son, Jada said, looking at Armando. Father, not long enough, I'm afraid. Don't tell me you're involved with this. How long have you been partners with 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏? For years.
No, I would have known you were dealing in human trafficking.
Oh, son, knowing how soft you were when it came to women, I kept that side of my business from you. It was going quite well until you moved here and decided to betray your calling by joining forces with the FBI. You sick bastard, how could you? You sound just like your mother when she found out. How could I? I'll tell you. Because there is a great deal of money to be made. But thanks to you, that has become a problem. Mr. Valentino, we have to get moving, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 said as he stood there looking impatient. Shut up, you fool. I'm in charge here, not you. It's because of your stupidity that we are here today. You just had to bring my son into our arrangement and screw everything up. Armando tried to get free of the rope, but couldn't. Father, it's over. The feds will be here any minute, so release us, and I'll see that you get treated fairly. Aldo laughed. No, it's not over. Maybe for you, but not for me. He looked at Jada and grinned. You have good taste, son. Your girl will bring me a fortune at an auction I'm having. Perhaps I might try out the goods first. Armando's eyes grew dark, and his hate for his father increased. Then, when Aldo touched her cheek, he wanted to kill him. Get your fucking hand off of her. He removed his hand from her cheek and stood before Armando, getting down to eye level. No one gives me orders. Your mother tried it, and she lived to regret it. My mother was smart to leave you. I just wish she had taken me with her. She didn't leave us. I got fed up with her complaining, so I sent her away. My mother is alive? Maybe, maybe not. What did you do to her? I put her where she belonged, a place where she could service men and make me money. But by now she would be too old, so who knows where she went after being sent away. Mr. Valentino, I insist we leave now, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 said in an angry tone. Yes, time for me to go, but not you. He took out his gun and pointing it at 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 shot him in the head. Jada was not used to seeing such violence and so much blood, she screamed. I've been wanting to do that for some time now. Oh, he was such a pain in my backside, and now he had revealed my identity.
Boss, what do we do now? Daryl asked.
The girl we take with us. My son, well, we can't leave any witnesses to identify me, so kill him.
Jada gasped.
You would have your son killed? The day he left Italy and our family business, he ceased to be my son. Now you be a good girl, and I'll see you are treated fairly by whoever buys you at the auction.
Go to hell, you sick bastard. I would rather die than go with you, she screamed at him.
Armando feared for her safety and tried to reason with his father. Wait, let her go, and I will go back home with you and obey your every command. I will make you more wealthy than you could ever dream of. Like I said, leave no witness alive, and I don't give second chances. Now say your goodbyes to your girl. Armando turned his head to look at her. I love you, never forget that. Be brave, and I will think of something. Please trust me. I love you too, and you are the only one I trust and believe in. Well, isn't that sweet? Aldo said with sarcasm. Boss, we have to go before the bomb goes off, Daryl said, looking nervous. Untie the girl, Aldo said as he pointed his gun at Armando. Don't do this, take me with you.
Oh.
So that you can stop me from selling this little beauty and for you to find a way to betray me once again. Aldo cocked his gun. I didn't want it to go this way, but you left me no choice. He took his shot, getting Armando right in the chest. Jada screamed his name as she was dragged away. The bomb would have killed him, so why shoot him? Daryl asked as they raced out the back way. Extra insurance that he wouldn't somehow live. I couldn't take the chance of him somehow surviving and telling the FBI about me. With Jada crying and struggling, he had a hard time holding onto her, so Aldo injected a needle into her arm. Seconds later, she was unconscious and Daryl had to carry her to the car. When Armando was shot, he felt as if he was dying, and if it wasn't for the bulletproof vest he was wearing, he would be dead. It still hurt like hell, but it didn't stop him from trying to free his wrists of the rope. Knowing there was a bomb about to go off, all he could think of was Jada and what his father was going to do to her. If only he could get free, he would hunt his father down and kill him with his bare hands. He was about to give up when he heard a noise coming from the other side of the door. Seconds later, it was kicked open and Boris and two of his other men entered. Boris, I don't know how you did it, but get over here and untie me. He and the others rushed over, and the two younger ones untied him.
Where is Jada? Boris asked.
We don't have time for that now. There's a bomb about to go off. I don't know how much time we have, so let's get the hell out of here. They had just made it outside when the warehouse blew up. They were thrown to the ground from the blast. Lucky for them, they weren't harmed, just had the wind knocked out of them. Getting up, they moved further away from the fire. It had stopped raining, and Armando removed his jacket. Help me get out of this damn vest. Boris helped him and let out a gasp when Armando opened his shirt to check if the bullet grazed his skin. Holy shit, who shot you? My father. Damn, your father did that. Talk about a cruel bastard. Wait, your father?
Yeah,
He's 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏's partner, or I should say was. He killed him just before he shot me. He's got Jada. Shit, we better inform the FBI. No, the only one I want to talk to is Matthew. We can't trust anyone else. But Boris, Matthew's partner, is a traitor. He's working for my father, and who knows who else is working for him. Let's get you home, and I'll call Matthew and tell him to come and to come alone. They are all waiting to hear from us. On the drive back to the apartment, Boris was worried about Armando. He had never seen him in this state before. There was so much fear and anger in him, and knew that he was worried about Jada, as he was. Armando slammed his fist against the dashboard as Boris drove. We have to keep it quiet that I'm still alive. If my father finds out, it will get worse for Jada. He will come after me and most likely kill her. We've got to save her, and not even God can save him if he harms her in any way. When they got back home, the guards who were left to protect her were dead, except for one who they figured was working for 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏. Call Matthew now and tell him to come alone and not tell any of his men what's going on. I'm going to shower and change, and he better be here by the time I come back out. As the water ran over him, he leaned his forehead on the cool wall. Tears came as he thought of Jada. It ripped his heart apart, wondering what was happening to her. Chapter 19. When he entered the living room, Matthew and Boris stood up. Before he arrived, the bodies were removed. Armando, what the hell happened? My men and I were waiting, and only to find no one was where they were supposed to be. Your guy here wouldn't tell me anything, only to come alone. I'll tell you what happened. That prick, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, tricked us. He sent us on a wild goose chase so that he could come here and kidnap Jada. How is that possible with all the guards you posted here to keep watch over her? Maybe because you have traitors working for you and the FBI. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, for instance. Don't you people check out these people who join? That's impossible. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 is one of my best men. Oh, really? Armando shouted. He was there tonight, with 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏. Said he has been working with him for a while. That son of a bitch. I'll call the office and have him arrested. No, don't call anyone. Why not? 𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 is dead, and they think I am also dead after I was shot, and they blew up the warehouse. Good thing you wore the vest I gave you. But did you find out who his partner was? Don't tell me it was 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊. No, Aldo was his partner. Matthew's eyes showed shock, and for a moment he couldn't speak.
Aldo, as in your father? Yeah, my father, and he's the one that shot me and left me for dead. So he's here. If we move quickly,
He might be able to capture him and put him away for good. I said no. It's not really up to you. Armando grabbed Matthew by the collar and pushed him up against the wall. Boris had to step in and pull them apart. Boss, getting angry isn't going to help. You have to keep your cool if we are to save Jada. You're right, he said and looked at the agent. Look, my father is a very cunning and dangerous man. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 would have helped him get away, and he is probably on the way back to Italy. So what's the plan then? I'm sure 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 stayed behind to continue with the trafficking issue in place of 𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊. As far as he knows, I'm dead, and there aren't any witnesses to identify my father as the ringleader. I want it to stay that way. Then what? I'm going to Italy to save Jada. Armando, I don't have jurisdiction there and can't help you. The only thing I can do is arrest Aldo if he comes back here. I have a plan, one where my father will return. What plan?
It's better that you don't know. Just let 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 believe that I am dead and the case is closed. I'll let you know when I return, but keep that man in the dark. If he finds out I'm alive, he'll tell my father.
Matthew stood up and faced him. In my report, I'll say that whoever was in the warehouse is dead, and their bodies can't be identified. Not that we will be able to find bodies with the way the building was blown up. Armando shook his hand. Thank you for all of your help, and I'll let you know when I get back. When Matthew left, Boris turned to him. Are you going to tell me your plan? Aldo mentioned he was hosting an auction, selling women, and Jada was going to be in it. I want you to get on the phone with one of your connections and find out when this auction is being held and where. I'll get on it right away, he said, pulling his phone from his pocket. Armando walked out onto the balcony. His thoughts went to Jada, wondering if she was okay. It was killing him inside knowing that his father had her and what he was planning to do with her. A few minutes later, Boris joined him, handing him a drink. I have someone working on it, and we just have to wait for him to call me back. I told him we wanted the information right away. Good. Oh God, Boris, if anyone touches even a hair on her head, I'll kill them with my bare hands. What are we going to do when we get to Italy? We aren't going to do anything, just me. When we find out when and where the auction is being held, I'll be going to it alone. Now just hold on, Armando. No way am I letting you go without me. Besides, someone will recognize you, and you won't get near her. Walking over to a chair, he motioned for Boris to sit down. I'll wear a disguise myself, and besides, I've heard about these auctions when I lived in Italy. Though I never went to one, I've heard that the buyers wear a mask so that no one will know who they are. Wouldn't they find out when the buyer pays for the woman? They make the payment from a private offshore account so that their identities are never known. I always knew my father was involved, but I thought the women were willing. Now I know where he gets them. The ones he doesn't put to work on the street end up in auction. Boss, even if you find her, you may not get out alive. And if you do make it back, then what? I know my father. He doesn't like to lose. He'll come back here to kill me. But how will he know it was you if you're wearing a disguise? I'll find a way to let him know. Now, why hasn't anyone called us back yet? It takes time. Could be a while yet. That's not good enough. I want that information now. Get back on the phone and call him. Even though it had only been an hour, he dialed the number and was told to put the phone on speaker so that he could speak directly to the informer. After they hung up, Armando stood up. His brain was coming up with a sure plan to rescue Jada. I know the place well and have a way of getting her out without anyone seeing us. Get on the phone and arrange for a helicopter to take us first thing in the morning. Then what? I know where they can land and have a car waiting for me. You need to pick me up a fake bread and mustache. I'll also need a cane and a mask, one that will cover only my eyes. Once you get her, how the hell are you going to get out? Surely they will have guards watching all the doors to make sure payment was made before letting anyone leave. Yes, that is why we will go to the rooftop. I'll be wearing an earpiece, and I let you know to bring the helicopter and pick us up.
Boss, there's no way the chopper can land on that roof.
You'll drop a harness for me to grab onto and lift us. You will have to be close by so that when I give the signal you must act quickly. Timing will be everything. It sounds too dangerous. What if you get caught and they start shooting at you before we can get you inside? We just have to make sure we don't get caught. I trust you to help me make the rescue go as planned. I won't let you down. Let me go and arrange everything. Try and get some rest, boss. You'll need to be alert. After Boris left, he went and stood on the balcony, looking out at the view. He could still hear her cries of anguish when he was shot. It made him so angry knowing that someone had hurt her and made her cry. He was looking forward to the day his father returned to take revenge on him. It would give him pleasure to see his father behind bars for the rest of his life. Even more so if he was forced to kill him, and he wouldn't hesitate for a second. His father was a cruel man who didn't have a conscience when taking a life. It was like a sport to him. Armando could turn a blind eye to many things his father did, but not when it came to hurting women. Now to find out what he did to his mother, and that she could still be alive, made him hate his father all that much more. Bella, hang in there, my love. I will come for you and save you from my evil father. Trust me, know I'm alive and coming. His heart felt so heavy as he went to the bedroom and picked up her nightgown. Holding it in his hands, he smelled it, taking in her scent. His love for her was so great that he would move heaven and earth to save her. Anyone who got in his way would feel the wrath of his anger. Earlier, when she saw the bullet hit Armando's chest, she knew he couldn't survive. She screamed out his name as the tears flowed from her eyes and rolled down her cheek. She could feel the life draining from her body, knowing he was dead. At that point, She gave up and didn't care what happened to her as she was dragged out and into a vehicle. Moments later was put on a small private jet, and Aldo and his men surrounded her. Aldo sat across from her, snapping his fingers to get her attention. "If you be a good girl and don't try anything, I'll make sure whoever buys you treats you well. You're very beautiful and will bring me top dollar."
"You're a sick monster," she hissed at him.
When one of his men went to slap her for talking to his boss disrespectfully, was stopped when Aldo held up his hand. "Stop. No one must leave a mark on her. We have to make sure she looks her best for the auction." Once they arrived in Italy was taken to Aldo's home, and she was thrown into one of the bedrooms and the door was locked. The next day she was made to shower and had someone do her hair and makeup. She was dressed in a beautiful gown. It was a long silver dress with a slit up the side, spaghetti strap with a plunging neckline, showing off a lot of her breasts. Like a herd of cattle, she and the other women who were forced into taking part were made to wait in the back room until the auction began. Jada had refused to eat or drink anything and was now feeling sick to her stomach. From the back, she could hear the auction beginning and the men bidding on the women. It made her sick thinking of what was happening and knowing she soon would be standing on stage. But then again, she was at the point she didn't care. Now that the love of her life was gone, hers meant nothing anymore. When her time came, she was held by the arm as one man took her out onto the stage. She glanced around and saw that all the men were wearing masks. Some only covered the eyes, others were a full mask. She lowered her eyes and refused to look out into the audience when told to. The man who was conducting the auction chuckled as he looked out into the sea of men. "Well, gentlemen, it looks like we have a disobedient one on our hands. I'm sure one of you will enjoy her and train her to behave. Adds a bit of excitement, don't you think?" This comment had the men hooting and clapping, all wanting to tame her. "I'll fuck the disobedience out of her," one man shouted out as he started the bidding.
"We have a bid of 10,000. Are there any other bids?"
The place went wild as the bids got higher and the excitement grew. Aldo was right. Jada was going to bring in the highest bid he had ever gotten at one of his auctions. This pleased him, and he couldn't stop smiling. Every man here wanted her and was willing to pay anything to have her. Then when he heard the bid from an elderly man, his jaw dropped. It was an outrageous amount and was ecstatic to get such an amount for one woman. Chapter 20. A couple of hours before the auction. Getting out of the helicopter, Boris stared at Armando. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had transformed his appearance, and if he wasn't there to see for himself, he would never have known who he was. Armando wore a gray wig, beard, and mustache. He also walked with a cane and had what looked like a hearing aid in one ear. Of course, that's not what it was. It was an earpiece so that he could communicate with his men. "Well, how do I look?"
"Dan, if I didn't know it was you, I would never recognize you. Look, I still think I should go in with you."
"Boris, you would draw too much attention." "How so?" "Look at you. You're built like the Incredible Hulk, and people would be watching us. I need to keep a low profile. Alone I can walk around without the guards watching my every move." Boris placed his hand on Armando's shoulder. "Be careful and signal me the moment you get to the rooftop, and we'll be there in a flash." Armando got into the vehicle, waved to Boris, and took off to the place where the auction was being held. He knew how risky the mission was, but was willing to do anything to save Jada. He was almost to the building when he heard Boris speak.
"Boss, can you hear me okay?"
"Yes, I hear you. Now once I get inside, I won't be able to speak to you, but you'll hear me talking. Okay, I'm here and I'm heading inside. Please, don't do anything to get yourself caught. I didn't know you cared so much. I hope you don't have a man crush on me. I'm already taken." "No, I just don't want to look for a new job. It took me too long to train you. Seriously, take care, my friend." Placing his mask on, he got out of the car and walked up the steps to the door, where he was greeted by two huge guards. Sir, remember to pay for your purchase before you leave. Any questions? No, it's all clear. He spoke with a French accent and entered the building, making sure to limp. The place was full of men and half-naked women handing out glasses of champagne. Taking a glass from a blonde, he looked around at his surroundings. It had been years since he was here last, but still remembered the layout. A man approached him and handed him a program. Here is a picture of each girl, and when you see the one you want, just yell out a price. I will go over the rules. Do not remove your mask or ask anyone for their name. You must pay before you leave with your item. Once you bid, and if you win, you are welcome to use one of the rooms upstairs to get acquainted with the girl. If I were to do that and decide I no longer want her, then what? Sir, once you win the bid, you will pay before you leave, whether you decide to keep her or not. What if I refuse to pay? Then you will never leave the building, not alive anyway. Enjoy yourself and good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. Armando wanted to punch that smirk off of the man's face. Instead, he raised his glass and then walked away. The auction was about to start, so he found a seat by the back of the room. He spotted his father sitting a few rows from the front. Aldo was the only one not wearing a mask, he and the ones running the show. Every man sat waiting for the girls to come out onto the stage. He too was anxious to see Jada, and only her. The bidding began, and the first girl walked out. He was shocked at how young she was, and he wished he could save them all from the horror that was to come. There was a total of 20 girls up for auction, and Jada was number 10, so he sat patiently waiting for her to come out. When her turn came up and she walked out on stage, his heart started beating faster. The look on her face showed how she had given up, as if the life was drained out of her body. The bidding started at $500,000, and he yelled out 1 million. His fists curled up into a ball when one idiot kept overbidding him. His anger rose to a boiling point as the war between him and the other man tried to outbid the other. The crowd was getting loud as they encouraged each man to keep going. All were enjoying the scene between them. Armando had had enough, so he shouted out an amount that had the room go deadly quiet. 10 million. Everyone turned to stare at Armando, even his father. Only Jada remained quiet with her head down as she stared aimlessly at the floor. After a few minutes of complete silence, the auctioneer cleared his throat before speaking. We have a bid of 10 million. Are there any other bids? The man bidding against Armando shook his head, staring angrily at him. Okay, sold to the gentleman for 10 million. You can collect your girl around the back. Remember to pay before leaving the building. Standing up, he walked to the area where he was instructed to go. He waited there until she was brought out to him. Congratulations on your purchase. I'm sure you will be satisfied with her and have many hours of pleasure. Aldo walked over to him, and when he went to shake Armando's hand, he was not happy when he didn't receive Armando's hand in return. But with what he had paid for her, he would let it slide. Please, feel free to visit one of the rooms to get to know your prize. She is a real beauty, and you're a lucky man. He didn't answer his father and watched as the old man walked away. Oh, how he wanted to kill him right there on the spot. But he had to get Jada to the roof and away from here. Placing his hand around her arm, pulled her with him as he headed to the opening that led upstairs. As they neared the room, she finally realized what was about to happen and tried to pull away, cursing at him. She looked at the stranger. He was old and walked with a limp. The thought of him touching her made her sick and decided she would rather die than be with him, or anyone for that matter. Let me go, you sick bastard. You'll have to kill me because I'll never let you touch me. When they reached one hallway, she used her fighting skills to try and get away. But for an old man, he was so strong. Before she could knee him in the crotch, he pushed her up against the wall. Lucky for them, no one was around. Jada, it's me, Armando. It felt like her heart dropped to her feet as she stared at him in shock. It was his voice, so she knew it was him. It can't be you. I saw your father shoot you and the building exploding. He removed his mask. His eyes stared straight into hers. I'm alive. Armando, she said as tears filled her eyes. How is it possible? You shouldn't have come here. I don't have time to explain right now. We have to get to the roof now. Hearing voices coming their way, he pulled her into one of the vacant rooms. Leaning her up against the wall, his mouth came crashing down on hers. Her arms went around his neck as she kissed him back. The kiss was rough, passionate, and they poured all their feelings for the other into that one kiss before he pulled away. Want to go home now? He asked, gently touching her cheek. She nodded her head, placing her hand on his face, and smiled. Hell yeah. As they made their way down the hall, he called into his earpiece. Boris, we're on our way up to the roof. Just as they were about to open the door that led to the roof, a man appeared out of nowhere. That's the roof. No one is allowed to go up there. Armando spoke in a French accent. Oh, I thought this led to more room. Thanks for letting me know, he said, nodding his head, holding out his hand to shake the other man's hand. Instead, he used his cane to hit the man over the head. He then squatted down, and from behind he put his arm around his neck and twisted. It made a cracking noise when it broke, and the man died. Jada was horrified at what she had witnessed. Never having seen such violence from him, it scared her. Seeing the look on her face, he stood and touched her cheek. I'm sorry you had to see that. Did you have to kill him? Yes, if he had awakened, he would have alerted the others, and we wouldn't be able to escape. Now hold the door open so that I can drag his body in. Once that was done, and seeing how upset she was, he put her arms around her. Please don't hate me for what I had to do. She looked up at him, her eyes wet from crying. I could never hate you. He removed his wig, beard, and mustache. His lips came down on hers, and he kissed her with heated passion. He momentarily forgot about going to the roof until he heard Boris. Boss. Time for kissing later. We're waiting, so get the hell up here. They started climbing, and were almost to the top when they heard the door opening. It was then that he realized he had left the cane on the outside of the door, which would have alerted one of the guards. Move now, he said as he took out his gun. Stop or I'll shoot. Armando aimed his gun and shot the man. Now they had to move quickly. Reaching the top, he had to kick the door open, and after stepping outside, he picked up a metal bar that someone had carelessly left, placing it in the handle of the door to make it hard for anyone trying to get in.
He removed his jacket and picked up a vest, put it on. Then he picked up the other one and placed it on her.
Armando, what are you doing, and how are we going to get away? That way, he said as they both looked up at the cargo hook hanging from the helicopter. He attached the hook to his vest, and the one on his vest he hooked on hers. He took out a tie clip from his pocket and threw it on the ground with his jacket. It was the one his father gave him years ago. This way the old man would know that he was alive and that this was his doing. Armando, wait. I can't do this. I'm afraid of heights. Just put your arms around my neck and close your eyes. Bella, you can do this. They were slowly lifted up, and only halfway when the door to the roof was busted open and two men appeared. She held on to him for dear life, while his one hand held the cable, and with his other hand, he pointed his gun down and shot the two men before they had a chance to shoot back. He knew they only a split second before more men arrived. Get us away from here, he shouted up to Boris, was there ready to pull them in. Boris knew the assignment and told the pilot to leave. When they got further away, they would then pull them up. Armando dropped his gun and put his arm around her. Hang on, baby, just a few more seconds. I'm so scared. What if we fall? We won't. I will never let go. Trust me. True to his word, a few seconds later, they were safely pulled up and were inside the helicopter. Once inside, he pulled her into his arms and sat down. Boss, that was a close call. Miss Torres, Jada. It's good to see you, and we'll be home soon. She was too shaken up to answer as she buried her face in Armando's chest. You guys all did a great job. Thanks for risking your lives to save us. One of you guys give me your jacket to put over Jada. Jada finally looked at Armando. A single slid down her cheek. I thought you were dead. No, my love, I'm alive, and I'll tell you all about it when we get home. Now lay your head on me and close your eyes. I know you must be exhausted. Chapter 21. Back at the auction. Aldo was talking to one of the bidders when a guard approached him and whispered in his ear. He became furious and left the one he was talking to without excusing himself. What the hell do you mean someone left without paying? As the man led Aldo toward the stairway leading to the roof, his mouth felt dry. He knew someone was going to lose their life over this. He made his way to the roof with the girl, and a helicopter picked them up. Do you know who it was? No, sir. He was wearing a disguise, but I believe it was the one who made the bid of 10 million. Aldo walked over the dead body and climbed the stairs. He saw the wig and mustache lying on the ground. When he got to the rooftop, he confronted the two men that were there. How did you not spot someone coming up here? Sir, when we noticed the cane on the floor, that's when we opened the door and saw the body of Kurt. We tried to stop them from escaping, but it was too late. I pay you to take care of these things, not to screw up, he said as he took out his gun and shot his own man. He never thought twice about killing anyone. He rather enjoyed it. Then he noticed something shiny lying on the jacket on the ground. He went over and picked it up. It was the tie pin that he had given Armando. It had his initials on it. His nostrils flared and his face turned red as he squeezed the item in his hand. That bastard. How the hell is he still alive? I killed him myself. Who, boss? Armando. He's alive. Find Darrell and bring him to me. He has a lot to explain. Then what will you do? Once I take care of Darrell, I'll go back to America and take care of Armando and that tramp he's with myself. A few hours later, Darrell was dragged in by two huge men and pushed down into a chair. Aldo sat on the edge of his desk in front of him. Mr. Valentino, what's going on? What's going on? Well, let me tell you. Armando showed up and rescued the girl. That's impossible. He's dead. Oh, he's very much alive, and I would like for you to tell me how that is. We left together, so I don't know. My boss said the bodies were too damaged to identify them. There's no way Armando could have escaped. If he had, I'd know.
You didn't do your job properly. You should have made sure it was my son's body. There are ways to do that, but you neglected to check. I think the FBI was on to you, and that makes you a liability to me. Now they know who I am, and my whole trafficking business is in danger of falling apart.
Sir, I did everything you told me to do, and I did my best. If the FBI knows of my association with you, I'll be arrested when I go back. You have to help me. Aldo stood up and walked behind him, placing his left hand over Darrell's shoulder. Yes, you can never go back and I will help you, he said as he pulled a knife from his pocket. He reached over and slit Darrell's throat. It happened so quickly that he never saw it coming. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped the blood from the knife. Get rid of this piece of shit and clean up this mess. What do you want to do about your son? We'll give it a few days to let him think it's over, and when he feels it's safe, we'll go after him. I want to look him in the eyes when I shoot the girl right in front of him, and then I will kill him. This time I'll make sure he's dead. Back to Armando and Jada. When they finally arrived back in Boston, there was a car waiting to take them home. Armando sat with his arms around Jada. He was worried about her since she was being so quiet, which wasn't like her. Back at the apartment, he instructed Boris to set up extra security and to let Matthew know they were back. Also not to bother him till the next day. He needed time alone with her. They were finally alone. Jada, You have been through so much. Can I get you something to drink or eat? He asked, kissing her cheek. No, I just want to go to bed. Come, let's get to bed then. Once there, he turned her around and pulled down the zipper on her dress. Just being with her stirred up all sorts of desires. As much as he wanted to make love to her, he knew this was not the time. She needed to feel safe and to sleep. He slipped her nightgown over her head and with such gentleness stroked her cheek. Is it all over? She asked, loving the feel of his hands touching her.
We'll talk after you've had some sleep.
He laid her down and covered her with a blanket, noticing how she fought to keep her eyes open. Bella, every second away from you was torture, and I was unable to breathe until I had you in my arms again. Tell me, did they hurt you or touch you? She laid back, her hand resting on his chest. No, Aldo said he didn't want any marks on me before the auction. No one touched me. When I thought you were dead, I prayed for my death. I did not want to go on without you. How did you survive? We can later. No, tell me now. He removed his clothes and got in beside her, putting his arms around her. He then told her everything while she lay there listening to him. After he told her, he felt his chest getting wet and knew she was crying. Turning her face, he wiped her tears away with his thumbs. Do not cry. It makes me sad to see you hurting. I'm alive and we are together. No one will ever hurt you again. She looked up at him, knowing it wasn't over and that there was more danger ahead. Don't keep secrets from me and tell me the truth. It's not over, is it? He did not want to lie to her. She would know he wasn't telling the truth, so he decided to be brutally honest. No, it is not over. My father does not like to lose, and he will come for me for us. But if he comes back here, won't he be arrested? My father is a smart man and will find a way without getting caught. We will have to be more careful than ever and be on guard. I'm scared. I know you are, but I promise I will protect you, and when he gets here, I will end him so that he can never hurt us again. Armando, are you capable of ending your father's life? He is evil and has done so much harm to people, and I will do whatever I have to keep you safe. Go to sleep now, and when you wake up, I will be right here holding you. As the sun rose, she was awakened by the soft sound of his breathing as he slept. She watched him, thinking how close she had come to losing him. She wanted him now more than ever, so removing her nightgown, she climbed over the top of him. He was pulled from sleep when he felt her naked body on top and her lips kissing his neck. His member sprang to life. He moved his hands up and down her back. Jada, as much as I want to make love to you, are you sure you're ready? She lifted her head to look down at him. I have never been more ready in my whole life as I am now. I need you. I want you. Make me forget the last few hours. Show me how much I mean to you. Oh God, he moaned as he flipped her onto her back. Don't think you need to take it slow and gentle. Do what you want to me. It had seemed so long since he had made love to her and was more than willing to give her what she wanted. Their lovemaking was always an intense session of passion. She felt a shiver of excitement course through her body when his hand moved over her breast and his lips kissed her neck. She let out a moan when he bit the skin. The feel of his hard manhood pressing against her had her trying to open her legs. No, I will not enter you yet. He placed his lips over hers, his kiss deepened, and his shaft throbbed. There was no way he was going to let her entice him to go inside her, not even when she ran her fingernails down his back and kept grinding against him. He smiled to himself when he heard her groan when he released his lips from hers. He then started kissing down to her neck and kept moving until his mouth was between her legs. He chuckled when she tried to close her legs, and he pushed them apart. Oh, so now you want them closed when a moment ago you tried your hardest to get me in between them. I'm shy when you do that. He was the only man who had ever made a meal out of her pussy, And this man was relentless. He would keep it up until she had at least 2 orgasms. The feel of his tongue inside her and the way he would move it around drove her mad with desire. Using her fingers to grip the sheet, she arched her back and could stop the screams of ecstasy as he continued his onslaught on her hot and throbbing pussy. He could hardly contain himself when he felt her orgasm hit and the way she screamed out his name. Wiping his mouth, he moved up, and when she tried to pull him down, he grabbed her wrists and pinned them above her head. I'm in charge here and will decide what happens next. Do I make myself clear? Her heart was pounding and the sweat dripped from both of their bodies. She stared into his eyes and knew that he knew he could only be this bossy with her during these encounters. Smiling, she nodded her head, letting him know she agreed. Good, he replied as he then wrapped his lips over her left breast. He continued to kiss and lick every part of her body, and when she tried to grab his cock, he pushed her hand away. He loved being in control and got a kick out of it when she would grunt in frustration. When he was at the point where he couldn't take it anymore, he ordered her to open her legs.
Now open these beautiful legs for me.
He wasted no time as he surged inside her with one hard thrust. It felt so good being inside her and feeling her walls tightening around his cock. He wanted to move in and out slowly, but was unable to hold back another moment. Placing his hands on both sides of her, he started thrusting harder and faster. His manhood was throbbing and needed release, so it was only seconds when he came. This was the longer foreplay he had given her, and was drained as he collapsed on top of her, burying his face in the crook of her neck.
Oh, how I have missed your smell and taste on my lips. I love you much, Jada.
She ran her fingers through his hair. I love you too. After their breathing settled down, he suggested they take a shower together, and she quickly agreed. Of course, they made love as the water flowed down their bodies. All the danger and what took place over the last few hours left their thoughts as they enjoyed each other and just being back in each other's arms. I'm starving, she said as they dried off and put on some clothes. Me too, so I'll order some takeout. No, I will make us breakfast. You don't have to. I want to, and it will take my mind off of things. I would like for you to help me. It wasn't that she wanted him to help. She just didn't want to be separated from him, not even for a minute. Chapter 22. They had just sat down to eat when Boris showed up. It was as if he always knew when she was cooking. Boris, I just want to thank you for saving Armando. He told me everything. Also for helping him to rescue me. I don't know what we would do without you. No need to thank me. It's my job. She went over and hugged him. That wasn't the only reason. You did it because you love Armando and would have done it regardless of whether you were getting paid or not. Ah, you love me, Armando said in a joking way. He knew that the man was embarrassed and not used to any show of affection. With a red face, Boris sat down to eat the breakfast that Jada had placed on the table. He wanted to change the subject. I've arranged for extra security, and the 2 young men that you had me train will be hiding on the rooftop of the building next door. Are they ready for that? Oh, they are. They have proven to be excellent snipers and never miss their targets. If they see any signs of Aldo, they will end his life quickly. Armando looked over at Jada, who was making another pot of coffee. He could see her tensing up by how her breathing quickened and her shoulders went rigid. He got up and went over to her and placed his hands on her shoulder as he stood behind her. Jada, I don't know when he will make his move. It could be right away or maybe weeks. Until he is caught and taken care of, we have to be more careful than ever before. She turned around to face him. I know, but the waiting and worrying is so hard. I hate living in fear. I just want things to go back to normal. They both looked at Boris when they heard him snicker. He stopped to look back at them as he took a bite of his waffle. Life with Armando can never be normal. I'm sure being with him will be like riding a roller coaster, but I know you can handle the ride. Shut up and eat your food, Armando said in a light-hearted tone. The following day, he was in his office looking over some papers. He decided to see what Jada was doing since he hadn't seen her in over an hour. He couldn't find her inside anywhere and was getting worried. He looked out the balcony door and saw her in the pool and stormed out in a huff. Jada, get the hell out of there and inside. She jumped when he yelled, and for the life of her, she couldn't understand why he was so mad. Just as she was getting out of the pool, he grabbed her arm.
What the hell? She snapped. I thought I told you to stay inside.
What the hell are you getting so mad about? It's not like I left the building. I just wanted to go for a swim. He didn't answer, just pulled her along, and once inside, he shut the door. Being out on the balcony is just as bad as going out somewhere. Don't you realize how dangerous my father is and can use a drone? Believe me when I tell you the ones he has are equipped with weapons. I didn't hear any drones, and I'm tired of sitting inside. Damn, you even close the drapes when it starts getting dark. I feel like a prisoner, and why do you have to yell at me? He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked into her eyes. Until my father is taken care of, you will do as I say without question. Is that clear? Screw you, she said as she pushed him away. Jada, I'm not done talking. Well, I am, she said and stormed towards the bedroom. He ran his fingers through his hair and paced back and forth. He was exhausted from worrying and wondering when his father would strike and keeping her safe. She was just coming from the shower, wrapped in a towel, when Armando entered the room.
If you've come to yell at me some more, you can just turn around and leave the room.
He walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulders.
I know I was being harsh, but you've got to understand that we have to be more careful than ever. I'm trying to keep you safe. If that means staying hidden inside here, then that's what we're going to do.
Aldo might not make a move until he sees us. So why don't we do what we did with 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏? Let's go out and be seen. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏 was an idiot. He made many mistakes. My father is smart and has more men and ways of getting to someone. I have heard drones late in the afternoon. That is why I insist the drapes are kept closed. We are a target with them open.
You didn't have to yell at me.
I'm sorry, but I got scared. You mean everything to me, and if something happened to you, I could not go on living. Please, promise me you won't go on the balcony unless I am with you. I promise, she said, stroking his chin. But I get so bored. I want to go dancing or out to dinner. How long do we have to live this way? He took her hand and kissed it. I don't know. I give you my word that when this is all over, I will take you out wherever you want to go. Till then, we'll have to find a way to entertain ourselves. I can think of one way, she said with a smile on her face.
Yeah, and what's that?
She dropped the towel from her body and stood in front of him. A huge grin appeared on his face as he stared at her naked body. Picking her up in his arms, he carried her to the bed and laid her down. Removing his shirt, he got on top of her. This is my favorite form of entertainment. After 3 hours of hot and wild sex, they were drained and collapsed on the bed. She laid her head on his chest. All of a sudden, she sat up and looked down at him. I just thought of something. Bella, you need to let me rest about 20 minutes before I can go again. You have worn me right out. No, it's that. If we stay here and your father does strike, what about all the innocent people that live in the apartments below us? Someone might get caught in the crossfire. I couldn't live with myself if that happened. He sat up and turned his head to look at her. He loved how she was always worried about others more than she was about herself. You're right. So we must go to a place outside of the city. I think I know a place. He grabbed his phone from the nightstand and dialed Boris's number. After telling him to come over, he got up and dressed. She did the same and was curious as to what he had in mind. What's up, boss? We're moving to a different location, out of the city. There's a cabin that's not being used, surrounded by trees, and no one else lives near it. I think I know the cabin you're talking about, but are you sure about that? All those spies could be watching us. When he attacks, I don't want any innocent people getting hurt. I'm also counting on him knowing where we are. Out there, we can fight him and his men better. No one to hear or see what happens. When do you want to go? Right away, so get in touch with as many men as you can round up. Have the 2 young ones hiding behind trees or whatever they can find. If they're as good as you say, they will take down as many of Aldo's men before they reach the cabin. I'll take care of it now and have the men in place before we get there. Good. Jada and I will pack what we need. When you've taken care of things, we'll go out the back way to the underground parking lot. The 3 of us will go in one vehicle and have 2 in another one following us. Good plan. That way Aldo's spies will think it's only the 5 of us. But what if they try something on the way to the cabin? My father won't allow that to happen. How can you be sure? Remember, he can't be seen or the FBI can catch him. He'll be in hiding until he has a good shot of killing us and getting away with it. Besides, he wants to be there and the one to kill me and Jada. When Boris left to make the arrangements, he turned to her, placing the palms of his hands on both sides of her face. Pack only a few things while I grab what I need from the hidden closet. She knew what was in the closet. It was a small room that held a variety of weapons. He had shown it to her a while back. You're a strong and brave woman, and I want you to know that everything will be all right. It's going to get heavy, with lots of gunfire and men dying. I know you can handle it. As long as I'm with you, I can. He stroked her cheek with his thumbs before leaning over to kiss her. Now go, we will leave soon. 10 minutes later, she came from the bedroom carrying a bag with some clothes. She had changed into a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. He was finishing putting the guns in a duffel bag and looked up at her and smiled. Good, you packed light. Yeah, I did, and I placed jeans on the bed for you to put on. Where we're going, I thought you would be more comfortable in them instead of that suit you're wearing. An hour later, Boris showed up with 2 other men. Everything has been taken care of. The men should be at the cabin soon and surrounding the place. I had one stop to pick up some food, bread, meat, and coffee, even to keep us for a few days. Oh, and bacon and eggs in case Jada decided to make us all breakfast. You expect my woman to cook for all of you?
Armando, stop. I don't mind, and besides, we all have to eat.
He rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. He helped her into her jacket. Placing his finger under her chin, he lifted her face. I am so sorry about putting you in this situation. A dangerous one you don't deserve. Stay close to me at all times. Armando, I love you, and this is not your fault. Now, let's get going. I love my woman bossy, but once we are married, I hope you won't be too bossy with me. Married? She was shocked by those words. He had never mentioned the word marriage before. We'll discuss that later. The 5 of them took the private elevator down to the parking lot where the bulletproof cars were waiting for them. Boris, Armando, and Jada got into one, and the other 2 guys got in the other and followed behind them. Jada sat between the 2 while Boris drove. She was going to sit in the back, but Armando wanted her in front with them. It was 3 in the morning as they drove out of town. Boss, it's so quiet, almost eerie. Do you think that we were spotted leaving? I'm sure of it. Jada turned her head to look at him.
Then will they start shooting at us once we get out of town?
No, they are waiting to see where we're going and will let my father know. I'm not sure when he'll strike, but we must stay alert and be prepared for anything. He put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her close, kissing the top of her head. You are so tired, my love. Close your eyes and get some sleep. I will wake you when we arrive at the cabin. It was true, she was tired, but too wound up to sleep. Knowing he was worried about her, she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Chapter 23. It only took about 2.5 hours to reach the cabin. Armando couldn't see any of his guys, but he knew they were all around. Opening the door of the car, he held out his hand for her to take. I'm afraid it's not much to look at, but with any luck, we won't be here long. It looks cozy, she replied with a sweet smile on her face. Once inside, she walked around, checking the kitchen, and noticed the food inside the fridge. It had enough sandwich meat with all the fixings to feed an army. She also noticed quite a bit of beer chilling and turned to look at Armando and the others. Well, sandwiches and beer. Looks like enough for a week or two. The guys looked at each other, their faces turning red. Armando chuckled and took her hand in his. It's cool in here, so we'll light the fireplace. It only has one bedroom, so why don't you go and get some sleep? What about you? I know you haven't slept in a while. I'll be in soon. After I talk to the men, I want to make sure everyone is in place. As soon as she left, Boris opened 4 bottles of beer, handing one to Armando. He spoke on his earpiece to the ones hiding outside. Everything is quiet, and they're all in place, boss. Now we wait, so let's enjoy our beer in the peace. Armando finished his beer and stood up. I'll go see how Jada's doing. Yeah, and get some shut-eye. Aldo could strike at any moment. Upon entering the small bedroom, he found her asleep on top of the covers. Taking off his shoes, he laid down next to her and covered them with a blanket. The feeling he felt when she rolled over and laid her head on his chest, her arm going around him, was indescribable. His heart swelled with love. Never had he felt this way before. He did manage to get a couple hours of sleep, and when he woke up, she was not beside him. Jumping out of bed, he went into the other room. There she was, making breakfast for the few that were in the cabin. Jada, you don't have to cook for them. They are capable of making their own. I don't mind. It takes my mind off of things. Now sit down and I'll dish out some for you. Things were quiet for the next 2 days, and they kept busy by playing board games and watching TV. But things were about to turn for the worse, and the fight to the death was about to start. It was just as the sun was going down when Armando got word that a helicopter was flying above them and several cars were making their way to the cabin. Jada felt her heart beating like a drum as she watched the men load their guns. A man stood by each window, ready to start firing. Armando went over and grabbed her arms. I want you to stay in the bedroom and get down on the floor. Don't come out until I come and get you. Take this gun and keep it with you, just in case. I'm scared and I want to stay by your side. You taught me to shoot so I can help out. For once, will you just do as I say? Please, I need to know you're safe. He kissed her and then motioned towards the door and was glad she followed his orders. He knew she would be safe in the bedroom as the window was so small no one could get in, and he also had a man stationed outside that window. Boris was speaking on his earpiece to one of the men who was hiding outside. He looked at Armando with a worried frown on his face. Boss, there's an army of men coming. I'm afraid we are outnumbered. Armando checked his gun, and he then placed another one behind his back. His men were loaded with machine guns and other weapons used in combat.
We may be outnumbered, but we have the best snipers and men that will fight to the death. Let's take them all out and leave my father to me.
Jada crawled under the bed and began to shake when she heard the gunfire start. She had put on her jacket and placed the gun Armando had given her in the pocket. All she could hear was guns going off and men screaming.
As much as she wanted to go out and help, she knew that Armando would become distracted, worrying about her. She would not be the reason he got hurt, so she stayed put and prayed that he and the others would be okay. The night was lit up with gunfire, and the noise was deafening. The ones inside the cabin had to yell to be heard. Armando, the more men we shoot down, the more is coming. There's no way out of this. You have to take Jada and go out the back through the woods. I will send 2 men with you and the others will hold them off until you can get away. I'm not leaving you behind.
Boris grabbed Armando's shirt and pulled him closer.
If you don't go, Jada will be killed. I and the others will take care of our enemy. It's been my honor and privilege working for you. Just promise me you'll always treat that girl with love and respect and live a good life. Armando knew Boris was right, and that there was no way of getting out of the situation alive. For Jada, he would have to take her and run. You've been a great friend to me, and I'll never forget what all you've done for me. I expect you to survive, and I will see you soon. Without another word, he ran to the bedroom and called out to her, Jada, come. She crawled out from under the bed and ran into his arms. He hugged her tightly and kissed the top of her head before letting her go and taking her hand. It's not safe here. We have to leave out the back way. We'll go through the woods and find a safe place to hide. What about the others? He didn't answer her. What could he say? That he was leaving his men behind to die while he took off. With his gun in his hand and his other hand holding hers, they made their way out the back door where two men were waiting to take them to safety. They had to take down some of Aldo's men who were waiting out back. But just before they reached the wooded area, the two men with Armando were shot and killed. He in turn killed them, and he and Jada ran into the woods. She stopped suddenly, and he turned to look at her. Why are you stopping? I can't run anymore. Can't stop thinking about those men and all the others who are dead and will be soon. He reached up and wiped her tears away. He could see that she was at the breaking point, and his heart went out to her. It pains me too, but others will follow us, so we have to keep moving. We'll never be safe as long as your father is alive. Will we have to run and hide for the rest of our lives? Look, we don't have time to talk about this now. I need time to figure out what to do about him. Now let's get moving. As they made their way, the sounds of gunfire could still be heard, though not as loud. Then they heard a loud bang and turned to look back and saw smoke billowing up into the sky. What was that? She asked, her body shaking. Someone blew up the cabin with explosives. Let's keep going. He was devastated, knowing that Boris was inside when the cabin was blown up. He made a promise to himself that his father and those men of his would pay with their lives. They did encounter a couple more of Aldo's men, but Armando dealt with them, ending their lives. He knew it bothered her to see him kill, but thankfully she understood and kept quiet. When he heard the snap of a twig, he knew there was one more person following them. He had a gut feeling as to who it was. Jada, I want you to go ahead and hide behind some bushes. Stay there, and I will come for you.
No, I don't want to leave you.
I said go, now hurry. When she was gone, he shouted out for whoever was still following them. Not a sound was heard, nor any footsteps, so he figured that maybe it was just an animal that made the noise. As he went to walk away to get her, a shot rang out, hitting him in the shoulder. The wind was knocked out of him, and he fell to the ground. He looked up and saw his father walking towards him. Well, my son, we meet again. I'm amazed that you survived when I shot you, or how you escaped the explosion.
You bastard,
Armando shouted at him. Because of you, the FBI knows I'm head of the trafficking business. Already I have lost a great deal of money. When Armando reached for his gun, Aldo shook his head and pointed his gun at him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. It was very clever of you, the way you saved your girl from the auction and managed to get away. Now it's time to finally end your life. Then I will find her and do the same. Before he could shoot, Armando asked him a question. Tell me where my mother is, and if she's alive. I believe she's alive, but even despite you about to die, I will not tell you where I think she is. Now, I will end your life with a smile on my face. Just as he was about to shoot, Jada came running towards them. No, please don't kill him. Before she could get to him, Aldo grabbed her and placed his arm around her neck. There you are, my sweet young thing. You have saved me the trouble of looking for you. Let her go. Armando shouted as he reached for his gun and pointed it at his father. But Aldo placed his gun on her temple. "Drop your weapon and push it towards me, or I'll blow her head off. You know I'll do it. Do as I say, and I might just let her live." He could not let his father shoot her, so he kicked his gun away and out of reach. As soon as he did that, Aldo pushed her so hard that she was thrown towards a tree, where she hit her head and fell bleeding to the ground. "Jada, no!" Armando screamed. Aldo kept his gun pointed at Armando and looked down at her. "Darn, I think she is dead. What a shame. I would have liked to have fuked her before killing her. You son of a bitch, may you rot in hell. Oh, my son is shedding tears like a woman. You are a disgrace to me." Armando knew that he was about to be killed, and now that she was gone, he no longer wanted to live. All his men were probably dead, along with his best friend. It was over. His father had won. So closing his eyes, he thought of her and pictured her sweet smile. Just thinking of her, a calmness overcame him, and he was ready to join her in the afterlife. In the short time he had been with her, he knew what it was like to love and be loved. He didn't even feel the pain in his shoulder from the bullet. "Go ahead, end me." With his eyes closed, he waited for the shot and heard the gun go off, waiting for the impact that would end his misery of losing the love of his life. Chapter 24. He heard the shot, but didn't feel the bullet hitting him. He opened his eyes and saw Jada standing there. She was still holding the gun in her hands, but wasn't moving. It was as if she was in some sort of trance. Getting up, he walked over to her, and placing his hand over hers, he took the weapon. "Jada, it's okay. It's over." Tears rolled down her face when she looked back at him and fell into his arms. He wrapped his arms lovingly around her. Then, when he heard footsteps coming, he raised his gun, ready to kill anyone who was a threat to them, but lowered it when he saw Boris and Matthew. "Boss, you've been shot. Are you all right?" "It's nothing. Jada doesn't look too good. She's in shock. Let's get her out of here." Matthew bent down to see if Aldo had a pulse, but he was dead. "What happened here?" "We'll explain later. Jada has been hurt, so we need to get her to the hospital." Matthew stood up straight. "Yes, there is a lot of blood on her head, and you need to get that shoulder of yours checked." Jada passed out, and when Armando tried to lift her into his arms, Boris took her from him. "You've been hurt, so I'll carry her." As they walked back to where the cabin once stood, Armando kept his eyes on her as he spoke to Boris. "I thought you were dead. How did you escape the explosion, and how did the FBI know where to find us?" "On the drive to the hospital," he explained. "We got out just as the cabin exploded, and I called Matthew earlier. I know you didn't want me to, but I knew he could help. Good thing I did. Because of him, many of our men are alive." Armando kept his arm around her. She was still in shock and wasn't speaking. Matthew was driving, so he started questioning him. "So can you tell me what happened to Aldo?" "When I heard footsteps, I had Jade hide, and my father shot me in the shoulder. I fell to the ground, and she called out my name and was running to me when he grabbed her." "So what happened next?" "He pushed her after I shoved my weapon away, and she hit her head on the tree, knocking her out. I thought she was dead, so I closed my eyes and waited for him to kill me. I heard the shot, and there she was. She saved my life. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead." "You've got yourself an amazing woman there," stroking her cheek, which was cold to the touch. Yes, I do," he replied. Boris turned his head to look back at her and noticed she was almost asleep. "Boss, she hit her head hard back there. I'm no doctor, but maybe you should keep her awake until she gets checked out." "Jada, I need you to stay awake. I know you're exhausted, but be strong for me." She nodded her head, but still did not speak. "Baby, Aldo is gone. He can never hurt us again or anyone else. When you're feeling better, we'll take that trip to Spain and visit your aunt. I'll take you dancing and all the other things you wanted to do." When they arrived at the hospital, He didn't want to leave, but no matter how much he argued with the hospital staff, they had to go into separate rooms to be examined. The moment they took the bullet out of his shoulder and stitched it up, he raced to where she was being attended to. She was lying on the bed, asleep. "Doctor, is she okay?" "Yes, she has a nasty bump on her head, but she will be all right. It's best to let her sleep for a couple of hours before you take her home." Boris and Matthew entered the room and asked how she was doing. "The doctor says she will be all right, just needs a couple of hours of sleep. I am worried about her mental state, that is." "Why?" Boris asked, not sure what his boss was getting at.
I know she acts strong and tough, but she's not. She has never shot or killed anyone before now. I don't know if she can live with that."
Boris placed his hand on Armando's good shoulder. "She will get through it with your help." After the three men talked about what went down, Matthew left and Boris went to get some coffee for him and his boss. She started having a bad dream and cried out for him. He sat on the bed and took her hand in his.
"It's okay, baby. You're safe."
When she opened her eyes, she sat up and threw her arms around him. "I'm so sorry," she said between sobs.
"What are you sorry about?"
"I killed your father. Can you ever forgive me?" He cupped her face in his hands and stared deeply into her eyes. "There is nothing to forgive you for. I would have done it myself. Baby, you saved my life. Not only my life, but the lives of so many innocent people. I don't want you to feel bad about it." It was then that she saw the blood on his shirt and knew he had been hurt. "Oh God, you're hurt." "It's nothing to worry about, just my shoulder, and it doesn't even hurt. The question is, how are you? Your head, does it hurt?" "No, I just have a headache. Can we go home now?" "Yes. Can you walk, or should I carry you?" he asked as he helped her out of bed.
"I'm fine. Wait, Boris, is he alive?"
It just happened that he walked in at that very moment. "Of course I'm alive. Do you think that I would leave the two of you alone without protection? I'm glad you're okay. Now, should I carry you to the car?" She went over and hugged him, and then smiled at him. "I can walk." When they finally got back to the apartment, Boris went to shower and change into some clean clothes. He said he'd be back with pizza since they were all starving. Once they were alone, he wrapped his arms around her. "I love you so much, and back there in the woods, when I thought I had lost you for good, I wanted to die. Is it finally over, or will your father's men come after us for revenge?" "No, they feared and hated him and most likely will be overjoyed knowing he's gone for good. Let's take a shower and get out of these dirty clothes." There was no sexual play when they showered together. It was mostly holding each other for comfort. Boris returned with the pizza and some chocolate eclairs, knowing it was her favorite dessert. "How did you get these at this time of night?" "I mentioned Armando's name. That's all it took. I figured after all you've been through you needed a treat. Just don't eat too many of them or you'll get fat." He liked seeing her smile, even though she rolled her eyes at him. Armando was pleased that his woman and best friends had developed a close friendship. "Have you gotten any word from Matthew?" "I was talking to him just before I got here. Word of your father's death has gotten back to his group in Italy. The authorities are investigating all of his business deals, going through his home to find more evidence." "What about the girls he kidnapped?" she asked as she took a bite of her pizza. "They're in the process of being found. It will take time. Soon all of his evil deals will be found, and everyone associated with him will be taken into custody." Armando placed his hand on her knee and turned to look at her. "It's like the domino effect. His empire will collapse one by one till nothing is left." This made her feel better, mostly because she knew that now he would be safe from his father. "I'm so tired, so I'm going to bed." "I'll be there in a few minutes. I just need to go over a few things with Boris." "Was there something important you wanted to talk to me about?" "Yes, I believe my mother is alive and still living in Italy. Get in touch with one of your contacts and have them investigate. What makes you think she's still alive?
It's something my father said before he died. I want her found.
It might take some time. I don't care. I want it done. All these years I thought she had left me only to find out what that bastard did to her. I never knew for sure if she was alive or dead. I'll take care of it. Now, I will go so that you and Jada can get some rest. He walked Boris to the door, where he placed his hand on his shoulder. I want to thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. You have a trusted friend and have done so much for me. I can never thank you enough. Armando, you too have helped me. I will always be here for you as long as you want me. Now, go to your woman. Once Boris was gone, he went to the bedroom. Seeing her on the bed with her eyes closed, he removed his clothes and in next to her. Laying on his side, he couldn't resist touching her. He caressed her cheek with the tips of his fingers. Feeling his touch, she opened her eyes. Just seeing him next to her made her feel better. She placed her hand over his. I love you. Bella, I love you too. I promise that from now on you will never feel hurt or pain again. I will make sure you are happy. I will love and protect you forever. You make me happy now, but there is one thing that would please me more. Whatever it is, just name it, and it shall be done. I don't want you to kill anyone ever again. I wish for us to live a normal life. I do too, but I have to ask you something. You have witnessed what I can and have done. Has that made you feel different about me? Has some of your love for me diminished? She sat up. Nothing you could ever do would make my love for you go away. I'll be honest, it did scare me how you could kill without any hesitation. I know you had no choice, but it was still frightening. I just don't want to see any more people dying or you getting hurt. That's not me anymore, and I will tell you this. I will only use my weapon if I have to. If my loved ones are in danger, I will protect them, and you in any way I need to. She leaned down and kissed him. She knew he would keep his promise. So where do we go from here? He flipped her over onto her back and climbed on top. First, I'm going to make love to you, and then I will ask you to marry me. Why wait? Ask me now before we make love. No, when I ask you, it will be over a romantic dinner, and I will have a ring to put on your finger. I will now make love to you if you're up to it. Instead of answering him, she placed her hands behind his head and drew him down and kissed him. Since they both went through a horrendous ordeal, he was gentle when he made love to her, taking it slow and easy. To her, their lovemaking that night was sweet. She moved her hands up and down his back, making sure not to hurt his shoulder where he had been shot. During the night, she had a bad nightmare. Aldo was standing in front of Armando. She had woken up from having hit her head and knew he was about to get shot. Though her head was throbbing and blood ran down her face, she reached inside her coat pocket and took out the gun Armando had given her. Standing up, she aimed her weapon at the back of Aldo's head and pulled the trigger.
The bullet went through his skull and blood came gushing out. The sight was horrifying as she watched Aldo fall to the ground. She screamed and she felt arms going around her.
Chapter 25. He woke up when he heard the scream coming from her. She was sitting up in bed, so he wrapped his arms around her. She was drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably. Sweetheart, wake up, you're dreaming. Her eyes opened, and seeing him, she laid her head on his shoulder. Oh God, I dreamt of what I did to Aldo. The look on his face and the blood coming from his head. Will I ever get that image out of my head? It will fade in time, I promise. Now lay back down, and I'll hold you until you wake. What were you and Boris talking about when I came to bed? It's nothing for you to worry about. Don't do that. Do what? Don't exclude me. We are a couple and shouldn't keep secrets from one another. You're right, and it's not a secret. Then tell me. I believe my mother is alive. and I asked him to get someone to investigate her whereabouts. I need to find her to make sure she's okay. I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm sure she will be found. But will she want to be found? Armando, either way, you need to know, or it will always haunt you. I'm sure she will be happy to see you. After all, you are her son. Over the next few days, they decided to lay low and stay inside till things settled down. He was in his gym, working out on his punching bag. It had been a while since he had worked out. He stopped what he was doing when she walked in. Hey, beautiful, what's up? I missed you and I thought we could go out somewhere. It's been almost a week since, well, you know. I see no reason why we can't go out. What did you have in mind? Maybe somewhere nice to eat, and maybe afterwards we could go dancing. It would do us both to get out and have some fun. All right, let me take a shower and change. I'll take you to the finest restaurant in town. Then I better find something elegant to wear. Oh, I meant to ask you earlier. Who was that man that came yesterday, carrying a briefcase? He wiped the sweat from his forehead before answering. Just a business deal I'm working on. I'll tell you all about it later. Now how about kissing me before I shower, or would you like to join me? Not a chance, pal. Every time we shower together, it always leads to sex and continues in the bed for ages. Go get ready. You've never complained before.
I'm not complaining. I just want to go out for a change.
It was just him and her in the car as they drove to the Italian restaurant. His one hand rested on her knee.
You look stunning in that dress. Black has always been my favorite color. I want you to know that I have a couple of surprises in store for you tonight. What are they? Now, it wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. You'll just have to wait to find out. You know I hate surprises.
No, you don't. You love them,
he said and chuckled. When they got to the restaurant, he ordered a bottle of champagne. After ordering their meal, he reached over to hold her hand. She felt a tingle course through her body by the way he was staring into her eyes.
Why are you looking at me at that?
I can't help it. I get so lost in your eyes. There is something I'd like to show you. Then show me. He took out his phone, found what he was looking for, and handed it to her. She was looking at pictures of a mansion. She was wondering why he was showing her this. Wow, it's lovely. I'm glad you like it because I bought it for us. I thought it was time to live in a proper home. Was this the surprise you were talking about? Yes, one of them. You didn't have to buy this. I'm happy with where we are now. Can't have my wife living in an apartment. He reached into his pocket, took out a small black velvet box, and got down on his one knee. I loved you from the moment I saw you. You touched my heart and soul. Jada Torres, will you be my wife and let me love and be with me for the rest of our lives? She felt the butterflies in her stomach when she looked at his face, and then the ring. She could imagine a life with Armando. With a smile on her face, and from her heart she gave her answer. Yes, yes, I will marry you. A huge smile appeared on his face as he removed the ring from the box and placed it on her finger. He then got to his feet and, pulling her up, gave her a passionate kiss. They were lost in that kiss and didn't even hear the clapping from the other customers. He ended the kiss and placed the palms of his hands on both sides of her face. You have made me so happy, and I will make it my mission in life to make sure you are always happy and safe. I know you will, but everyone is staring at us, so let's sit down. Once seated, and just before their meal arrived, she reached over to take his hand. I love my ring. It's so beautiful. I was hoping you would like it. Tomorrow we will go look at our new home, and we can move in at any time. When you said you had a couple of surprises for me, I never dreamt it would be all this. I have one more surprise for you.
Armando, no. You have done so much already, and there's nothing I want.
You'll love this surprise. I'm taking you to Spain to visit your aunt. I was thinking that we could get married while we're there and honeymoon. Her eyes teared up. Just the idea that he thought of marrying her in Spain so that her aunt could be a part of it. You're not saying anything. Does it not please you? It does. I'm just so overwhelmed at the moment. I can't believe how wonderful you are to want to include my aunt. Bella, your aunt is family, and did you think I wouldn't want her involved? I am looking forward to meeting her. Maybe I jumped the gun in deciding everything without speaking to you first. If you want to wait and have a big wedding, I will understand. No, I don't want anything big or fancy. Just having my aunt with us is all I want or need. Thank you for everything. After they ate, he took her dancing as promised and later back home, where they made passionate love. The next few days were busy with checking out their new home and making plans to go to Spain. It was all planned. After getting married, they would go to dinner with her aunt and then honeymoon. Before coming back to Boston, they would visit the aunt for a couple more days. Spain. Boris would have liked to be there when his boss got married, but he had to stay and take care of Armando's new business adventures. Aunt Sarah was drawn into Armando's charm. She liked him from the start and could see how happy he made Jada. At first, she was sad that they were going to be busy with the honeymoon. But then when he told her they would devote 2 days to spending with her before going home, she cheered right up. Jade showed him all the sights, and they went dancing and ate at the best restaurants. The nights were filled with some very steamy lovemaking. As promised, they stayed with Aunt Sarah in her tiny apartment. The newlyweds did notice that Sarah was looking a bit upset, so Jada asked her what was wrong when Armando was out picking up some groceries. When he returned, Sarah was resting in the bedroom and Jada was staring out the window. He could tell she was upset, so he put the groceries down and went over to her. What happened? She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Armando, my aunt just told me that her business wasn't doing too good and she had to close her store. I don't know what she's going to do. At her age, finding a job will be hard. He wrapped his arms around her. He hated seeing her unhappy. She was his wife, and he would put that smile back on her face at any cost. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. What can you do? He lifted her chin so that she had to look at him. We will take her back home with us to live. With your permission, of course. She was in total shock. You wouldn't mind her living with us? Of course not. She's family. Besides, our home has many rooms and is big enough for a small enemy. Go, get your aunt so we can tell her the news. She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly against her. You are the most wonderful husband in the world. I don't know what I've done to deserve you. I'll go get her, and I want you to tell her. Jada, tell me that you wish to speak to me. Yes, she told me about your business, and we would like to help you. No, that's okay. I'll be fine. Sarah, we want you to come live with us.
I couldn't. You two just got married and don't need me hanging around or getting in the way.
He walked over and took her hands in his. With a warm smile, he replied, I won't take no for an answer. You will come live with us. You are family and won't be in the way. Besides, our home is huge and has plenty of rooms, so we all can still have our privacy. Are you both sure about this? Aunt Sarah, it was Armando's suggestion, and I couldn't be happier. So you will come? Yes, but I have things to do before I move. There's this apartment and some personal business to take care of. Sarah, we will go home, and when you are ready, let me know, and I'll have a plane come get you. You will love living in America and will never have to worry about anything ever again. That night when they got into bed, Jada climbed on top of him. I love you, and I love that you are letting my aunt come live with us. She has worked hard all her life and gave up a lot to raise me. She has no idea the danger we were in before, and I'd like to keep it from her. I agree. Now shut up and kiss me. You want to have sex now, and in my aunt's home? She might hear us. Not if we're quiet. Can we be quiet? She asked as he rolled her onto her back.
I can, but I know you can't.
So, I will have to keep my mouth over yours. When it was time to leave, he told Sarah to call him when she was ready to join them in Boston. On the plane ride home, he pulled Jada onto his lap. I have enjoyed our honeymoon very much. You have shown me so many things, but I am sorry it wasn't much of a wedding ceremony. I feel like you've been cheated out of a wedding that every woman dreams of. I told you this was what I wanted. It was perfect, and I wouldn't change it for anything. What's important now is our life together. With all the danger gone, we can start living a normal life. Lifting her hand, he stared at their wedding bands and smiled. My wife, oh, how I love saying those words. When we get home, you should pick out a room for your aunt and fix it up the way you think she would like. Chapter 26. They were both so glad to get back to Boston and excited to get settled in their new home. Do we need this much security? Bella, when one is as wealthy as we are, there is always some level of threat. So yes, we need all these guards to make sure no unwanted company tries to enter our home. What about the cameras inside? Is that also necessary? There are not that many, just ones in places that need to be. Now stop worrying. I need to speak to Boris, so why don't you go on upstairs and get settled? She went to their suite and looked around at some of the changes she requested. It was unlike any bedroom she had seen. The bed was huge. There was also a couch and 2 chairs. A large TV, though they rarely watched one. There was a large walk-in closet, and the bathroom was fit for a queen and king. The staff they had hired wouldn't be starting until the following day, and she was getting hungry and knew Armando would be too. After putting their clothes away, she went down to see what Armando was doing. The mansion was so big, and she wasn't sure where he was, so she went to his office first. Jada, welcome home, Boris said and hugged her.
It's good to be home.
I thought I would make us something to eat. You will be joining us, won't you? Of course. I have missed your cooking and took the liberty of stocking up the fridge and cupboards. Armando put his arm around her waist. You shouldn't have to bother with cooking. I'm sorry the staff isn't here to take care of it. They will be here tomorrow. I love cooking, you know that. I still plan on cooking for us from time to time. Now, if you will excuse me, I'll get started. When she was gone, the men sat down to talk about the real estate Armando wanted to invest in.
So, boss, how was the honeymoon?
It was fantastic. Jada showed me the sights, and it was a shame we had to come back so soon. By the way, her aunt will be coming to live with us. She should be here in a week or 2. We will all make her welcome. After 2 hours had gone by, the meal was ready, so they went to the kitchen and ate it there. Boris couldn't get enough of the lasagna and had a second helping. Okay, guys, I did the cooking, so now you both can do the washing up. Boris was shocked. He didn't like doing dishes or other chores that he considered woman's work. You're kidding, right? No, it won't kill you to rinse off a few dishes and put them in the dishwasher. Or would you prefer to go shopping and pick me up some female products? Remembering how he felt the last time she made him do it, so he decided to help clean the dishes. It helped knowing that she was making Armando do it too. 2 weeks went by and Sarah finally arrived. She was greeted by not only Armando and Jada, but also by the staff who made her feel right at home. On the second night after her arrival, they were having dinner, served to them by the staff. I feel uncomfortable being waited on like this. I should be doing the cooking and cleaning. Armando reached over and placed his hand over hers.
Aunt Sarah, we have people for that.
I know you're not used to this lifestyle, but in time you will be. I want you to be happy here. If there's something you want to do or somewhere you want to go, just let us know. Well, with your permission, I would like to do some baking once in a while. Also, would you allow me to put in a flower garden out back? It's lovely out there, but needs a little something. If it's a garden you want, I can arrange for the gardener to do it. When Jada saw the disappointment on Sarah's face, she spoke up for her aunt. Armando, I think it would make my aunt very happy if you would let her do it herself. He looked from Jada to the aunt. Aunt Sarah, if it will make you happy, then please go ahead. Just let the staff know what all you need, and it will be delivered. I'll also let the kitchen staff know that you will be baking whenever you want. A huge smile appeared on her face. Thank you so much. During dessert, Boris excused himself to take a call, but came back moments later. Boss, there's someone on the phone who needs to speak to you. We're eating. Tell him to call back later. I think you should take the call now. It is very important. Armando was not happy about being interrupted when he was having his meal with his family. He stood up and leaning over kissed his wife's cheek. I am so sorry, my darling. Enjoy your dessert, and I'll join you in the family room when I'm done. Jada and her aunt were enjoying a glass of wine when he returned. She could tell that her husband had something serious on his mind, so going over to where he stood placed her hand on his arm.
Armando,
Has something happened? The news he was waiting for had arrived. He was still trying to process it in his mind. The call was about my mother. They know where she is living, so I'm going to Italy first thing in the morning. She put her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder. She was so happy for him, but was worried about him going to Italy. I'm glad she's been found, but won't it be too dangerous going back there? What if some of your father's men want to take revenge against you? There's nothing to worry about. They have all been taken care of and are not a threat to me. Should we not discuss this in private? It's okay. My aunt knows everything. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Everything. Well, not everything, she replied quietly so that Sarah couldn't hear her. I hate to leave so soon after your aunt got here, but I must go before my mother moves to a different area. She doesn't stay in one place for long. I will go with you. No, you stay here with Sarah. Boris will be going with me. I'm going. End of discussion. But your aunt just got here. You should be with her. Sarah stood up and went over to them. Your wife should be with you to help you through any obstacles you might encounter when you and your mother meet for the first time in years. I will be fine here by myself. He put his arm around Jada's shoulder. He did want her with him for support and to hold his hand. Okay, I would like you with me. Well, if you two will excuse me, I will go to my room. I will see you both before you leave. Good night, my dears. They also went up to their room and got ready for bed. As she sat at her dressing table getting ready to brush her hair, he went over, took the brush from her, and proceeded to do what she was going to do. You have never done this before, but I like it. I love your hair, so beautiful and soft. I should have done this right from the beginning. Never cut your hair short. I love it long. She turned around and stood up to face him. What's bothering you? Nothing. Liar. I know you better than you know yourself. I know when something is bothering my husband. Now tell, or there will be no sex for you tonight. Bella, that's blackmail. I guess it is. If you must know, what if my mother doesn't want to see me or even remember me? What if she tells me the things my father put her through and the horrors she has endured living on the street? I'm afraid it will bring out the old me and I become violent to those who hurt her. He moved away and started pacing back and forth. What do I do when I find her? Do I set her up in an apartment with an allowance so she can get off the streets? Will she even let me? I don't know what to do. She went over and stopped him from pacing. You're a good man, and I know you won't turn violent. I will be with you, so stop worrying and wait until we see her before you decide what you want to do. The first thing is to find her and go from there. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he drew her against him. He wrapped his arms around her, loving how easily she could calm him down. What would I ever do without you? She looked up at him with her big eyes, smiling sweetly. You'd be lost. Now stop worrying and take me to bed. and have your wild way with me. I expect the full treatment, not a quickie, unless you're not in the mood." He swept her up in his arms and carried her over to the bed. "Hell, woman, I'm always in the mood." Making love to her was the greatest feeling in the world. Over the next 2 hours, he forgot about everything that was bothering him. He loved the way their bodies meshed perfectly together. Satisfied with their lovemaking, he towered over her, smiling. "Why are you smiling at me like that?" "I was just thinking about how much I love you and your body, which is so perfect. Your legs, arms, and your breasts drive me mad with desire. But my favorite part of you is your pussy and how it feels being inside you. You say that now, but wait until I'm old and wrinkly. You will always be beautiful and perfect in my eyes. Now it's your turn. What do you like about my body?" She shrugged her shoulders and looked away.
It's okay, I guess.
"Stop teasing me, Bella. I love everything about your body. Your strong arms, your toned muscles, your six-pack is hot and SXY. Aren't you forgetting one special part? Must you insist that I say it when you know damn well what part that is? I like it when you talk dirty. Okay? I love your cock and the way it makes me feel when it is inside me." He got off her and pulled her to her feet. "Let's take a shower, and maybe you will take your favorite part of me in your mouth." It wasn't often that he asked her to do this, but when he did, she was happy to please him. He was the first man she had gone down on. To be honest, the first couple of times she did not enjoy it, but now she did. It got her so heated up when she saw how he reacted when she blew him. The mons and the pure look of satisfaction on his face were so beautiful to see. Then, when she was done, he would lay her down on the bed and place his face between her legs. His mouth and tongue sent an explosion of intense pleasure coursing through her body. In the morning, they were packed and ready to go. "Aunt Sarah, are you going to be okay here alone? I hate having to leave when you just barely got here." "Honey, I'll be fine. I'm going to get started on the garden. That will keep me busy."
Armando went over and hugged her. "We'll be back soon, and if you need anything, just ask one of the staff. If you want to go shopping, my driver, Frank, will take you."
"Thank you, Armando. Don't worry about me. Just find your mother. I hope everything works out well and you find her in good health." Boris showed up and told them the plane was waiting for them. An hour later, they were on their way to Italy.
Chapter 27.
Armando couldn't help being nervous about seeing his mother, hoping she would be okay. He couldn't imagine what her life had been like. When they landed in Italy, they went straight to the hotel and booked in. Boris had a suite across from theirs. Armando waited until they were settled in before announcing that they would start checking out all the women's shelters. Their sources only knew the area where she was often spotted, but not her actual whereabouts. Since she moved around a lot, it was hard keeping track of her. They didn't have any luck at the first shelter. No one knew of her. All Armando had was an old picture of his mother that he kept in his wallet. It was taken years before he was born and was of no help. Seeing how upset her husband was, she took hold of his hand. "Don't worry, we will find her even if we have to check out every shelter." He caressed her cheek as Boris looked on. "I am so glad you came with me. Yes, we will keep looking until we find her, no matter how long it takes." After a few hours of searching, they decided to call it a day and start again the next day. After having their dinner at a nearby restaurant, they went back to their hotel. Later, Armando was sitting in a chair by the window looking out when he felt her hands on his shoulders. "You're exhausted. Come to bed and get some rest." He placed his hands over hers. "I can't sleep. Now that we're here, I'm so impatient and want to find my mother. The waiting is killing me. I know she's close, so why is it so hard locating her?" She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned over to kiss his cheek. "An impatient man can make mistakes, can overlook the obvious. You must remain calm and keep a clear head." "You're right. You are always right, my sweet wife. I think you should put me to bed and help to relieve my tension. She went and stood before him and dropped her rope. She was completely naked. Does this help? His eyes lit up as he got out of the chair and pulled her into his arms.
Oh, was it?
She let out a squeal when he picked her up and over his shoulder, giving her as a light slap as he carried her over to the bed. The next day after breakfast, the three of them started their search. The first two shelters were of no help, but the third one was more promising. The women who ran this particular shelter looked at the picture Armando showed her. I know you may not be able to recognize her. It was taken years ago, and the only one I have of her. My mother's name is Rose Valentino, though she may be using a different last name. There is something familiar about her. Not the face, but more her eyes. Such beautiful eyes. There was a woman who came here once. She only gave her first name. Yes, Rose, that's what she called herself. Armando felt his heart soaring with hope. This was a sign that they were getting close. Have you not seen her since then? No, she may have come back at a time we were full and had no room for anyone else. So you turned away a woman in need. How could you be so heartless? Jada grabbed his arm, knowing his temper was about to explode. Armando, do not yell at this woman. He looked at his wife and took a deep breath before speaking. Madam, forgive me for my outburst. I am just so worried about my mother, and I need to find her. Is there anything you can tell me as to where she can be found? If she's not in any shelter, you might find her living on the street. Many of the homeless will find an empty building to take shelter in. Some live under bridges, and there is a park where some live and make do tents. Where is this park? After giving him the directions, he handed her a card with his name and phone number. If she's come back, or you think of anything else that helps, please call me right away. Thank you for your time. Mr. Valentino, I hope you find her. There is one thing you should be aware of.
What's that? Those who have been in shelters or living on the street usually have a lot of mental problems. They don't trust anyone and will be scared and could become violent. You will have to approach her with caution. Whatever you do, don't push her too hard to accept who you are. Take your time and be patient.
Thanks for your advice. Good day. The three of them started walking the streets and towards the park. Boss, I was thinking that maybe we should split up. One of us should check out the shelters and the other one could go to the park. Boris, I agree. Jada and I will search the park. You go to the shelters. You don't know what those people are capable of doing. It's too dangerous. I will go to the park. Boris, just do as I say. Jada stood there, holding on to his hand. She knew that Armando could take care of himself and her, so she wasn't afraid. When they got close to the park and could see all the tents, he stopped and turned to her. I think it's best if you go back to the hotel and wait for me there. Why? Boris was right. It could be dangerous, and I don't want you getting hurt. I'm going with you, and you can't stop me. We are in this together, and I might be of some help when we find her. Why do you always have to argue with me? You heard the woman from the shelter. Your mom will be scared, especially of men after what she has been through. She might be more responsive to a woman than a man.
Again, you are right.
But you can only come with me if you stay by my side and don't wander off. Will you agree? Yes, now let's get started. As they began walking through the camp, the people living there kept staring. Though she was told by Armando not to make eye contact with any of them, she couldn't help it.
It broke her heart to see such sadness and desperation in their eyes. For reasons beyond their control, were forced to live on the street or in small camps like this one.
When Armando saw the look on her face, he stopped, placing his hand on her chin. I told you not to look at them. It's so sad. These people are homeless, hungry. It shouldn't be this way. Why isn't the government doing something to help them? Sweetheart, there is only so much they can do. It's like this all over the world. I love that you have such a sweet and caring nature, but right now my focus is on finding my mother." She lowered her eyes and nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry. Let's keep looking." Many of the people were outside their tents, others were hidden inside. Armando would stop and ask them if they knew a woman by the name of Rose. They would shake their heads, not wanting to speak to him. The people mostly avoided them. Some stared, and one was brave enough to approach Armando and pull out a knife, demanding money. With his skills in fighting, he disarmed the man who ran away. Others just watched but didn't try to intervene. Armando had this aura of being a dangerous man, and when provoked could do serious harm to his attacker, so no one else dared to harm him. After searching the area and not spotting anyone who could be his mother, he felt defeated. This is hopeless. We're never going to find her. Armando, we will keep searching. Maybe she's not here right now, but will come later or tomorrow. I feel as though we are close. When a homeless man who looked like he was high on drugs approached them, Armando moved her behind him. He held out his hand and ordered the man to stop and not to come any closer. The man had long, stringy hair that looked as if it hadn't been washed or combed in months. His hands shook, and he kept grinding his teeth. "You are looking for a woman named Rose. I know a Rose." This caught Armando's attention. "Tell me what you know about her." "Dark hair, around 60 years old. I know which tent she stays in." "Tell me," Armando said, moving closer to the man. "I help you, you help me." "What do you want?" "Money." "Show me where she is first, and then I will give you some money. I'm not in the mood for games, so you better be telling me the truth." "Follow me." They walked through the camp, and hidden behind some trees was a makeshift tent made of a thin fabric that was attached to some poles. "This is where she usually stays unless someone else takes it. I don't know if she's inside now, but she was a couple of days ago. Now give me my money." Armando took out some bills and handed them to him. "You better not be lying to me." "I'm not, but I don't know if she's the Rose you are looking for." When the man left, Jada got closer to the tent and called out Rose's name. "Rose, are you in there? I'm going to come in. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you." When she was about to enter, he grabbed her arm, stopping her. "We don't know if or who might be inside, so you stay behind me." He pulled the fabric to the side and looked in. No one was inside. There was an old blanket on the ground, some food wrappers, and a sweater. Jada saw how his face dropped and knew he was in pain. She took his hand and held it, letting him know that everything would be all right. "She's not here right now, but maybe she will be later. We'll come back. In the meantime, we will search other places." Stepping out of the tent, he looked up at the sky and closed his eyes. He had such high hopes that this would be the day he found his mother. Now his heart ached, and he felt as though he'd never find her. He then took out his phone to call Boris. "I'll call Boris and let him know that we will stop for today. It will be dark soon, and we have been looking for hours and should get something to eat." "Yes, that's a good idea. Tomorrow we'll get an early start and come back here." They started walking away and didn't get far when a homeless person with their head hung down walked past them. It was unclear as to whether it was a man or a woman, but something made Jada stop. "Sweetheart, why have you stopped?" "That person that passed us. I didn't notice him or her before. Let's wait and see if they go to the tent we were just in." They watched as the person headed towards the tree where the tent was. They looked at each other when the person entered the very tent they were in moments before. "My God, could that be her?" he asked. She took his hand. "Let's go find out." When they reached the area, she stopped and turned to look at him, stopping him from entering. "If that is your mother, she will be scared of you. You being a man, I think it's best if you let me go in ahead of you." "No, don't you remember what the woman from the shelter said? Some of them are violent and can attack." We don't know how that person will react, and I won't put you in harm's way.
I'll be fine. Besides, you'll be right behind me.
Okay, he said, knowing she was right.
Rose, is that you in there?
I'm going to come in, so don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk. Pulling the fabric aside, they both stepped inside. Chapter 28. The person was sitting on the ground. The dirty blanket was pulled up to their chin, hiding their face. Are you Rose Valentino? Jada asked. Dropping the blanket, the person stood up. That's when they saw it was a woman. Her hair was dirty and a tangled mess. Her face and clothes were filthy. But what she did next shocked both Armando and Jada. The woman pulled out a knife and waved it in front of her. Armando pulled Jada behind him and held out his hands to stop her from attacking. Stop. We are not here to hurt you. I'm looking for my mother. The woman backed up, cowering in the corner. I have no son. He's dead. Jada moved out from behind him. If you are Rose Valentino, then this is your son, and he's very much alive. Look at him. Armando, she said in a meek voice. Armando's heart was racing. He was speechless until Jada gave him a nudge in the arm. Mom, it is me, your son. She was still too scared to let him get close, didn't trust him, or anyone for that matter. I was told my son was dead. This is a trick. Aldo sent someone to get me. I won't go back. I'll die first. She raised the knife and was going to plunge it into her chest, but Armando got to her before she could. He managed to wrestle it from her hand and threw it to the ground. His eyes glistened with tears as he held his mother in his arms. You don't have to be afraid. He's dead. He can never hurt you again. She looked up at him. Tears ran down her face as she touched his cheek. For years she was told that her son was dead, and she had been hiding from her husband, afraid that he would find her and do unthinkable things to her. My son, oh my baby boy, I want you to know I never left you. I was taken away, but I thought about you every day. I know, Mom. I only recently found out what happened to you, and the moment I found out, I started looking for you. Who is she? Rose said, pointing to Jada. My wife, and her name is Jada. It's getting late, so come back to our hotel. We can have something to eat and have a long talk. Will you come with us? They won't let the likes of me in a fancy hotel. You let me worry about that. Jada moved forward.
Rose, may I call you Rose? Yes.
You must be hungry and tired. Let's go to the hotel and Armando will order anything you want to eat. If you don't feel like talking right now, then maybe you can take a nice hot shower and get a good night's sleep. Then in the morning when you're up to it, we can talk. He wanted to ask his mother all kinds of questions now, but Jada was right. It was better to give her time to open up to him, and she did look so tired and hungry. Rose nodded her head. She liked this girl. There was such a sweetness about her. Yes, I haven't eaten in a couple of days, but what about my belongings? Armando looked around. There was nothing of value, just some ripped, dirty clothes and a small bag. Leave it. We will buy you some new clothes and whatever else you need. Let's go. Boris will be here soon to pick us up. Who is this Boris? A friend and my bodyguard. When they went to leave, she grabbed the small bag, saying she wouldn't leave without it. He didn't know what was in it, but obviously it was important to his mother. Boris was waiting at the entrance to the park, and when Rose saw him, she screamed. To her, with his size, he looked like a monster, and she tried to run, but Armando grabbed her arm. Mom, you don't have to be afraid of him. He's my friend and will never harm you. With his arm around her, she walked over to the car, but did not look at Boris as she got in. Nor did she return his greeting. Jada sat in the front with Boris so that Armando could sit with his mother. Rose did not speak on the drive to the hotel. She still found Boris to be scary. When they reached the hotel and were inside their room, Boris knew that the woman would not talk until he was gone, so he excused himself. Jada went over to Rose. What say we get you out of those clothes and into the shower? I have a nightgown and robe you can have. I'm hungry. Mom, I'll order up some food, and it will be here when you're done showering. Jada will show you to your room, which is on the other side of the door. It's an adjoining room. Now, what would you like to eat? Anything, it doesn't matter. Jada went to the closet and took out the nightgown, then walked Rose into the suite attached to theirs. Everything you need is in the bathroom. When you're ready, please join me and Armando. Is there anything I can get you before I leave?
No, you've done so much already.
But what about my clothes? Just put them in the basket. Armando and I will buy you new ones. I'm glad we found you, and I know how much it means to your son. Take your time, and after you've had a good meal, maybe we can have a good talk. When she left the room and entered hers, he was standing by the window. How is she doing? A bit nervous, but once she's eaten, she'll feel better. Let's not bombard her with a lot of questions. It will only overwhelm her, and she might shut down. Just take it slow, let her start and tell you what she's comfortable with. Come here, he said, motioning with his finger. Going over, she stood in front of him. Lately, he had gotten into the habit of doing this with his finger. It was kind of SXY, showing his dominance over her. You summoned me, sir. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It was rough and yet passionate. He couldn't help getting all hot and bothered when she looked at him with those big eyes of hers, and the way she smiled back at him. With regret, he stopped, knowing this wasn't the right time for anything more than a kiss. Thank you for being so amazing to my mother, even though she's a stranger. She's your mother, so that makes her my family as well. I hope you ordered plenty of food. I wasn't sure what she likes, so I ordered a little bit of everything. I talked to Boris and asked him to stay away until I can convince my mother he's not a monster. Poor Boris, she snickered. To be honest, his size can be scary to some people, but I know he's a big teddy bear. Your mother will get used to him. The food had arrived and no sign of Rose. Maybe I should go and check on her. Before Jada could go, the door opened and Rose came out. They could hardly recognize her. Under all the baggy clothes, messy, dirty hair and face was a beautiful, slender woman. Rose saw the food and her mouth began to water and her stomach growled. Mom, let's sit down and eat. He wanted to hug her, but thought she needed time to get comfortable with him. He and Jada looked at one another when she started eating with her hands. It was so obvious that she hadn't eaten in a long time. Jada gave him a warning glance, letting him know not to say anything about the way Rose was eating. Mom, I wasn't sure what you liked. For the first time, Rose smiled.
I'm not fussy. I'll eat anything.
Mom, are you ready to talk to me? I would like to know what you've been doing and how you survived all these years on the street. Armando, not now. I'm sure your mother is tired and would like a good night's sleep. We can talk tomorrow.
Thank you, Jada. I am tired and would like to go to bed.
Okay, Mom, we'll talk in the morning. Rose grabbed her napkin, placed 2 pieces of chicken in it, and into the pocket of her robe. It was a habit of hers whenever there was food to be found. Armando stood when she did and put his hand on her shoulder. Sleep well, and I'll see you in the morning. Thank you, son, and you too, Jada. Good night. When she was gone, he turned to Jada. It broke his heart knowing his mother had been alive all this time and the life she had to endure. I can't lose her again. You won't. What if she wants to leave in the morning and go back to the streets? We'll convince her to go back home with us. You wouldn't mind her living with us. It's a lot to ask of you. Oh, my love, she is your mother and belongs with us. I'm sure she will be happy to come with us and have a relationship with her son. But what if she doesn't want to leave Italy? Then you can do what you mentioned before. Set her up in a nice apartment and send her enough each month to live on. But I have a feeling she will want to get away from here and all the painful memories. I have had so many tough decisions to make in my life. I never hesitated or doubted in doing so. But now, I'm afraid I might do or say the wrong thing. My husband, never doubt yourself. Whatever she decides to do, you will never lose contact with her. How did you get so smart? I've always been smart, and don't you forget it. I love you and believe that you will say and do the right thing, as always. You have a way of stroking my ego and making me feel like a better man than I am. I have done so many bad things in my past that I'm ashamed of, and I don't deserve your praise. You were a different man then, and were under the influence of an evil father. But you changed, you became a good man. You should be proud of yourself for turning your life around. I know I'm proud of you. He grabbed her arm and pulled her against him, his arms wrapping around her. His mouth came down on hers. His kiss was passionate. Breaking the kiss, moved his lips to her ear and whispered, "If my mother wasn't in the next room, I would tear your dress off and make you scream my name out loud. I would fuck you so hard and so long that you wouldn't be able to walk the next day." It got her hot when he talked dirty. At times he would go into detail about what he would do to her. He was always respectful to her, except in the bedroom where he became an animal. His words and the things he did would have her wet and begging for more. "Armando, you have started the fire within me. No way can you stop now. Take me, make me feel your cock growing and filling inside me." His desire grew as he picked her up and dropped her onto the bed. He looked down at her while he removed his clothes. He then ripped her blouse open and removed her bra. His mouth wrapped around her nipple as he pulled her pants down. He pushed her pantied over and slipped his finger inside her. She was breathing heavily, panting and moaning as he made her come with his fingers. Then she felt her pants and panties being ripped off of her, and now she lay naked.
Is this what you want?
He asked as he surged inside her, making her gasp. Yes, oh yes. Later they lay side by side, holding hands. "I love you," he said, turning his head to look at her. "I love you too. See, I can be quiet when I need to," she replied with a smile on her face. Chapter 29. Morning. Jada knew Rose needed something clean to wear, so she went through her closet and picked out a plain, simple dress for her. She knocked on the door and entered when Rose told her to come in. "Good morning. I hope you slept well." "Yes, it's been a long time since I've slept in a bed. Since we are around the same size, I thought you might like to wear this dress." Rose got out of bed, walked over to her, and she took the dress and stared at it. "It's lovely, but I can't take your dress." "Of course you can. I have plenty more. Armando is ordering breakfast for us. He is so happy he found you, and you both have so much to talk about. Is there anything special you'd like to eat?" "No, anything." When Jada entered the room, Armando had already ordered room service. "How's my mother doing?" "She seems much better today and will be out soon. I was thinking that I should take her shopping for some new clothes." "Yes, that's a good idea, and I will take you. You could shop for yourself also. Maybe get some SXY lingerie." "What would be the point? You would only destroy them." He pulled her into his arms, smiling down at her. "I can't help it. You look so hot in them. But the fun is in tearing them off you to get to the goodies." He was about to grab her breasts, but stopped when he heard the door opening and his mother entered. "Mom, breakfast is on its way up. How are you feeling today?" Rose couldn't stop smiling when she looked at him. He had grown into a handsome man, and thankfully he didn't look anything like his father.
I'm good, and I slept like a baby.
She went over and stood in front of him and touched his face. "Just seeing you and knowing you're alive fills my heart with joy. We have much to talk about. I want to know all about you and your life. We can talk while we eat breakfast. I have many questions also, and I'm sure you do too." The food arrived and they sat down to eat. "Armando, please tell me you didn't follow in your father's footsteps and become a killer." He took a sip of his coffee before answering. He glanced over at Jada, and seeing her nod her head, he began telling his mother about his life.
I'm afraid I did up until a few years ago. I did some bad things, but I was never a part of the trafficking side. I didn't even know he was doing it. I left Italy 5 years ago to get away from that life and him.
He let you leave just like that. I was surprised too, but he agreed to let me go if I promised never to come back here or interfere with his business. When I went to Boston, I worked with the FBI and helped get rid of as many Mafia families as I could. But that would put you in as much danger as ever. Mom, there's more to it than that. I had to continue to let people think I was still a Mafia boss. It's a long story, and in time you will learn everything. But enough about me. I want to hear what happened to you. She pushed her empty plate away and picked up her coffee.
I was taken away from you by your father. I was forced into the sex trade until I got too old. He dropped me off on the streets and said if I tried to report him or see you, he would kill both of us.
She choked back a few tears before going on. Aldo was a cruel man. He would come to where I was and brutally assault me over and over. Once I tried to fight him off, and that was when he told me you were dead. That's when I gave up and for years lived on the street. I ate scrapes from the garbage cans. I am so ashamed of myself, and I know you must think ill of me. He got up, went over, and kneeling in front of her, took her hands in his. Never would I think bad of you. I am so sorry that bastard did that to you. If only I had known you were alive, I would have come looking for you a long time ago. My beautiful boy, we are together now, and that's all that matters. I never want to lose you again. You won't. I want you to come back to Boston and live with us. You will never be hungry or scared again. You just got married and don't need an old woman like me hanging around. Mom, it was Jada who suggested you live with us, and I agreed. Say you'll come home with us. Now I won't force you, and if you want to stay in Italy, I'll set you up in an apartment. This place holds too many bad memories for me. I hate that Aldo made me feel this way about the place I was born and grew up in. If you're sure I won't be in the way, then yes, I would love to go to America. He placed his head on her lap, tears falling from his eyes as she stroked his head. Jada was so touched by the scene of mother and son, and was so happy for them. Rose looked over at her. Thank you for wanting me. You are an angel. I promise not to get in your way. When Jada walked over to her, she stood, and they hugged. You could never be in the way. I never knew my mother, and it will be nice to have you with us. My aunt lives with us, and I have a feeling the two of you will be good friends. If she's anything like you, then I'm sure we will. Before we go home, Armando, and I would like to take you shopping for some new clothes. Are you comfortable with that? That is very kind of you, and I will find work to pay you back. Mom, you will do no such thing. It is our treat, and you will never have to work. I just want you to forget about what happened here and be happy. Rose, my husband is a stubborn man, but he is also right. Your only job is to be happy and enjoy life. Now, let's go shopping. Boris will drive us, and I will go into the shops to make sure both my girls get everything they want. Boris, that giant is going with us. Mom, he's a good man, so try not to be afraid of him. Get to know him. He has been with me for years, protected me, and saved my life on several occasions. Rose took a deep breath and agreed to give him a chance. But it wasn't going to happen overnight. It would take time. Boris was waiting by the car when they came out. It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Valentino. Still nervous around him, she lowered her head and quietly thanked him as she got into the vehicle. Rose was nervous inside the shop as she tried on several items of clothing. When she tried to tell them she didn't want all that he was buying her, Armando stopped her. Mom, argue all you want, but I am treating you. I can afford it, and you deserve nice things. After several hours of shopping and placing bag after bag of clothes in the trunk, they went and had dinner at a fancy restaurant. This time Rose did not eat with her hands. It was decided they would head back to Boston the next morning. Jada had called her aunt to let her know they found Rose and would be coming home, asking her to make sure the maids had a room made up for her. That night, as they got ready for bed, Armando picked up the see-through nightgown and held it up. "I'm glad to see you obeyed me and bought some SXY gowns." She turned and gave him the snake eye. Obeyed? Seriously, did you just say obeyed? He knew then he had made a mistake by using those words. "I am not your slave and do not have to obey you. Just for that, you will never see me in this. Bella, forgive me for my poor choice of words. I did not mean it the way it sounded. Please, wear it for me." She couldn't help but forgive him when he gave her that smile, the one that always melted her heart and had her core on fire. Taking it from his hands, she walked into the bathroom. "I expect to see you naked and in bed by the time I come out." Laying on his back on the bed, his eyes opened wide when she came out. It was so sheer that every part of her body could be seen. She might as well not have been wearing anything at all. "Come here," he said, motioning with his finger.
Since she warned him not to destroy her new gown, he carefully removed it. But before he did, he had her stand so that he could get a good look and had her turn around.
Getting out of bed, he went over and bent her over the bed, touching and caressing her as after pulling the panties down, he took her, holding onto her hips. Then, when he finished, threw her on the bed, removed the gown and climbed on top of her. That night he felt like the luckiest man alive. He had a beautiful SXY wife and had his mother back in his life. The criminal life he once lived was now behind him. Now he was a legitimate businessman, a husband, and hoped soon to be a father. The next morning, when they were about to board the private plane Armando had hired, Rose refused to get on. "Mom, what's wrong?"
I've never been on a plane before. I can't do it. I can't go with you.
"You've got nothing to worry about. It's perfectly safe. It's been said that flying is the safest way to travel. No, you go and I'll stay here." Jada could tell that Armando was having trouble getting his mother on the plane, so she went over and took Rose's hand.
I know how scary it can be, but we are with you, and I'll hold your hand all the way home. I'll tell you all about my life and my aunt. Talking will keep your mind off of being on the plane.
A smile crossed his face as he nodded to Jada when she finally convinced Rose to board. He was so impressed with his wife. She was amazing and was glad that his mother took to her so quickly. During the flight, Jada told her about their home and the room that would be hers. "You're going it there. Your room has a sitting room with a TV, an ensuite and a balcony. We also have a swimming pool and a patio with a gazebo overlooking the land. Armando even had a library put in and a home gym." "It sounds lovely. You said your aunt is putting in a flower garden. Do you think she would like some help?" "I'm sure she would love for you to help. Myself, I've never been good at that kind of stuff, but she has a green thumb." They talked some more and soon Rose relaxed. She even fell asleep halfway through the flight. Armando was sitting with Boris, giving the women time to themselves. When he saw that his mother had fallen asleep, he got up and grabbed a blanket. Going over, he covered her up and sat next to Jada. "You're so good with her. She's a wonderful woman and has been through so much pain and heartache. I think that she's going to be okay from now on." "I think so too, and now we can be a real family. All we need now is to start a family. That is when you're ready." "I'm ready now." A wide grin appeared on his face. Taking her hand, he kissed it. "Then we will start tonight, and soon our home will be filled with the laughter of our children. I love you so much." "I love you too." He placed his arm around her as she rested her head on his chest. Chapter 30. They finally arrived in Boston, and Rose was nervous about her new life, but was so grateful that her son was alive and found her. She still wasn't sure about Boris, so she kept her distance from him. On the drive to the mansion, she stared out the window, taking in all the new sights. When they got home, and she stepped out of the car, she stood, looking up at the huge place that would now be her home. It's spectacular. It reminded her of the home she shared with Aldo, where she was kept a prisoner. He had made sure she couldn't leave, and had her watched at all times. But she knew that Armando wasn't going to hurt her. Mom, let's go inside. Stepping inside the door, she looked around. Unlike Aldo's mansion, this one held warmth. The help greeted her. All seemed very pleasant. Jada put her arm through Rose's arm. We'll go to the family room, and you can meet my Aunt Sarah. Sarah was reading a book, and when she saw them, she stood up. Mrs. Valentino, welcome home. I know you are going to love it here. I just know that you and I are going to be friends. It will be nice to have another woman my age to talk with. Rose was surprised when Sarah walked over and hugged her. She too felt that they would be good friends. Thank you. It's so nice to meet you. Mom, would you like something to eat or drink? Or maybe you'd like to get settled in your room first. I would like to go up and put my things away, if that's okay. Of course, I will show you the way.
I hope you like your room. If not, I can arrange a different one for you.
She followed her son. I'm sure it will be perfect. I would be satisfied with just a couch and blanket. He took her hand as they walked up the staircase and gave it a light squeeze. No sleeping on the couch. From now on, it's only the best for you. If there is anything you want, just let me or Jada know. Here we are. Stepping in, she was in awe. Oh, Armando, this is beautiful. I just know I'm going to love it so much that I may never want to leave this room. Well, now I hope you do. We all want to see a lot of you. I also want you to make yourself at home and feel free to roam around. If you want to leave the mansion, my driver will take you to wherever you want to go. I don't deserve all this. Mom, you do, and so much more. It is my wish that you be happy and forget about the horror you've been through. Now, when you are ready, come downstairs and we will have dinner. The cook has prepared a special meal just for you. You shouldn't go to any trouble for me. It's no trouble. I'll wait for you downstairs. Just take your time, he said, kissing her on the cheek. An hour later, she came down, and when she entered the dining room, everyone stood up. Mom, you're right on time. Please, do come join us. Boris pulled out the chair for her. She was seated next to him. Armando set it up that way so that she would get used to being around him. 2 weeks later, Jada was looking out the window that showed the backyard when he entered the room and walked over to her. What are you looking at? Over there, she pointed. Your mother and my aunt are working together in the garden. They both look so happy.
He put his arms around her waist as he stood behind her.
They are becoming close and doing things together. The other day they were in the kitchen making some pastries. When I went to take one, my mother slapped my hand away. She said they were for the guards and that they deserved some treats. Jada laughed. Poor baby, I feel so sad for you. I know a way you can make me feel better. Let's go upstairs, get naked, and back into bed. You will give any excuse just to get sex. Don't you have work to do? He turned her around to look at him. The last couple of days he had noticed she was not her usual bubbly self. Bella, what has been bothering you? I don't know. Maybe I'm feeling a little bored. I need something to do to keep me busy. I was thinking of getting a job. A job? You're my wife, and there's no need for you to work.
I know that, but I want to.
Out of the question. Excuse me, are you forbidding me? How dare you? You don't own me or can tell me what to do. We will discuss this later. Right now I have some business to take care of. My lawyer is coming with papers for me to sign. I've sold my club. I will get a job. No, you won't, he said as he walked away. Now this was the wrong thing to say to her. It only made her more determined to get a job. 2 hours later, when his meeting was over, he went in search of her. He knew he was wrong in the way he handled the job situation and wanted to make amends, but she was nowhere to be found, so he asked the butler if he had seen her. She left with the driver and said something about going to an interview.
Damn woman, she never listens to me, he said, throwing his arms up in the air.
He sat in his room, tapping his fingers on the arm of the chair. He was waiting for her to return and doing his best to keep calm. They rarely fought, and when they did, he usually lost. She was so stubborn and had a hot temper. He was still sitting there when she returned and walked into the bedroom. "Where have you been?" "Out looking for work." "Don't stare at me like that. You'll be happy to know no one would hire me, and it's all your fault."
How is it my fault?
He asked as he stood up. "You're well known, and when they realized you were my husband, they wouldn't hire me, so I hope you're happy. If you are so bored and want something to do, I may be able to help you. A solution that will give us both what we want."
If you think SX is going to get you out of the doghouse, you got another thing coming.
As much as I would like to bend you over and have my way with you, that is not what I'm getting at.
Then what?
Back in Spain, you worked as a secretary for a law firm. The company you were with were real estate lawyers.
Yeah, so what about it?
As you know, I'm heavily into real estate. Instead of hiring a woman or man to go over the paperwork before signing with a lawyer, I thought that is something you might consider doing.
So you want me to be your secretary?
You have the experience and can work from home where it's safer. Of course, I'll pay you what I would anyone. I'm also setting up a program to help the homeless and abused men and women. I could use your help with the paperwork. This sounded intriguing to her, mainly the program he mentioned. I could check the paperwork for the real estate part, but I'm more interested in this program you mentioned. I think I could be a lot of help there. You would, and you would be in charge of finding where the most help is needed. Also, set up some charity events to help raise money. So do you accept the job?
I don't come cheap.
I will pay you the going rate, and there will be some extra benefits included in the job. She scoffed. SX, I assume. Yes, now let's get started. Take off your clothes and let's have makeup SX. No, I'm not in the mood.
Is my wife refusing me?
Looks that way. I'm still mad at you, and I didn't like your tone. Now I'm going to change for dinner. He sat back down and watched her as she removed the dress she was wearing. He knew she was changing in front of him on purpose, just to rile him up. "Are you coming?" she asked after putting on a pair of jeans and a top.
I'll be down in a minute.
He wanted to wait until the swelling in his pants had gone down, not wanting his mother and Sarah to see it. When Sarah saw Jade coming down the stairs, she went to meet her. "Darling, is everything okay between you and Armando?" "We're fine. Why do you ask?" "Well, one of the maids heard yelling coming from your room as she was doing her cleaning. So, now the help is gossiping about us." "It's not like that. She was just worried about you and Armando. Everyone who works here just adores you too."
And Sarah, it's nothing.
I told him I wanted to get a job, and he said I couldn't. He has no right to tell me what I can and cannot do. He is just worried about your safety. Though he has turned his life around, he still has enemies who might try to harm you to get to him. Don't be so hard on him. Just then Armando appeared and started walking down the stairs. "I'll see you both at the dinner table. Rose and I made a special dessert for tonight." "Bella, I am so sorry about earlier. Will you ever forgive me? I promise that in the future I will watch my tone. I love you and will do anything to make you happy." "You do make me happy, and I do understand why you don't want me working outside our home. You are forgiven." He grabbed her arm, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. It was a deep and passionate kiss. When they finally broke apart, they headed to the dining room. They were both surprised to find Rose and Boris talking and laughing together. Sarah had joined them in the conversation and was laughing along with them. Armando sat down after pulling out the chair for Jada. He looked over at the three who were still laughing. Seems like we missed the fun. So what has gotten the three of you in such a good mood? Boris cleared his throat. I was telling Rose and Sarah about the first time I met Jada and how she had me go and buy her some tampons. I can laugh about it now, but at the time I could have died. After the meal was over, they went into the family room to have their dessert. There Sarah and Rose were told the whole story of what had happened to them. But they left out the part where Jada tried to stab him. Rose went over and hugged her. Thank you for saving Armando's life. I know how hard it was for you to kill Aldo, but you had no choice. My son is a lucky man to have found you. Armando reached for Jada's hand. I am the lucky one. Until she came into my life, I didn't know what happiness was. Now we are going to try and start our family. I can't wait until I have a grandchild. Let's hope we don't have to wait too long. Yeah, boss, you better get busy. Believe me, my friend, I've been working hard at it, so it shouldn't be too much longer. Armando, stop, Jada squealed. Don't talk that way in front of my aunt and your mother. He looked at the two women and smirked. You girls don't mind, do you? Rose and Sarah giggled. Not at all. We're just glad that you are both happy and want to expand your family. Am I right, Rose? Yes, indeed. After having another drink, Armando and Jada said goodnight and headed upstairs. He looked over at Boris and winked as he walked out of the room. Lucky for him, she didn't see that, or she would have given him hell. Chapter 31. Epilogue, Part 1. 1 year later. Armando walked over to her as she was brushing her hair, putting his arms around her waist from behind. Happy anniversary, Bella. Placing the brush on the table, she turned around to face him. Happy anniversary, my husband. I can't believe a year has passed. What a year we've had. Like a roller coaster, all the drama and finding your mother. I love you so much. Why do you look so sad? She loved the way he held her close and the way he was looking at her. I'm still not pregnant yet. I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever be. What if there's something wrong with me? You're fine. I have heard that for some couples it takes longer. It will happen. In the meantime, I'll keep giving it all I got until I get you pregnant. Now I want you to close your eyes and turn around. Why? Always asking why. Just do it. With a smile, she closed her eyes and turned her back to him. Is this going to take long? We do have a dinner reservation for 8 o'clock, and I'm starving. He reached into his pocket, took out a small box, and removed the diamond necklace, telling her to keep her eyes closed until he tells her to open them. Placing the necklace around her neck, he did up the clasp. Now you can open your eyes. Oh, Armando, it's so beautiful. I thought we agreed to no gifts. I changed my mind, and this is a special occasion. I want to treat my wife, and not just on our anniversary. You look so stunning in this dress. It's very SXY. He pulled her in for a kiss, and when she felt the bulge inside his pants growing as it pressed against her, she pulled away. Why did you stop me? Because I know you, and if I didn't stop you, we wouldn't be leaving this room. You promised me a night of fine dining and dancing. He took her hand and kissed it. Yes, you're right. Let's go.
During their meal, they discussed all the progress she had made with the homeless program.
I'm so proud of the work you did with raising the money from the charity events you organized. I didn't even mind you dragging me to them. You enjoyed going to them, and you know it. Aunt Sarah and Rose had a ball going. They sure did, and it's wonderful to see how they have become so close. I just don't know why they insist on cooking most of our meals. We do have people to do that.
I know, but they love cooking together, and it makes them feel that they are being useful, so let them continue to do so.
If it makes them happy, Then I won't stop them. Those two are quite sneaky when it comes to Boris, always trying to set him up on dates. Yes, at the events they do try to trick him into asking one of the women out. But he never does. Why is that? He was so much in love with his wife, and once told me he didn't want anyone else. We have to respect that and not pressure him. Besides, he has made friends with Sarah and Rose and seems happy with the way his life is.
It would be nice if he could find love.
He's still a young man. Enough about them. This is our night. Did you enjoy the lobster and champagne? Everything was perfect. Thank you for tonight. I'm looking forward to going dancing. I do expect you to do the waltz with me. I've been practicing just for you. Now, shall we go, and later when we get home, I will show you a new dance. A new dance? What kind of dance? Let's just say it involves a bed, a pair of cuffs, and a blindfold. I should have known, she said, rolling her eyes at him. 6 weeks later. They were asleep in bed when there was a knock at their door, a loud and persisting one. Cursing out loud, he got up and put on his pants. Armando, what's going on? I'll find out. Go back to sleep. As soon as he left the room, she got up, she threw on her robe, and followed him into their adjoining sitting room. This better be important, he snapped when he saw it was Boris. Boss, we have a problem. What problem could we have at this time of night? He asked as he stepped aside to let Boris enter. An intruder has managed to break in. How is that possible? The alarm would have sounded, and what about the man standing guard by the gate? There's no sign of him, but I have our men looking for the intruder or intruders. Armando, what's happening? He walked over to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. It appears someone has gotten onto the property, but we'll find him. You have nothing to worry about. Just stay in this room and lock the door behind you. You think they will get inside here?
No, I don't think so.
But to be on the safe side, do as I ask. My aunt and your mother. He could hear the panic in her voice and noticed how pale she was. I will have a man stand outside all their door, and this one as well. I'm going to put on a shirt and tend to this problem. She grabbed his arm to stop him from leaving once he was dressed. Armando, don't go. He cupped her face in the palms of his hands, staring into her eyes. This is my home, and I need to defend it. You do not have to worry about me. Now stay here, and I will be back as soon as I can. Don't worry. Not 10 minutes later, she heard voices outside the door. Running into the bedroom, she took the gun that he had given her out of the bedside table. Going back, she heard her aunt's voice calling out to her to open the door. Rose was with her, and she stepped back to let them enter. The guard closed the door and ordered them to stay inside. Jada, what's going on? When she saw her aunt looking at the gun she still held, knowing Sarah was afraid of guns, turned and placed it on one of the tables. There's an intruder in Armando, and the others have gone to find them. How did you get out of your rooms? Rose spoke first. We saw the lights outside and heard noises, so we insisted we be brought to you. Are you okay, dear? You look so pale. I'm all right, but let's go downstairs and wait for Armando to come back. The guards will never let us leave this room. It was all I could do to let them bring us to you. I am Armando's wife, and they will do as I say. It took some convincing to get the 3 men standing outside the door to agree to take them downstairs. She assured them that she wouldn't let her husband punish them for disobeying his orders. In the family room, one of the guards stood outside the door. The other 2 went inside with them. They checked to make sure the patio doors were locked and ordered the women to sit down and stay away from the windows. The women jumped when they heard 2 shots coming from outside the mansion. Not knowing what was happening scared the hell out of them. Rose was used to these things living with Aldo. There was also danger living with him. It was 20 minutes when the door to the sitting room opened and Armando and Boris walked in. Jada got up and ran over to him, throwing her arms around his neck. He was angry that she disobeyed him by not staying in the bedroom and pulled her arms off. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Did I not tell you to stay put? What the hell is wrong with you? I was worried about you, and we were safe with the 3 guards."
I don't care, and they will be fired.
"No, you aren't going to fire them. I gave them my word nothing would happen to them." He was about to yell at her, but all of a sudden she fainted, and he caught her before she landed on the floor. Picking her up, he carried her over to the sofa and laid her down. Sarah and Rose rushed to their side. He touched her cheek. The worry was evident in his voice when he spoke. "Bella, open your eyes. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry for getting mad at you." He and everyone else was relieved when she opened her eyes. "What happened?" she asked, looking at him. "You fainted. I think all this excitement was too much for you. I will carry you upstairs so that you can rest." Boris stepped forward. "Boss, the police are on their way and will want to speak with you."
It's okay. Rose and I will take her up and stay with her.
"All right, but I will carry her up and you two stay with her until I return. I shouldn't be too long." Before he went to pick her up, Jada asked him what had taken place. "I'll tell you all about it when I return." He kissed her cheek when he lifted her. It wasn't like her to faint so easily, and it worried him. She had been through much worse than this before, so why now? He asked himself. After putting her down and was about to leave, she grabbed his arm. "Tell us what was going on." "I said I'll tell you when I get back." "Please, I will worry if you make me wait. We heard shots. Who got hurt?" He could never refuse her anything, so decided the police could wait. "A couple of punks thought they could break in and steal from me. I guess they weren't aware of who they were dealing with. One sprayed something in the guard's face and gagged and tied him up. With all the alarms and cameras around, they didn't get far. My men were able to catch them in no time. But we heard the shots. A couple of warning shots in the air, and the cowards stopped and gave themselves up. No one got hurt, but they will spend time in jail for break and entry. Also for assault using an illegal substance that they sprayed in the guard's face." "Thank goodness that's all it was," Rose said, looking over at Sarah. He leaned over and kissed her lips lightly. "I must go now. Stay here and rest. I promise I won't be gone long." When he left, the 2 women sat on either side of Jada. "Are you feeling better?" She looked at them and nodded her head. "I got dizzy, and then everything went dark. I've been so tired lately. I'm sure it was from working so hard on the homeless project. Now that everything is set up and people have been hired to take over some of the work, I can relax a little." Sarah and Rose glanced at one another, both thinking the same thing. What was that look between you two? Sarah smiled, as did Rose. "Are you sure that's all it is? Is there a chance that you could be pregnant?" "Pregnant? No, I don't think so." Rose was almost sure that Jada was pregnant. Over the last week or 2, she had noticed a difference in her daughter-in-law. She was sleeping more and had a craving for sweets. In all the time she had lived here, Jada rarely ate them, except for the occasional chocolate eclair. "Why don't we get you a test to take, just to be sure? I'll get Armando to pick one up." "No, Rose, I don't want him to know. Not until I know for sure. He would get his hopes up, and if it shows I'm not pregnant, then he will be so disappointed. Then I will get Boris to pick up a couple." "You can't. He'll just tell Armando. That man tells my husband everything." Rose patted her hand. "No need to worry about him opening his big trap. I will tell him to keep quiet. He'll listen to me." Sarah hushed them at that moment. "I hear the door, so I think he's coming. Don't worry, Jada. We'll take care of it." "Take care of what?" They looked over and saw him standing by the door. Both women got up. "It's nothing, son. It's late, and now that things are back to normal, we'll leave you both to get some rest." When they walked out, he looked over at his wife. Going to her, he sat down on the bed beside her. I know they're up to something, so are you going to tell me? Nothing is going on, it's all in your head. Will you lie down and hold me? I cannot sleep until you are next to me. He removed his clothes and got in next to her. When she rested her head on his chest, he placed his arm around her and kissed the top of her head. He still felt as though something was going on, but he wanted her to rest, so he kept quiet. Chapter 32.
Epilogue, Part 2.
Jada was still asleep when he got dressed and was heading out to take care of some business. When he leaned over and kissed her forehead, she woke up.
Where are you off to so early?
I'm going to look at some property that I'm thinking about buying. After last night, how are you feeling? Much better, thanks. You should have something to eat before you leave. Boris and I will stop somewhere later. If you're not feeling good, I can cancel my appointment and stay home with you. No, I'm fine. All right, but rest some more. I'll be back soon, love you. After they checked out the property, they stopped at a diner for a bite to eat. Then on the way home, Boris said he had to stop at the drugstore. He didn't tell Armando what he was going in for and told him he'd be right out. Back home, the package that Boris had in his pocket fell out, landing on the ground. Armando bent down to pick it up, and seeing what it was, raised an eyebrow. Did you get a woman pregnant? It's not for me, he replied, his face turning a bright red.
Then who is it for?
Your mother asked me to pick one up, and you weren't supposed to know about it. My mother. Oh wait, is this for Jada? I knew something was up last night by the way they were acting, and this morning when I caught you and my mother whispering.
Boss, Rose is going to kill me when she finds out that you know. She told me not to say anything.
A smile crossed Armando's face. For a man who has faced death more than once is afraid of a tiny woman. Don't worry, she will not harm you, but I will take this and give it to Jada myself. When he went upstairs, he saw her pacing back and forth. Oh good, you're home. Is Boris here in the mansion, or has he gone back out? He's here. Why do you ask about him? No reason. Could it be that you're waiting for this? He held out the pregnancy test.
How did you find out?
Boris was told not to say anything to you. Why didn't you tell me?
I was going to.
I just wanted to make sure I was pregnant before telling you. I know how much you want a baby, and if it turned out to be negative, I didn't want you to be disappointed.
He went over and put his arms around her. You must never be worried about telling me anything. I do hope we are having a baby, but if not now, then soon. Will you take the test now, or are you going to keep me in suspense? I'll take it now, she said, taking it from him. What do you think you're doing? She asked when he followed her into the bathroom. I want to be with you when you take it.
I am not going to pee on a stick with you standing and watching me. Now get out.
He had no choice as she pushed him out, and he heard her locking the door. 2 minutes later, he shouted through the door. Are you done yet? Oh my God, I can't go with you listening outside the door. Now go sit down and I'll be out when I'm damn well ready. He knew from her tone of voice that he had better do as she said, so sitting on the bed, he kept checking his watch. When 5 minutes passed, he stood up and was about to go and ask what was keeping her. But just as he got there, the door opened and she walked out, placing the stick on the end table. We have to wait 5 minutes for the result. The two stood there, arms around each other as they stared at the stick. Those 5 minutes seemed like hours to them as they waited and watched.
Time's up,
he said as they moved closer. Seeing the result, they looked into each other's eyes and smiled. He held her face in his hands. His heart was filled with love and happiness. Bella, we did it. Yes, she said just as he kissed her. They made love and afterwards talked about the baby and the plans for the future. It's almost dinner time, so we should shower and change. He kissed her ever so gently on the lips before answering. Yes, and I'm sure everyone will be waiting for us to find out if you're pregnant or not. Let's keep them guessing, and see how long it takes for one of them to ask us." Later, they walked into the dining room holding hands. The others greeted them and waited for the news, but were disappointed when nothing was said. 10 minutes later, Rose couldn't take it any longer. She wanted to know if she was going to be a grandmother. "Okay, enough already." "Mother, what is wrong?" he asked, trying to look confused. "We know you gave Jada a pregnancy test to take. Do not keep us in suspense and tell us if we can expect the pitter-patter of little feet running around soon."
Armando, stop teasing your mother and the others.
He looked around the table as all eyes were on him and Jada. He could see the anticipation on their faces. "Yes, we are expecting." After all the hugs and kisses, they sat down to finish their meal. "We will make a doctor's appointment just to make sure, but I know in my heart that I am carrying Armando's child." That night, she found him in bed on his laptop, looking up everything to do with pregnancy and childbirth, as well as raising children.
You don't need to read all this right away.
"I want to know what to expect when the baby is born, and it has some stuff about what you will be going through. Your mood swings have already begun." She punched his arm and then climbed on top of him. "Watch it, mister, or no SX for you." He smiled as he ran his hand down her back. "It does say that pregnant women can become very horny, so I doubt you'll turn me down, and I'm looking forward to those times."
As if I ever turn you down now. Shall I get the cuffs, or do you want to do the honors?
"Allow me," he said as he reached into the drawer and took them out. "Since you are expecting, I will be gentle with you for now. I might not be pregnant." "You are," he replied. He was right. 8 weeks later, they went for an ultrasound and discovered she was carrying twins. Armando was overjoyed, but Jada was feeling overwhelmed. "Bella, this is the most amazing news ever."
Is it?
She asked, looking nervous.
What's wrong?
"Having one baby is scary, but having two, I don't know if I can do it." "Of course you can. I know you are going to be the best mother ever. You're not alone. You have me, your aunt, and my mother to help you." She smiled back at him. "Yes, you are right. I'm always right." "Oh man, you are so cocky. I love you, and you're going to be a great father. Now we need to know the SX of the twins." "Don't you want to wait and be surprised?" "Armando, there's much to do now that there are two babies. I want to know so that the room can be painted the right color and what clothes to get them." When they returned home and told the others she was having twins, they jumped for joy. Boris was asked to be godparent to the twins, which he gladly accepted. Carrying twins proved to be very tiring, and she slept a lot. Her mood swings at times confused Armando. No matter what he said or didn't say got her angry, but he understood what was happening to her body and was more patient than any husband could be. At 18 weeks, they went to her next ultrasound and found out they were having a boy and a girl. The closer she got to her due date, the more uncomfortable she became, not to mention moody. A few months later, Armando was having a drink in his office when Boris walked it. "So this is where you're hiding." "I'm not hiding, just had to do some work." "Why? Is Jada looking for me?" Boris laughed.
So you are hiding from her. Is she still giving you a hard time?
"You can say that again. Lately, she gets mad if I try to touch her, saying that all I want is SX and that she's not interested." "Well, she is getting close to her due date, so how can you expect SX from her?" "I know that, and I don't expect SX, just wanted to hold her. But when I don't make a move on her, she starts crying and says I no longer find her attractive. I can't win." "I know it can be rough, but you have to remember she's carrying twins, and that's got to be hard on a woman. Once the twins are born, things will get back to normal." It has been a wonderful journey these last few months, feeling the baby in her stomach moving, talking to them and kissing her belly. But lately, she gets angry when I try to do it.
It's her hormone, boss. They're all over the place, and she doesn't mean what she says.
Yes, I understand. I better go upstairs and see how she's doing. They say that having twins women, most of the time, will deliver early. For Jada, that was not true. She was now 1 week overdue. When he went up and over to her, he sat on the bed, taking her hand in his. Hi, sweetheart. Is there anything I can do for you? She looked at him.
Yeah,
Take off your pants and make love to me. He was taken by surprise at her tone and the forceful way she ordered him. Normally, he would have been turned on by her directness, but not now, not in her condition. What? I heard that having sex could induce labor. I want these babies out now. He removed his clothes and got into bed. Knowing he had to be careful and not wanting to have sex, he tried some other method he had read about. He started kissing her neck and, with his one hand, began stimulating her nipple with his fingers. Then, when he placed his hand over her pussy and started massaging it, she let out a scream. He quickly removed his hand and looked at her. Sorry, did I hurt you? No, I think I'm going into labor. He got up and dressed, letting the others know he was taking her to the hospital. Boris drove them, and the others would follow shortly. 4 hours later, she gave birth to the twins. The boy weighed 6.5 pounds, and the girl 5.5 pounds. Both babies were healthy, and the new parents were so happy that their family was now complete. The nurse entered their room. Excuse me, but I can't hold back the others. They are demanding to come in to see you. Jada looked at Armando and smiled. She was holding their daughter, and he was holding their son. Let them in. Rose held the baby girl and Sarah the boy. Boris had tears in his eyes. He had become so close to this family, and now he had 2 more precious human beings to love and protect. What are their names? He asked once he got to hold them. Armando smiled, the smile of a happy father. Our daughter is Lunar Rose Sarah, and our son is Liam Boris Pedro. Boris was pleasantly surprised. This is such an honor, and I thank you both. I promise to love and protect your children as long as I live. They never had any more children, but they were all happy. Yes, there were some ups and downs, but for the most part, it was a peaceful life. The love between the two grew. His past life was now just a distant memory.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.